Good evening, everyone. Hope everyone is doing well. Let me adjust my mic here right quick. Good to see everybody. Welcome to another stage of reason here at Bridge the Divine. I am JL. With me is Andrew. Oh, good to see you, Andrew. Hope you're feeling. You're talking to me a little bit over in Discord. I'm glad to see you're feeling better.
Yep, they failed to claim me once more.
You gotta watch out for those Taylor Farms assassins.
Oh, trust me, it was the salad. Beef would never do this to me.
Well, the Taylor Farms, it's their lettuce. All their
Oh, dear
yeah.
God. Yeah. See, like I told you, if I ever become a vegan, I'm going to become an unethical vegan because they know what they did.
Well, it's good to hear that you are feeling better, and welcome everybody in the live chat. It's good to see you. It's Wednesday, yeah, and not a great day. First and foremost, I want to say that definitely rest in peace to Dolly Parton, who passed away just yesterday at the age of 80. A legendary human being, and all around just a fantastic person. I grew up with Dolly Parton's music as kind of a staple in my household. My dad and my mother were huge fans of hers. And while I'm not a tremendous country fan, there are some artists that I really, really like Waylon Jennings, David Allan Coe, a lot of the classics, and Dolly Parton was one of them. Chris Christopherson as well. A number of individuals who were in that scene, but Dolly Parton was one of them. And one of the few that I enjoyed hearing her music whenever it came on. And it was just, and I loved her movies as well. She was phenomenally talented and just a generous and loving human being. An example for everybody. So it's a shame that we lost her after her battle with cancer. Fuck cancer, hashtag fuck cancer. But definitely a legendary person who's left us some amazing memories, and we can always go back and just kind of like remember growing up with that. So rest in peace, Dolly Parton. And you being so involved in music, was she influential on you, Andrew?
I have been paid to perform 9 to 5. This is true. Yeah, she's made her mark in songs that many people don't even know that she wrote because of how other people made them famous. Yeah, she's a classic. And just to share another piece of tangentially related, considering we hit the political at this point, a piece of Newsweek just crossed my eyes. Republicans cut funding to Dolly Parton's child reading program.
The Imagination Library.
Fuck that noise. That's right. Trump loves the uneducated.
Wild. Absolutely wild.
Yeah.
This incredible person who wrote letters out to every single person who completed the Imagination Library course, and who was just a favorite of everybody. It doesn't matter. Screw them and what they're doing. Hopefully a private party will be able to pick up the slack to make sure that doesn't go away. But I saw a post that was put out by Eminem of a letter that he got from Dolly. And although the two of them never met, they were, good. She always wanted to meet him and he wanted to meet her, but they never had the opportunity just because, it was award shows. That's where they crossed paths, but it was always so crazy. But in that, she expressed nothing but admiration for him and all of his hard work and how good he is and how much talent he has, and hopes to meet him one day. But if not, know how special, never forget how special he is and what he brings to, the joy and he brings to people's lives. And it was just, whenever you read something she wrote, you can practically hear it in her voice, So absolutely amazing human being. Such a damn shame. But last night, my wife threw on 9 to 5, and then we watched Best Little Whorehouse in Texas, both of which were fantastic. And but it was interesting to hear that her time on 9 to 5, apparently she spoke extremely highly of it, and it was such an absolute blast working with Jane Fonda and Lily Tomlin and so many phenomenal actors. And she loved that movie, and had an absolute blast doing it. And then turned around, she did Little Whorehouse, Best Little Whorehouse in Texas, and apparently that was a nightmare experience for her. It was just absolutely terrible. But still, a wonderful movie, funniest film, a funny ass film. Burt Reynolds was good in it. Charles Durning was amazing. She was also incredible in that. Just a fun little romp. But yeah, an amazing woman. So then, fortunately, but we have a legacy. And the other one on top of that, because it's just a terrible week. We lost Tim Curry. Now, obviously, a lot of people who are Tim Curry fans know that Tim had a stroke several years back, but he kind of made it through that, and he was recovering best he could. But he also was 80 years old, and but he was one of those. In my opinion, Tim Curry was one of the greatest character actors of his generation. I grew up watching him. I was 10 years old when the original It miniseries came out. I was in my teens when I first saw Rocky Horror, and everything he did was gold. Every performance he gave was gold, no matter how small a role, no matter what. It was just absolutely phenomenal. And he could do drama, he could do comedy, he could do horror, he could do whatever. And he seamlessly any character he did. And going back, I remember seeing him in Legend as Darkness, playing the Darkness in Legend. And then of course It and Hunt for Red October, and then seeing him as Captain Hook in the Muppets Treasure Island film, or as Long John Silver, as Long John Silver in the Muppets Treasure Island film, and just small roles like or like little things, kind of like supporting roles like in the Home Alone 2, where he just brings it all. He brings everything, and not to mention his voice work as well. I think everybody remembers Hexus from Fern Gully and his musical numbers in that, which was brilliant. So, and Spam-A-Lot, if anybody got to see that in theater, brilliant stuff. So, a phenomenally talented individual, gone too soon, which is a damn shame. On the same day, no less, which is kind of like breaks my heart a little bit. So it's sad in that, but I focus on the fact that Tim Curry was a tremendous influence on me as a performer when I was much younger, especially when I was in school for it. How he approached every single role, and with the humility and joy that he did. It didn't matter what he was doing, so long as he was able to bring something to the table. And it informed me as a performer, like when I'm in theater, what I'm bringing to everything, finding something to bring in every single moment, every single scene, to ensure that you never leave your partner hanging. You always bring something, and you see little moments like Tim Curry working across from Sean Connery in Hunt for Red October, him working across from Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone 2. Doesn't matter, him and all the kids and the adults in It, every single thing, whether it was a crazy character, a crazy zany character, or it was something really, really simple, always brought the energy, and I loved watching him work. So my wife has this fantastic limited edition Rocky Horror Picture Show poster up in her office. That was a limited edition run from a horror convention that I saw that and I had to snatch it up, and I got that for her. And just a lot of memories there. Probably going to wind up watching something of his tonight. I'll probably throw it in while I'm working so I can listen to his work. So Congo, he was hilarious in Congo. Go ahead.
Here's a quick share for you.
Oh, Nancy is clearly Frank's daughter. I agree. Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
He was so wonderfully brilliant. Clue was excellent. So
the original Clue.
Yep, there wasn't anything.
He was in Annie.
there was nothing that man couldn't do. He is the only voice that I think could do as well, if not better than Mark Hamill for the Joker. The problem is that if you've never heard Tim Curry's voice audition, his like line readings for the Joker when they were casting Joker for Batman the Animated Series back in the 90s, his line readings were amazing. But the problem is that producers felt that he was too creepy as the Joker. It was just there was too much of a darkness there. Whereas Mark Hamill was able to hit the same kind of like, you know, manic zaniness, but bring a little bit. But he brought a little lightness to it. So it's a little bit more in line with kind of like the old style version of the Joker, the kind of clown Prince of Crime, instead of, you know, angling more towards, you know, the Frank Miller style stuff where there's that darkness behind it, where the psychopathy is behind it. Mark Hamill didn't really emphasize that, and so, but he could have been. He definitely could have been the Joker. He's the only one I think who could have done it. Just, you know, it's kind of like that rare, kind of like I attribute it to kind of like how Chris Farley is the only other one who ever could have done Shrek. You know, but Chris passed away, and we got Mike Myers, who's excellent in that. But I think Chris Farley could have done that. You know, I think Tim Curry could have done the Joker quite well. So, but yeah, it's a shame. Two individuals, two amazingly, incredibly talented individuals that I know the vast majority of us in the live chat that we grew up with watching, grew up with listening to, and unfortunately, you know, have left us. And so listen to Dolly's music, watch Tim's movies, you know, or vice versa. Listen to Tim's music or watch Dolly's movies. Either way, it's going to be a treat. You know, it's going to be an absolute blast. So we'll remember them going forward. And somebody was asking me, you know, were these two, were Dolly and Tim close enough to Sam Neill to count as like, because people say it happens in threes, and I don't know. I don't know if it's close to Sam Neill, but, you know, if there's something out there striking down 80-year-olds, they're definitely they definitely missed the mark, and they haven't gotten the right one. They got the wrong 80-year-old from Home Alone 2. We'll just say that. They got the wrong 80-year-old from Home Alone 2.
Yeah, I've gotten that on my feed already as well.
Yeah.
It's like, second time. Your aim's not improving, God, apparently.
No, it is not.
However, one could say that hopefully we're running out of wrong answers.
Right. It's a killer. Yeah, life. No one makes it out. No one makes it out alive. But hopefully, you know, that's what I hope. I hope that, you know, one day I can say, I hope I get to look back and I can say at least I left a little something behind, you know, that people will enjoy, you know. And I don't know, but I'll definitely enjoy their work. So moving on from that, no, it's a bit of a sad, you know, a bittersweet point to kind of open up the stage on. But let's say hi to who all we have in the side chat today. I see Point Relative is here. Good to see you, Point Relative. Turtle Moves as well with some obligatory alternative energy. Thank you so much, as well as Clive Wells. Thank you, Clive. Appreciate that. Jay-Verse is in the house, who asked, was the passing of Sam Neill close enough that we're all done? We're parting Curry the second and third. You know, who knows? Don't know. You know, I don't know who would be. I honestly, I mean, there's still, I mean, Clint Eastwood is still up there. A number of really talented individuals who are up there in age. So I'm not trying to put any evil on Clint Eastwood. But man, the older you get, you start seeing the generation you grew up with pass on. You know, we repeat the cycle every time. It was like I know my dad and my mom. You know, when they were together, and I remember my mom telling me when she found out that John Lennon had died, that it affected both her and my dad very, very much because they were both huge Beatles fans. You know, they dealt with the same thing, and now it's our turn to deal with it. See, that was great. See, oh God, it reminds me of Robin Williams. Robin Williams, when he went, oh, that one was a dagger. Spam goes here. Good to see you, as well as Weirdo Rock Hyrex 7. Good to see you, Weirdo. Gloopity Glorpity Glorpos. Good to see you, bud. Who else? Who else we got here? Krakatoon, good to see you, Krakatoon. Metalcore Kick as well. Luna Knights, good day to you. Who else we got? A Mystery 3016, good to see you, a Mystery. Thanks so much for hanging out with us today. BV, good to see you. As well as, Clive Will says, I started watching The Hunt for Red October earlier today. Noticed Tim Curry's name in the credits. Then later found out he died. Yeah, it's a damn shame. Steve6464, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. As well as Joe Rocker again with wow, you people. Yep, us people. But good to see you, Joe. Agnostic ones. Oh wait, wrong account. And I see you going live there, bud. Looking good, looking solid. Definitely intimidate him with that beard of yours. You know, bring the thunder. Definitely. Ralph Humphreys, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here today. Cops, the biggest gang of all. Good to see you, Cops. Appreciate you hanging out. Green Wizard, good to see you. Best Captain Hook. I think it was Long John Silver is who he was in Muppet Treasure Island. But yeah, he was a fantastic Long John Silver. Didn't matter what he did. That man always brought his A game, 100%. So, spam a lot, and he was amazing. Yeah. Who else we got here? Lindsay Bowe, hello. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Lenny Tennyson, good to see you. He was the glue that kept Clue together. He was. He escaped to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Good to see you as well, Avil. Thanks so much for hanging out. As well as Probing Time 666 is here. And all you horrible atheists. Remember that time that Probing Time came into the chat? Said, it's probing time. And everybody probed. It was fucking amazing. Good to see you, Probing Time. Appreciate you hanging out with us today. Mark Hamill's best role was Cockknocker. Don't fuck with the Jedi Master. Chaka, call off Dawson. Oh, brilliant tongue-in-cheek role. Give that to Kevin Smith. Hose the Demon, good to see you. Here for your best Tim Curry impression. That is one impression I cannot do. I've never been able to get able to get him down. I really haven't. So don't look at me to do a correct one. It may be some moments if I'm like if I get inspired and inspired and I sing Toxic Rain, or like some Pennywise moments like his laughter, and just maybe I could hit it if I get lucky. But he's one that I just. BB says, I still haven't listened to enough Ozzy to move on yet. Now Dolly and Tim, I don't have enough time for this. Right. Just keep catching up. This Please Not Mel. Oh, you're talking about Mel Brooks. Mel Brooks up there as well. Michael Caine as well. Michael Caine. But yeah, Clint Eastwood, Michael Caine, Mel Brooks. Yep. Robin Williams still breaks my heart, Hosa. Does. Darth Gently, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Peter Noddle, thanks so much for hanging out. I doesn't do the exist. Let me see. Who else we got here? Mr. Andrat, good to see you. Ryan Murphy, good to see you as well. And Tim Davis, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. As I see you shiver with anticipation. Thanks so much, Tim Davis, and appreciate that. Green Wizard, there was an early 90s Peter Pan anime series where Curry played Hook. See that boy. I can't do his voice. I really can't. I think the closest I can ever come is doing his darkness. You know, like sit, talk with me. But he had that. His voice was able to fluctuate so much. It was just impressive. You know, that's a hard one to do. Thank you so much, Tim Davidson, for that support. And it's just beep Richie. Billy boy. So thank you so much, Tim Davidson. Appreciate that super chat. And Jack Nicholson also getting up a bit. Yeah. And McTime says after the stream, let's hang out. We can go to the overpass and throw rocks at cars. Fuck yeah. I like it. It was the creepy delight in being evil that I love the most. I agree with that, Spam. I really do. He was such a joy because you could tell no matter what he did, he loved his work. You know, he loved what he was, no matter what. He was bringing something to the story. The man was just a storyteller above all. And every story every good story needs a good villain, and he was more than happy to bring that villain and bring everything. If there are any Criminal Minds fans here, there are 2 episodes. There was two episodes of Criminal Minds that were where he was the villain in that, and he portrayed a serial killer that struck that's pretty much crisscrossed the nation, and he struck during blackouts. So he struck in the summer months when things got really, really hot, and when there were rolling blackouts, he took advantage of those blackouts to strike, and then the Criminal Minds team has to go after him. For all the moments of cheesiness that Criminal Minds could do, but Tim Curry was amazing in that episode, and his episode of Psych, where he played the Simon Cowell type character on the Singer show. He was brilliant in that. Him and Corbin Burnson had amazing chemistry working together. So Harrison Ford will never die. He'll just get in his plane and fly away. Get off my plane. And good to see you, PhD Tony. Thanks so much for hanging out. Says, yeah, in 2/3 of the endings, right? Yeah, he was brilliant in Clue. So yeah. Oh yeah, we must all form a protective circle around Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen. Don't forget Ian McKellen. Because Ian McKellen's getting up there.
Yeah, if I had to compare anybody else who was kind of like Tim Curry, especially with range and the propensity to really bring it with the villains, Alan Rickman.
Oh, Alan Rickman. I remember when Alan went. That was a crusher. I loved him in everything he did. I know obviously, like the quintessential villain in Die Hard. He was just brilliant, but there wasn't a thing that man didn't touch. I have a real soft spot for his performance in Love Actually, but he did a movie which is really fast. Which I came across it at random because it didn't get a lot of press, and there was this movie that Alan Rickman did with Anthony Mackie. And wait a sec. No, it wasn't Anthony Mackie. Hang on a sec. What the heck? What the heck was that? There was a no. Who was it? Was it Cuba Gooding Jr.? Was it Cuba Gooding Jr. movie? No, that was that. Okay, so they were both in The Butler, but yes. Okay, so he did a movie called Something the Lord Made. Which was a biographical drama. Oh, it was, sorry, I totally screwed it up. It was Alan Rickman in Most Def, if you can believe that. So Alan Rickman in Most Def, Most Def, who was the supporting character from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But Alan Rickman in Most Def did a movie called Something the Lord Made. Came out in 2004, and it's a biographical drama that was a dramatization of the relationship between heart surgery pioneers Alfred Blaylock and Vivian Thomas, and it's surprisingly effective movie, but only because Be Kind, Rewind. Him and Ford Prefect. Thank you, Sir Equinox 42. He was Ford Prefect in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. He was also with Jack Black in Be Kind, Rewind, which also was a cute little movie. Most Def was also in the 6th season of Dexter, and he was really good in that, working across to Michael C. Hall. But it was Most Def and Alan Rickman working together, who just two you would not expect, and they did a brilliant job. The only reason that movie is watchable is because of them. So I just came across it. I came across the trailer at random. I was like, what is this? I've never heard of this movie. And sure enough, there you go. Really good stuff. Oh, Alan Rickman. There's a talent.
For me, it's Dogma.
Dogma?
Hands fucking down. That movie was a masterpiece.
Tim Davidson, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says that movie is awesome. He gets the job by commenting while being a waiter. Awesome. Thank you so much, Tim Davidson. Appreciate that. Clive Wells says the movie Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is nowhere near as good as the TV series. Oh, I agree with that. Agree with that, Clive, totally. And Ugly German Truth says, nah, the reason any movie is watchable is physics. Thank you, Ugly German Truth. I do appreciate that. Noise ending. Good to see you. Has anyone mentioned David Lynch yet? Yeah, David Lynch passing away. That was a shame. Very influential filmmaker. He was very, very influential on me. I grew up watching Twin Peaks and loved his films from Eraserhead, Mulholland Drive, Blue Velvet. It really doesn't matter what he did. I loved everything he did. So my grasp of psychological horror in the scripts that I write is taken predominantly. Yeah, he was one of my big inspirations, along with John Carpenter's take on cosmic horror and David Cronenberg and a number of others who work in that field. And Lynch was incredibly influential on that. And the other one, and then other individuals like, Henenlotter and Ferrara, and I always dug the more gritty underground directors that really try to do something interesting and new. So, which he did. Tim Davidson for $2 says, I have a Buddy Christ. That's awesome. Those are hard to find nowadays. Thank you so much, Tim, for that super chat. Yeah, those are tough to find. I remember I used to have a Zippo. I used to have a Nails brand cigarettes Zippo. It was red. You used to be able to get it from the View Askew store, the online store. And I remember, yeah, there you go, Buddy Christ. Doesn't it pop? I mean, Buddy Christ. Of course, it's not the official name, just something we're kicking around the office. Oh, I love it. Get them while they're young. Kind of like the tobacco company. Oh Christ! If only we had their numbers.
Oh, and we got PhD Tony in the chat. Galaxy Quest.
Galaxy Quest.
The best Star Trek movie ever.
Was it by Grabthar's hammer?
By Grabthar's hammer. What a saving.
What a savings.
Yeah, another person who anything they touch becomes gold.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I go back and watch that. I go back and watch that. What an amazing cast in that film. I mean, just a stacked cast. So
apparently,
many people.
Tony Shalhoub was like completely blazed for that. So it's like,
amazing.
there's method acting, and like, dude's tweaking, man. And you know what? It sells.
It sells. Him and Missy Pyle. Missy Pyle was amazing in that too. And just everybody was great. Everybody was top notch in that movie. Sam Rockwell, he was great. Justin Long was great. Obviously, I've heard some things about Tim Allen behind the scenes that were not great. But at least he brought the performance. He sold it as the kind of like the characterization of all the negative stuff you hear about William Shatner, back in those days. And so he kind of brought that, which I dug. And so he sold it, but you surround someone like Tim Allen with the likes of Sigourney Weaver and Alan Rickman and the phenomenal talents all throughout that entire cast. Loved it. Loved the whole thing. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, Tim Allen was definitely embodying the classic SNL skit from Shatner.
Oh
it's just a TV show. Get over it.
Yeah, Sam Rockwell, and Sam Rockwell is a damn legend. And then Rainn Wilson, Enrico Colantoni, Daryl Mitchell was great. Everybody was just on. But Missy, I love Missy Pyle. That girl could do anything at all. She's amazing. I can't remember let's see, who was the cat who played, and Robin Sachs. So Robin Sachs played General Rothar in that, the big alien, freak, the big alien dude who was awesome in that. And people who, if people don't know who Robin Sachs is, Robin Sachs was in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. He played Ethan in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the enemy, the on again, off again enemy of Rupert Giles, of Anthony Stewart Head, who we also lost recently, which is a damn shame. Just Shatner's bassoon. Have a good night, Steve. Thanks so much for being here, bud. Do not ever watch Eraserhead and Blue Velvet back to back. Definitely watch Eraserhead and Blue Velvet back to back. Or just do a trilogy. Just do a 3-night. Just do a 3-film night and watch Eraserhead, Mulholland Drive, and Blue Velvet all in the same night, and then go to sleep. It'll be an amazing experience. Ronan LS Names here. Good to see you, Ronan LS Name. Says there was more overt drug references for Shalhoub, but the studio made them edit down to a PG. Agreed. Yeah, Tony. Yeah, Sam Rockwell is one of those people who seem to know how to pick films infallibly, except for Argyle. Yep, there's like very little that man can't do. I loved him in Moon. Thought he was amazing in that. Been watching him ever since, of course. And then what's his name? And then freaking Green Mile. Playing Wild Bill in Green Mile was hardcore. That he can do anything. He can do anything. And yes, Dolly was an unnamed producer on Buffy the Vampire Slayer because there was nothing that woman would not do to help out. So right now, as far as TikTok goes, so the update as far as that goes is we've got the OBS created. I've got OBS. We've got the things kind of set up there. I just need to put together the assets to make it look so it doesn't look like, cheap and I guess sophomoric. And so I want to at least try to make it look good. And so I'm putting together the assets so that we can put them in there and make it look solid. But we do have the ability to go live on TikTok. We do have that. I'm just, of course, I'm trying to figure out the best time in which I can do that. Satan's Little Helper, greetings. Good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. And Ralph Humphrey's got to go. Thanks so much for hanging out with us at the beginning. Appreciate that. Noise Ending, good to see you. So I watched 2 Lars von Trier movies in the same night. That was a bad idea. I didn't know anything about him, and the first movie was Melancholia, which is relatively tame, and the second was Antichrist, which is, yeah. So if you didn't know, oh yeah, Tony, he was amazing in Jojo Rabbit. Oh, Jojo Rabbit was a killer. That one got me. So Noise Ending, if you weren't aware, Antichrist, Melancholy, and Nymphomaniac are a part of a trilogy, a thematic trilogy, and they're called von Trier calls them his depression trilogy because all 3 films were written while he was, suffering from a very, very low period of because he suffers from chronic depression, and he was in a particularly low period, and that's when he wrote those films. Antichrist is the first one, and Melancholy is the second, and then Nymphomaniac is the third. You don't really need to watch Nymphomaniac. There's not really much going on. Nymphomaniac felt lazy to me. The story is interesting, but not the way Lars told it. So I don't consider it very necessary to watch. Plus he explores a lot of themes in Nymphomaniac and because it's a 2-parter. He explores a lot of themes that he already explored in Melancholy and Antichrist. So I find it kind of repetitive. So just but Antichrist and Melancholia, you saw both of them. Those are the 1-2 punch, And the fact that you watched Melancholia first is fascinating. I've not had the fortitude to watch Nymphomaniac, right? So, but yeah, you don't really need to. I mean, you could, but there's some good performances in it. Stellan Skarsgård is really good in it, and there's decent performances in it, but I just didn't get a lot out of it. It was just too much spectacle and not enough substance, whereas he did brilliantly with Antichrist and Melancholia. Those 2 films were brilliant. Clive Wells, jail's subservience to totalitarian ideology is why he's so susceptible to unsupported ideas like ghosts. You're killing me, Tony. Killing me. Canadian Ollieman, good to see you. Elbows up, good sir. Thanks so much for hanging out. Appreciate you being here. All right. Now, I've put some feelers out into the other Discord channels. See if anybody wants to come on stage. Hopefully, we will get somebody. And if you are new here or if you are a believer, we would love to have a chat with you. The link is pinned in the side chat. Feel free to click that. It'll take you right up on stage. We'll bring you up and we can have a chat if you're interested in talking about any of the topics that we have on the screen. So, any of those, if you disagree with any of those statements, feel free to come up on stage. Or if you have some evidence or an argument you want to present, we're happy to have a chat with you. So please do. Until then, there is something obviously, and Andrew, maybe you can help me out on this. There is a big topic going around right now that I've been uncertain about how to approach. And this is the situation. I don't even call it situation. It's the recent developments going on with Joe Schmidt. So I don't know if you know anything about it, Andrew.
I've heard something about that. Hold on. Oh wait, was he that philosopher who flipped?
Yeah, he was
Catholic. I think he went Catholic. Was it?
Yeah, he was. He grew up. He was raised in and grew up Catholic, and then by his these are his words. Then he became an atheist, and then he started really more identifying as an agnostic, and then went back to Catholicism. And it was this big thing.
He's about to publish with a couple of really big names, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
Is he on the cusp of like publishing like top tier peer reviewed paper at this point?
I have no idea. I don't know what it is. He did so Spam Goes there brings it. Brandon over at Mindshift did a response to it, which I did watch. Now, the thing about Schmidt is I wasn't aware of him. Like I didn't know who he was. And so when all of a sudden it hit my feed that he had gone back to Catholicism, the religion that he grew up with, and that I saw the opening of his video, and he's like, "God is real, Jesus is the Savior," like this, and I was kind of like, "Huh." It was odd because I went back after watching Brandon's video. I went back and looked at some of his stuff, and okay, you remember. I know you remember me talking about this. When you have that kind of gut intuition that something is not making sense, the puzzle pieces are not fitting together in some way, that it feels like there's information that you're missing. I've learned to recognize that feeling when I have it and to not dismiss it. But I've also taught myself to not assume what that information that I'm missing might be, but just recognize that there's something hinky here, and that's what I get off of watching that. And I was watching Brandon's, and then I went back and I did some checking myself, and Brandon nailed it on the head. We're talking about a guy who 1 month basically he dropped a scathing critique of miracle claims and how they epistemically wind up undercutting the credibility of the religion itself, which was a really, really smart read. I mean, it was really well done. The guy knows what he's talking about. And I was impressed. I was like, that's a really solid critique. I may have to remember that, as a like critique. It was way better than mine when I was critiquing Jim Bob's bullshit. I was kind of like, this was really, really good and very succinct. Well done. And then a month later, he's a Catholic, and he cites the number one thing that convinced him was miracles.
Yeah, that's the one piece of commentary I did see on it, because I haven't had naturally. I've been like out of commission for the last 3 days because reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the thing that I did see was the oddity that he went with Catholicism.
Well, the one that he was raised in.
Well, it's not just that. I can understand the idea of going to Christianity, but necessarily Catholicism, in terms of the encumbrances. Who comes with the most baggage, right? Like the ones who are nearly just mystics who love Jesus, down to the I don't know, down to the some sort of creation force, versus he went for the full package.
Right.
Now,
yeah.
If I had to draw a parallel, King Xerxes.
Oh.
Now, you see, he's another one who also went Catholic. Now, there's strong suspicions, of course, that he was in a rather manipulative relationship, I believe, with a girl at the time.
Uh,
And it's a question about whether his conversion was to appease certain other people. So never put it, beyond someone to have ulterior motives for the image that they put forward. Taking a look at Ayan Hirsi Ali, for instance, who became the miracle conversion story, who never actually speaks about Jesus.
right.
So when you're down to it, he may know enough to sound the part. I'm not sure what it takes to take a full conversion for a person who is that strong against the most, because Catholics tend to be the people who go for like the Shroud of Turin and a lot of the other, all of like the bleeding statue, miracle claims, all of the modern stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Catholics cling to that. So his strongest aversion, he went to the form that has the most belief in even the modern miracles. The miracle of Fatima.
Right.
I can't remember all the names of all of them, unfortunately. But Catholicism is like, you went whole hog. That's complete 180. And that makes it highly suspicious.
Right.
I'd be looking for ulterior motives.
See, that's what got me. When I was just, something wasn't jiving, and it's such an extreme take. Pete Tony says, why have we not seen Bob Joe since I told him he doesn't know what an axiom is? We may see him back. I hope we do get Bob Joe back. Those were decent. Those were decent conversations. So, and allegedly Fred says, I think of Alex O'Connor, also a student of philosophy, constantly saying he wishes Christianity was real. Does studying philosophy twist young minds? No, I think it's an emotional appeal is what it is. And that it's kind of like with Dawkins. There are certain personal positions that Richard Dawkins holds that align with Christianity from a social perspective, and that's why if there was one that was true, he would want it to be that, because he finds that's the one that most closely aligns with certain personal preferences he has. Alex, the way I understand it, is that he would kind of wish that the positive things about Christianity were true, but the negative stuff, for some reason, I've never really heard him address extensively. But I think he'd more want the positive side of that, while not the negative side of it. The other side is just, it's odd. And what's really hard to say is that because we don't know these individuals, like personally, we're not in their lives. It's hard to say what is not for the sake of the algorithm, for the sake of driving dollars, of driving views and clicks and impressions, and what's like legit sometimes, especially when they hedge their bets. I personally like Alex, and I think he does good work. I'm not a fan of how often he hedges his bets. Because it seems very often it seems way too often that he's hedging, except when somebody aggravates him, and then he still has a propensity to go off. But I don't like how often he's kind of like, he seems like really close to being on the fence, and which.
Are you familiar with a channel called Sound of Science?
I am not.
Okay. It's a YouTube channel. I'm not sure their exact size. They're pretty. The host, the speaker, as it were, is rather edgy, and they put out a video that basically labeled Alex as a threat for the fact of how much he platforms. He platforms without giving the pushback that he used to.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
To a really, it's almost like playing both sides, right? Like, he'll talk about the philosophical loose side. He'll give a quick swipe at it, much like almost softballing in a way. And it doesn't feel like there's like a lack of conviction in the tone because of it. It's like it's lacking the teeth that it used to have.
Right.
So Alex. Some are considering him problematic. He's still pretty big in my books. He could be more. It's much like Stephen Woodford, for instance, gold,
Oh yeah.
gold, absolute gold, and only getting more golden. Alex was is kind of a heavyweight. He was kind of like he's kind of like a good person to kind of fill Hitch's shoes in a way. He had some of the power in there. Now he didn't have quite the let's just say the almost dirty cockfighting style of rhetoric, like Hitch. It's the Hitch slap, right? When Hitch hit you, the whole audience felt it.
Oh,
everyone else winces when a Hitch slap lands. Like forget when the other party even acknowledging it's like, I feel hurt for you for what he just did to you. Alex could have been that. That's like the sadness of wasted potential, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hayden Walton says Alex is definitely platforming Christians, hardly critiquing them at all, and it's definitely for the money. I see that's why I see many Mogies. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And Ronello's name says that reminds me of the guy confronting Darth Dawkins with nothing but let's talk about Jesus. Indeed, he just can't get off the script. That was Pine Creek. That was Pine Creek Doug who did that. And Spam goes, says whenever a self-styled influencer suddenly does something that appeals to a large audience, doubt it. And I'm inclined to agree with that. The weird thing that struck me, and Paulogia called this out as well, is that Joe's channel was a little over 30,000. I think it was like a little over 30,000 subscribers, and then he dropped that news. And then if you simply look up Joe Schmid, like if you just Google that, and his channel is Majesty of Reason, he is now at 50,000 subscribers already. And so he jumped the video he dropped. I just converted to Catholicism. Here's my story. He dropped that 5 days ago. And so he's gone up coming up on 20,000 subscribers in less than a week. And then of course he's got his first big video just dropped. But if you go and you just go into YouTube and you just look up Joe Schmid, already he's on Capturing Christianity with Cameron Bertuzzi. He's got the Council of Trent. He's over on the Council of Trent. How one of my smartest critics returned to faith in God. The best ever cumulative case for God. That's his video. Popular YouTube skeptic becomes Catholic. Everybody is covering him. Joe Schmid converted and everyone lost their minds. Really haven't. Not really. So, and you're going to get a lot of this. You're going to get what they're going to jump up and down and scream that Joe Schmid converting to Catholicism or converting back to Catholicism is going to be some sort of like a mark in the win column, when it's not. Because when an atheist becomes a Hindu, that for them, that's not proof of Hinduism. When an atheist becomes a Buddhist, that's not proof of Buddhism. When an atheist becomes a Muslim, that is not proof of Islam. But when an atheist becomes, a Christian, that's proof of Christianity. It's just nonsense. But they're going to ride this train. Every single channel is going to ride this train. And then, of course, you've got Myth Vision podcast, which covered it. Says Joe Schmid became a Catholic. I can't believe this convinced him. And he's talking about the miracle claims. So already, subscriber base, or his subscribers have jumped. He's on every single major Catholic channel, doing an appearance, every single major Catholic channel, which is going to increase people's awareness of him, and his channel is going to blow up. It's extraordinarily strange, Obviously, there's money to be made there. And do I want to accuse him? And I will say this: I agree to an extent. I agree to a degree with Brandon's approach. I don't want to assume things about Joe's character going forward, but I cannot shake that how suspect it is. And it's not even about him going back to religion. He could have gone to Islam. He could have gone to Shintoism. I wouldn't give it. I don't even give a crap which one it is. But if this comes down to a matter of making money, and he happens to be most familiar with Catholicism, which is why he went with Catholicism, and we see direct extreme contradictions, like in the things that he said before, and then a month later, he's completely 180'd on those. That's very, very odd. It's an extreme take. It's kind of like, it reminds me, and Andrew, you brought it up, was King Xerxes. When Xerxes disappeared, because Xerxes was on Discord, staunch atheist, knew all the arguments, was really, really solid in what he presented. Then he disappeared for a while. When he came, it was like 4 months. When he came back, all of a sudden he was a trad calf. My last conversation with Xerxes was via message. I didn't actually talk to him. Was through messaging, because I was on my phone, and he told me that the reason that he was convinced was because of what he saw as the existence of malignant evil in the world. That's what convinced him. And he presented it with an argument. I guess this argument that that resulted in God existing is the only way that malignant evil could exist is because God exists. And what shocked me was I had heard him not 5 months earlier debunk that very argument. And so I began to bring things to him, like arguments that he himself had made, his own words, brought to him. And the only response he had was an appeal to emotion. Someone who had been so staunch and ready to point out, you could say he was kind of fallacy mongering in that respect, because he was a bit of a fallacy monger, pointing out where people's reasoning was irrational, and quick on it, quicker than I was. But when I point these things out to him, all of a sudden, it doesn't matter that, he was wrong, but never would have a defeater for any of this. It was kind of like, I think the worst one was, I just didn't understand, was like the worst excuse he gave me. And that was the last conversation I had with him before the stuff about the young girl that he was involved with came out. So no idea. It was just very, very odd. And I assume that there was some degree of, there was something personal, something extremely personal that went on in his life that elicited that change or facilitated that change in mentality, if he wasn't faking at all. The same thing with Joe. My gut would tell me, given Joe's background and given his previous videos, my gut instinct would be that Joe was doing a social experiment to see what would happen if he did this. That just, it seems like something that he would do, given his educational background. But if this is legit, then it makes you wonder as to how such an extreme about face occurred. I myself have not done a video. I don't plan on doing a video on this, but I figured it was the big thing to talk about, as far as, because Brandon was very generous in his approach. And I like him. I like him for how I like, yes, Hayden Walton. Oh, if you mean classy, I would say Brandon was very classy in how he approached Joe's story there. I myself am not so classy. I will simply point out that I find it difficult to believe. I personally am not buying it. I'm not. It's not that it's a legitimate, like you could say, like I would say, not that, I mean, sure, he could legitimately believe, but not for rational reasons. There's something going on behind the scenes that we are not aware of. That's what my gut tells me. That there is something something that went on in his personal life, or something that he witnessed, or something going on that's going to, that has facilitated this sudden appeal to emotion and appeal to authority and appeal to magic and mystery. So, Point Relative says, a social experiment, the value of the data. That is a 4D chess move. See, Point Relative, that is something that I would expect. I actually, given his content, his prior content, and how devoted he was to the educational aspect of this and understanding these things to that depth, that's something that I would expect. Like, if all of a sudden he came out, this was a social experiment, and now we're going to break this down. I was like, and how, all the Catholics have come out of the woodwork to just laud him and just raise him above their heads and be like, see, look, God is real. He knows that that's not it. As a matter of fact, if you go to, on his channel, he plans on releasing, this is what's killer. And Andrew, just so you're aware. Okay, so his latest post update was, huge update. My comprehensive case for Catholicism turned out to be 25 hours long, much longer than YouTube's limit. So good news, you're now getting 3 videos. Video 1, my philosophical case for theism. Video 2, my case for the miracles, especially Catholic vindicatory miracles. And video 3, critique of non-Catholic explanations of the miracles, plus responding to all the best objections to Catholicism, plus the existential side. And he dropped his first one, the best ever cumulative case for God. He dropped that about 9 hours ago. This fucker is over 7 hours long.
Well, I mean, I guess we're gonna have to see it in order to verify what the content is. Now,
Right. I mean,
I have a kind of social commentary factor for what it would mean if this is a social experiment. You know, if this is basically a waiting for the 180 gotcha, with him reverting back, I'm wondering the damage it does in terms of, well, with a channel like yours, which has bridged the divide. Meanwhile, if he'll do it mockingly, does that help the conversation?
right.
You know, it may feel like you've won some points in a gotcha, but you lose sincerity points for it. So
True.
I certainly hope. I'd almost hate for it to be that more than other things, to be fair. Like, I appreciate people being honest from where they're coming from, even if they're not necessarily stable with it. At least it's authentic, right? You know, so it means that you're able to hold a conversation. If he's acting it out, he'll devalidate the conversation value. That I find more concerning more than most things.
Oh, yeah, I would agree with that. Oat milk, good to see you. Got the money signs. Yeah, definitely. Like I said, I find it suspect. But here's the wild thing, and I'll tell you. Let me do this. And I don't. His initial video, like, I just converted to Catholicism. Here's my story, and this sucker is almost half an hour long. And I myself am not terribly in a mood to like review the entire thing. One sec. And by the way, I just want to say thank you all so much so far. Thank you all, everybody, for all the super chats that have come in. And of course, if there are any membership milestones out there, I'd love to see those for all you channel members. And of course, if you're a channel member here, please enjoy those emojis, those custom emojis in the channel badge. The more members we get, the more emojis we can unlock. And we are still, we're close to unlocking the Krakatonia emoji, which is the next one coming up. So we got the Krakatonia emoji coming up once we get enough channel members. If you'd like to support the channel by being a channel member, the link is in the description. It's 99 cents a month, and you get all the cool stuff that I make for you. And it's not likely that's ever going to change. I don't see a reason to change it. So like that. Thank you, Spam Goes Here, who's been a member of the Godless Army for 4 months. Thank you so much, Spam. I do appreciate that. You rock. A drunk theology with Jail Warren. I could never, to drink half a bottle of absinthe and review it. Oh, oof. That would be rough. I don't know if I could ever, do anything drunk. I'm a happy drunk. And so when I drink, I get happy, and I would just be too goofy. We'd never get through it at all. I'd never be able to stop laughing. So, and thank you so much, Luna Knights, who's a new member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Luna. Do appreciate that support. Enjoy all the custom emojis, and of course, the channel badge. The channel badge is modeled after the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're a channel member, the more your mind expands. Thank you so much, Luna. Host the Diva says, JL Warren and Sir Sick collab. I would love to collab with Sir Sick. Somebody asked me the other day in a comment if I would ever be collabing with Dark Knight. Or I think it was, I think it's, I can't remember the channel's name. Someone asked me in a comment if I would.
You said Dark. So there's like Dark Matter 2525, and there's Dark of All Trades.
Dark of All Trades. So,
yeah, I recommended him for viewing for you. About 2 weeks ago. Yeah,
somebody asked me if I'd ever be collabing with him, and I'd love to collab with anybody if they want to. All they'd have to do is ask. I don't like to impose myself upon anybody. But here's the kicker. Right here. Let me share this real quick. Go to the desktop. I just converted to Catholicism. Here's my story. Okay. Oh, thank you so much, Point Relative, who was gifted 5 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much. Thank you. Big W's for Point Relative in the chat. Welcome, Green Wizard, Weirdo Rock, Deconstructing Laura, Jessica Rabbit, and Tavo San Aubrey. Welcome to the Godless Army. Enjoy the custom emojis and, of course, the channel badge. You rock. So given Joe's background, this is what concerned me, and this is, I don't know if this is going to shock you how quick, how fast this takes place.
Big news. God exists.
That right there. That statement right there. So that's how fast. Brandon played this clip on his channel.
Big news. God exists.
That's problematic. And the kicker is, Joe is educated enough to understand why that statement is problematic. Because Joe understands what the logical entailments of that statement are. And because he's discussed them before. Just making that statement alone carries with it, I think carries with it more baggage than just the burden of proof. And so from a philosophical perspective, obviously you make a positive claim, you get the burden of proof that comes with that claim. But he understands why that's a problematic statement. And yet this is how he opens it up. And that right there was the first clue to me that something hinky is going on. But this is obviously going to, anybody who's a Catholic, anybody who's a believer, this is going to get their attention. Bam! Like the energy, right there, like the almost a crash zoom is right there in the God exists. And then
Christ is Lord.
That's going to get all their attention. That's going to get all the Christofascists hard, But and then the feigned humility right there, the feigned softness. But that's what struck me. That there is something unserious going on here, or that there's information that we're missing.
Yeah, I'm with Metalcore in the side chat. It is hard to believe that face. I hate to say, I see a comical blankness to it. When there's like an empty vessel, where it's just like that fake enthusiasm. It's just like you're just exuding it out.
Right.
This isn't like I've had a hard turn of reevaluation to do. This is all of a sudden, forget everything, right? Forget everything. Not I've been torturing myself, trying to reconcile X number of factors. None of that. There's none of the reconsideration you would expect from a sincere conversion. So either which picture was a lie, the before or the after? Because one of these looks like a serious lie. Because for as much as he was carrying on, as many had known him prior, how long had that been a lie? And this doesn't look, in as much as the blank face looks a little like a psychotic snap. Don't get me wrong. I hate to say I'm suspecting that worst case scenario of this being a ploy. Not just ulterior motive. I mean ploy. So I'm this looks like wait for the reversal. Wait for the social experiment you're suspecting.
See, I would grab something. I would grab something else of his. I would grab something else of his to take a look at to do a comparison. The problem is that the vast majority of the stuff is just enormously long. We're talking like hour and a half to 2 hours long. He does these enormous essays that cover a variety of different, he's got like a 2-hour video on the modal ontological argument. 2 hours and 45 minutes directly rebutting Trent Horn. So He's got like a 2-hour live or 2-hour like panel that he did, how William Lane Craig misrepresents science, directly calling out William Lane Craig. And then so like, but I can tell you this, just from looking at the thumbnails, he doesn't come off as animated just by looking at the clips. But that's just me just judging by his face. So Clive says, yeah, I hate 8-hour-long videos, live streams.
I would probably take anything he's collabed with. Yeah, take that and look at the demeanor of the conversation. You should be able to see it on an interplay, because it's one thing when you're doing a long form, but I just look at the interaction, like facial expressions, like how he'll emote into any given point. Within about 5 minutes, I'm betting you'll get a character assessment that should give you a baseline.
I'm looking at yeah, wow. Some of his older stuff, yeah, he looks like Tom Holland. Kind of odd. I don't know, but looking at this, Hayden Wall says, I've never thought Joe was a good thinker. It's interesting. I mean, he's a PhD. I believe he's a PhD candidate. So, but I mean, we've seen like how PhDs can drop the ball like extremely badly. Average Joe, good to see you. Says maybe he's doing a long con. It's possible. It's possible. I would if there was something like that, I would chalk it up to a social experiment. But
And he established the Catholic Church.
And here, like,
hold on, I got a topic question.
Uh-huh.
What's the exact scope of his PhD thesis?
That I'm not 100% sure on. I know it's in philosophy, but
yeah, I'm curious. I am highly curious on the exact point. If we want to look at the insincerity factor, I want to see what his dissertation is supposed to be centered around.
Let's see. Going to his website, it says, my name is Joe Schmidt, and I do philosophy. I'm a philosophy PhD candidate at Princeton University. I graduated the BA in philosophy from Purdue in 2022. On the scholarly level, I published articles in metaphysics and philosophy of religion. I've also authored the books Existential Inertia and Classical Theistic Proofs, The Majesty of Reason, A Short Guide to Critical Thinking in Philosophy. I create lecture videos and host discussions on my YouTube channel, Majesty of Reason, which are also in podcast form. I also run a blog by the same name. CV. Let's see. Philosophy PhD candidate at Princeton University, graduate like this, blah, blah. Primary research is metaphysics, philosophy of religion, and philosophy of mind. I focus in particular on persistence, infinity, and infinitary paradoxes, modality, arguments for and against God's existence, and psychophysical laws. So I'm not sure what, until he publishes, or until it's out there, I don't know what it will be, or if he even publishes his thesis. I don't know what it's, I mean, we'll have to find out.
Yeah, so. Well, I know he's working on a collaborative paper that's supposed to be becoming peer reviewed. Do we have a link on what that one is? That should have been referenced. So I've heard a mention of it, so I believe there's a searchable reference.
No, I'm not finding anything specific. Discussing classical theism, examining Thomistic and rationalist proofs. Let's see.
Yeah, basically, I'm looking for a thread to follow, if at all possible. I'm looking for any indication if there's like a topic overlap that could hit.
I mean, this dude dropped a paper called Symmetry Breakers for the Modal Ontological Argument. How do you get around that? Just like, how do you do that? I don't even see how the reasoning gets you there. Someone who was versed enough to publish a paper, to publish a paper titled Symmetry Breakers for the Modal Ontological Argument knows that there's no way around that. Like, how do you do that beyond an appeal to emotion or an appeal to consequence or, you know, an appeal to authority or an appeal to or an argument from magic and mystery? I mean, these are all the mistakes he knows he's making. He has to know that he's making these.
Yeah, like I said, there's a lack of gravitas with a sense of conversion, where it's like doing that with a straight. Well, I wouldn't even call it a straight face. It's almost mocking. It's almost like you're starstruck, and nothing changed. You went from the same guy a moment before, and now that it's just the words that are changing. It's not like anything changed in the person, as far as we can see. So, yeah, like I said, I was hoping that his dissertation or the paper that he's currently working on, separate from that, might give a tell as to whether or not this is just a part of the experiment.
Let's see. Sorry, I'm looking up something. Miracles has always been like, apparently he's been like his big thing. Going after miracle claims seems to be a common theme in a lot of his work. Let me see something real quick. There was this quote. There was this quote from him that Brandon over at Mindshift brought up, which was really, really succinct, which I thought was just that really good takedown. And it's just so odd. It's extraordinarily odd. So, I mean, this would make J-verse this a social experiment and data for an actual like novel thesis. This would be fascinating if this was for another paper. This was an experiment for another paper. I don't know what his controls would be, or if it's just like a social experiment to kind of like see what happens in kind of like the social media space and exposing, you know, the lack of criticality in many of the religious, because it's weird, because it's so weird. Non-believers are approaching this with are from what I've seen, the vast majority of non-believers approaching the subject are approaching it through a critical lens, saying this seems like a really, really extreme shift in ideology. So what is it that would generate such an extreme shift? Like, what can we compare it to? What are our priors telling us? And beyond a Damascus Road experience, like, what would this be? Now, maybe he thinks he had a Damascus Road experience. I don't know. My question would be, is if he thinks he did, why is he suddenly not being critical about it? But the flip side of that coin is that none of the Catholic groups, none of the believer groups or the believer platforms that are talking to him, none of them are being critical about it. None of them are saying, wow, this guy who has made amazing arguments, really, really strong arguments, and is really explosive and has the knowledge and know how to do so, all of a sudden flips. You would think that they would be more skeptical. And because that would be my take, that they would be inclined to be more skeptical regarding such an extreme shift. But they're not. They're just they want to take it for the win they perceive that it is, when it actually isn't. So
that's kind of like a lot of their operating procedures these days is every win is a win, even if it reverses on us, because people will see the videos of the conversion, they'll hear enough, and maybe they'll forget about when they convert back. It's kind of like when people say that you're dead to them now,
Yeah.
So if he flips back, they'll bury that, but they'll just show, like, look at all these people who converted, even if they, claim they were, faking it at one point in time. They'll take a momentary, like a bedside conversion.
Right.
So I just like I'm going through Google searches to see if there's what the lay of the land looks like as far as people suspecting this is some sort of ploy. I did see a video referenced, like an 8-minute one from Inspiring Philosophy. So I'm not expecting anything in depth, of course.
Right. Oh, now not with them. No.
I mean, yeah, certainly never quality with Michael Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, Scott Duke, good to see you. Says, do believers cogitate themselves? God exists, therefore the established results of science and logical reasoning must be wrong. Edgeo, did his brain literally capsize because he favored God? Sometimes. I can't speak to him. I don't have enough data. Ugly German Truths points out you are grasping for straws. Him falling for an emotional stressor is far more likely than this being some double-floored deceptive experiment. I can agree with you. Okay, trying to determine which is more likely, I think would be tough. I would say it's just as possible of an outcome as this being a double-floored deceptive experiment. I say both are equally possible, given his pretty impressive educational background. Only given his background. If this was just a rando on the internet who did not have his credentials, then yeah, I'd say likely it's just, it's somebody who fell for an emotional stressor. But this is a guy who has made a living, as of recent, out of pointing out such failings. So,
okay, quick statistical thing for you. So this might be a thing to clue on here. He did a 2-hour video with Trent Horn.
Yeah.
Now that I think would probably be the closest to telling. So we're going to find out either whether there's a sincerity attached or whether he's a really good liar. Because going to Trent, yeah, when we're talking about Catholics with some renown, that's kind of a name.
Well, Trent is dishonest as fuck.
Don't get me wrong. Now the question is would he be willing to platform it even if he had his suspicions?
That's true. I mean, if Trent is convinced that he is, he'd obviously want to platform him. So, don't know. It's hard to say. Like I said, there's a lot up in the air. Hayden Walton says it's the main character syndrome aspect of a manic episode. He was talking about this God thing, wanting him to be a saint, batshit crazy stuff, and agreed. Yeah, he did make the statement that he believes that God wants him to be a saint, that he's aiming for sainthood. Which, in order to be a saint, you have to part of that is you have to be martyred.
Yeah, I was thinking, the dying part.
Yeah, which is kind of extreme.
It's less than pleasant.
So, like I said, when we say it's an extreme shift, it is an extreme shift. So I guess I've got to pull that. We don't have anybody in the back yet. We don't have any believers up on stage yet. So I guess we can take a look.
I'm not kidding. I just converted to Catholicism. Well, actually, Joe, you're just a revert, so that's technically misleading. My dude, conversion is a change of heart and mind. And that just happened. For those of you who don't know me, shame on you. I'm Joe Schmid. I'm a PhD student in philosophy at Princeton University, and I've been an agnostic and public critic of theism and Catholicism for quite some time.
One of the things is he's been a staunch critic of Trent Horns for quite some time. Yeah, like a staunch critic.
But earlier this year, that all changed. So today I'm just going to share my personal journey.
And good to see you, Yagi-chan. Thanks so much for being here.
If you want my hours-long comprehensive case for Catholicism, stay tuned. That's coming very soon.
It's like fucking 7 hours long. I am not in the mood to pull a pang burn and go over this thing because the stream would never end.
Oh, and I also have some cool things later on in the video, so stay tuned. So, I grew up in a devout Catholic household. I went to private Catholic school from kindergarten through 12th grade. I frequented the sacraments. I prayed all the time. I was totally into Catholicism. Everything was like smooth sailing in my faith. In fact, I was like really devout until maybe around like 7th or 8th grade when I had the first wobble. So in 7th or 8th grade, my Catholic school taught us evolution. And thankfully, Catholics are totally down with science. So they're like, yeah, we can teach you guys evolution. I mean, there's like so much scientific evidence for it, and it's totally compatible with Catholicism. But it did cause me to start wondering, like, how do I mesh this with my commitments concerning Adam and Eve and Genesis? Like, how do I make sense of that? That bubble didn't last too long because I came across the work of people like Francis Collins and the BioLogos Institute defending theistic evolution. And I also started appreciating that, Genesis, although there are historical elements to it, its genre is something like mythopoetry with some, theological and historical aspects sprinkled in. And so I was like, okay, I can see accepting evolution together with what Catholicism teaches about Genesis and human origins.
Well, there's the kicker. And something that strikes me is, like, I went through the same thing as well. And addressing that, like looking at and trying to reconcile what we understand from the evidence and what the book says. I remember that early on when I was in my teens. But then it led to the next question: the nature of God and the nature of the book, and the nature of God, the nature of man, and the nature of the book itself. If God's nature is X and man's nature is Y, then the book's nature should be, if it is divinely inspired, should be exactly what the God wants it to be. One of the things I was not able to reconcile until I understood, which led me to embracing the idea that this book is most likely just, at the time when I was in my teens, is like, what if this book is just made up by humans? What if there is possibly a God entity and humans have the entire thing wrong? What is the possibility of that? It's entirely logically possible. It's like, human beings are just, we're like fallible creatures, and we don't have the brains, maybe we just can't conceptualize these things in our current state. And this was back when I was working through my deconstruction duty towards the very beginning. It's just one of the many questions that came up. Is like, why is there so much disparity in the interpretations of the Bible, to the extreme degree, from like Eastern Orthodoxy to Catholicism, all the way to the most backwoods Protestant group that you can imagine? Why does all this exist? Why is it all there? Well, and then the answer that they gave was because human beings are fallible and we interpret the Bible different ways. Like, this is like, well, but is there a specific way to interpret the Bible? One correct way that can be identified? And the answer to that was no. I was like, that seemed very odd to me. Is like, so if the book is divinely inspired, then it would stand to reason that the God would inspire it in a way that would not result, if the book is that important, if the book is so important, and we need to be able to interpret it correctly, we ought interpret it correctly in the way that God intends us to interpret it, then it would behoove God to inspire it in a way that it would be immune to misinterpretation. But that didn't happen. Okay? And for some reason, human fallibility or human sin or whatever influences the misinterpretations according to that worldview, influences the various misinterpretations of the text. So for some reason, our free will and our fallibility is somehow overrides God's intention, when obviously by definition it shouldn't. And you would think that in this one circumstance, when it comes to this one extraordinarily important book, that it would not be that way. So what's more likely? That a God, for some mysterious reason, divinely inspires a text that it knows is going to be misinterpreted ad nauseum, and never give a correction or even a mechanism to diverge or to divulge what exactly is the way it ought to be interpreted. You just have to rely on your faith of like how it kind of like tickles your insides. Okay? So, or it's like it's going to do that, or the Bible is just another book, like all the other books that Christians widely reject. And there's just human beings interpreting stuff and just making it up as they go along. That Christianity is itself a collection of myths and historical takes from the lens of the Jews and the Christians. And it's just no more, it's as much myth as any other holy book out there. There could still be a God that exists, but the Bible itself is just one more made up religion with this entity in mind. That's when I discovered concepts like the demiurge and classical deism and naturalistic theism and shit like that, where the possibility that the religions are all wrong, but there is still potentially a God entity. And this slowly led me towards the ideas of pantheism, panentheism, and various other things. but he doesn't. I don't, unless he addresses that here, like why he didn't go to the next logical question in trying to reconcile what the book says with the evidence we have on hand. Oh, well, it's reconcilable. It's like maybe these things are just myth. These things are just poetic takes. But then you have to go further. Is the big thing. And thank you, Coffee College, for becoming a member of the Godless Army. Enjoy the custom emojis and, of course, the channel badge. And good to see you, Plothole. Plothole's in the house. As Christianity is a stolen collection of myths. Got that. There are many that they ripped off. They definitely did. So.
But then, nearing the end of 9th grade, I really started reflecting further on the evolutionary process. And in particular, I reflected on the brutality of it. I mean, for hundreds of millions of years, animals were just like ripping each other to shreds and just suffering and languishing. And it was just so hard for me to mesh that with belief in an all-good, all-powerful, all-knowing God. This problem of evolution...
We've brought this up in the stream before, is an omnibenevolent or all-loving or all-good God it is logically possible for that God to make a world in which all organisms derive the energy they need to survive from the environment itself, like photosynthesis or chemosynthesis or something of that nature, and that predation amongst the biosphere is not something that is necessary. It's not the thing that has to exist. And so they'll often blame the existence of predation and suffering on like man's fallen nature, that when man fell, it cursed the earth, and that's why all this stuff exists like this. They'll make the argument that like lions and snakes stuff used to be vegetarian and used to eat plants, which is just that's how far many of them are willing to go. But none of that is necessary in that respect. Is like the continuing existence of these things, especially when now he's addressing the animals thing, because if man's fallen nature affects man, then it should be relegated to man and not to the rest of the entire planet. But of course, it had to curse the earth, and everything fell as a result of this, which is a weird setup that never sat right with me. So why is it that I can go onto Reddit and I could watch a video of a bunch of wolves, of a pack of wolves running off with a baby bison while the parents chase after it, desperately chase after, while the herd desperately chases after it? Why is it that these things exist, in this world that when they don't have to? So animal predation, I get that, but yeah, we brought that up on the stream a number of times.
Evolutionary animal suffering just like gnawed at me for quite some time. It really bothered me. And, one thing led to another, and soon enough I was just like voraciously consuming debates and content online concerning theism versus atheism and Christianity versus non-Christianity and whatnot, So I was just like watching William Lane Craig debates and watching the new atheists like Sam Harris and Richard Dawkins and Daniel Dennett, etc. Right, those dirty new atheists, right. That was a joke, okay? Calma. After some time, the problems for theism and...
Yeah, this performative shit is not, yeah. Take it easy, bro. He's going back to work. Cool. Are you back in town yet, or are you just working on other stuff? You working on stuff with the computer? So let me know. Just but good to see you pop in. Thank you so much, bud.
Christianity just kept mounting and mounting, and eventually I lost my faith. That happened sometime around 10th grade. I came to conclude that atheism is true, so God does not exist. And I also thought that naturalism is true. So, at bottom, the world is just fundamentally indifferent. There's no fundamental purpose. There's no fundamental mindedness. At bottom, as Richard Dawkins says, it's just blind, pitiless indifference. The natural world is all that there is. At the time, I thought that was just the best
I don't like the performative nature of this. How he's dropped his tone is like, oh, this is just so sad. Like, I don't like how he's framing this at all. This is nothing but an emotional. This to me, I'd almost call emotional manipulation. But I'm much more. I'm a bit harder on my critiques than a lot of people.
I'd back you on that, and the fact of him name dropping, the quote unquote new atheists that way. This feels like too big a nod.
Yeah. I'll plug that back in. Very indicating drama student being dramatic, right?
Explanation of the data. But then, in the summer before...
He gets so solemn. It's like, oh, just blind, pitiless indifference. Oh, I'm not impressed.
Before senior year, I stumbled across this YouTube channel called A World of Your Design, and I was just captivated. Like, I started watching these videos and I was like, whoa, these are like some new arguments for theism that I've never come across. And the host behind the channel was just like super loving, but also incredibly intellectually rigorous and sophisticated. So I binged watched all of his videos, and
what was the name of this one? This channel
says it's just blind, pitiless indifference. You know, the natural world is all that there is. At the time, I thought that that was just the best explanation of the data. But then, in the summer before senior year, I stumbled across this YouTube channel called A World of Your Design, and I was
world of worldview design. No. Did he say worldview design?
I think it was a world of blank design. There's a
world is all there is. At the time, I thought that that was just the best explanation of the data. But then, in the summer before senior year, I stumbled across this YouTube channel called A World of Your Design, and I was just captivated.
Okay, because the one that I found is Joshua Rasmussen. Worldview Design Official. The purpose of worldview design is to help you become powerful in your quest for truth about your biggest questions. Why is there anything? What does reason reveal about God? What is the basis for a reason of that's a problematic question right there. Number two, what is the basis of reason itself? What is the nature of a mind? Those are all good questions, except for that second one. What does reason reveal about God? That assumes that God exists for anything to be revealed about it. And that assumes that God exists and is defined in a particular way. So it assumes a very particular version of God exists in order for reason to reveal things about it. There's a lot of philosophical problems with that one question. He's got some short vids. I may have to take a look at this channel, see what he's got. Let's see if I'm looking at the right one.
Yeah, I'm betting you are. This guy. So I just looked up the channel creator. He's PhD and he's up in there. Notre Dame. He's got multiple accreditations. He covers big topics. So he's
like a new counting argument for why mind comes before matter. Really? Okay. Yeah, that we may take a look at that. So.
Yeah. So so Dr. Joshua Rasmussen.
Oh, okay.
He is extremely. He is very known, and he is is a PhD for philosophies with an expertise in analytic metaphysics. Which I'd love to know how that works personally.
Right.
Since you have to kind of assert metaphysic, I'm wondering how you get to be analytic on it.
Watching these videos, and I was like, whoa, these are like some new arguments for theism that I've never come across. And the host behind the channel was just like super loving, but also incredibly intellectually rigorous and sophisticated. So I binged watched all of his videos, and whoa, they just opened my eyes to this new world of like academic theist philosophy.
Good to see you, Rembrandt. Thanks so much for hanging out.
So the person behind the channel, as I came to discover, was Dr. Josh Rasmussen. He's a Christian philosopher. And at the time, he was publishing a book with Alexander Poots called Necessary Existence, defending all these new and interesting contingency arguments for God's existence. And he was just like popularizing and publicizing that cutting-edge work in his video.
Those are ultimately going to come down to appeals to emotion. That's what I mean, straight up. I know this, like, it's weird. That's what I find it's so common about a lot of it. About, like, when it comes to like Christian philosophers and like this, they will drop books. They will do like these huge, far-reaching arguments and these polysyllogistic presentations of how their God exists. And ultimately, you boil them down, you dig down to their cores, they come down to appeals. Like the most often is appeals to emotion. Is it comes down to that, because they do not like the idea of other logically possible conclusions being potentially being the case, and because they can't eliminate that possibility, they have to build as big a case as they can to make it as attractive as possible. Is the big issue. So, but even that, like, I could look at that book and the book that he just cited, like the title of it, Necessary Existence. Okay, that statement, that title, is deeply problematic if you understand philosophically what existence is. And so already just the title of the book, and Leo Phileas would probably jump on here and just eat that alive, because that right there shows that there is a degree of intellectual dishonesty going on here in order to try and push a particular narrative. And what's fucked up is that this is a PhD candidate. The dude who collabed on this is a PhD himself. They know that. Okay, unless of course they're simply throwing these things at these philosophical concepts out the window in order to push a particular narrative that they prefer over something like, methodological naturalism, which I haven't read this book, but I can tell you of the stuff that I have read, it's a common denominator, time and time and time again. So, which shocked me coming. Well, I don't know if it should shock me coming from philosophy PhDs. I don't know if it should or should. I mean, I honestly don't know.
Defending all these new and interesting contingency arguments for God's existence. And he was just like popularizing and publicizing that cutting edge work in his videos. And so, after I binge watched these videos, I was like, whoa, there's way more to theism than I'd thought.
Not really. There really isn't.
There are all these new and interesting arguments that seem really forceful to my mind. But hey, I still got some objections. So I reached out to this mysterious person whom I didn't know at the time. I was like, "Dear Dr. Rasmussen, I've recently been binge watching your videos, and I was like, I have some objections. Can you help me?" And so then we just had this extensive email correspondence going all throughout my senior year. And eventually I was like, yeah, there just is a lot more going for theism than I thought.
Andrew, you getting appeal to emotion vibes that I'm getting?
I'm getting nothing just yet.
Okay.
This still feels like, in as much as no, I'm getting nothing of value off this just yet.
Maybe I'm just reading his demeanor. I'm just picking up on the tone, on how his demeanor and his tone is changing as he's getting closer and closer to his points. That may be it. That may be what's pointing out to me. Prince Vegeta, thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Let's talk about pizza. Metalcore Kick says, give homemade pizza a try. Be sure to use whole wheat dough. My wife a few weeks ago made cafeteria pizza, the lunchroom pizza that we used to eat back in like junior high and high school. So she found the recipe for it, like an old recipe for it from back from like the early 90s, was it late 80s, early 90s? Classic rectangle pizza. Oh yeah, dude, I took one bite of that. Memories just came flooding back. It was wild, crazy, just stuff that I had not thought about in forever. Took one bite of that pizza, memories. So crazy. I imagine similar to like when people smell something, because I have no sense of smell, so it takes really intense taste or really specific taste in order to bring back memories like that. So like scent, like people have scent memory. I don't have that. So, but you could say I have taste memory in that respect. Memories, coming flooding back from junior high and high school. It was wild. The memories, the horrors. Who wants lunchroom pizza? Hey, I liked it. I enjoyed it. It was like one of the few lunchroom days that I really enjoyed.
Hey, nostalgia isn't what it used to be.
Ugly German Truth says, "Huh? One bite of pizza gave you a full dose of Andrew Lloyd Webber." That's so true.
Well, let's just say the mushrooms were soft and the dragons were even softer.
Hey, Cindy Johnson, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here.
And also, just being introduced by a professional philosopher who knew a lot more than me, who was just like utterly mogging me intellectually.
Oh, yeah, fucking glazing on somebody else's time.
Just revealed to me that I think I'd prematurely judged the question of whether God exists.
You prematurely did something.
And so as a result of coming across these new arguments and dialoguing with Josh, I was like, okay, I can no longer maintain my confident naturalism. I think I should suspend judgment on the question of whether God exists. So I should neither believe that God exists nor disbelieve. And, the evidence
So this is when he transitioned to being an agnostic,
At the time, just
which is weird because he knows huh?
Yeah, I want to timestamp that when he actually flagged himself as agnostic.
Let me see it real quick.
seemed to me maybe roughly counterbalanced. Maybe it's difficult to tell which way the evidence points. But as a result of all this, I became a kind of settled agnostic, maybe somewhere around the end of 12th grade. And that's the...
So it's like 525 is when he... So it was his interactions with with Rasmussen.
Oh, sorry, I meant that literally. I want to know literally on a timeline when he did that, not in the video.
Oh, and when he was...
I want to verify how things line up.
So when he was in 12th grade. So a senior in high school. When he was a senior in high school is when he settled on agnosticism.
state of agnosticism kind of just like stably persisted all the way up until grad school. But somewhere around the end of my first year of grad school, or maybe the beginning of my second year in grad school, things started to change a bit. I started coming across these like new and interesting arguments for theism that like seemed to me pretty forceful. And I also started losing some objections that I previously had to theistic arguments that I thought failed. So over the course of my first...
Yeah, I did find a comment on Cosmic Skeptics subreddit.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently, Joe revealed on Pines of Aquinas that he has been converted to Catholicism since February 7th. So that would be the one with porn.
Right.
Now that means that when he made that video with Alex O'Connor mocking some atheist slogans, he was actually a Catholic posturing as a strict agnostic. So this gives you a timeline of at least people he will have been faking it with.
Huh.
Yeah. This is time to start profiling.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, one or two...
Brandon had the right idea when he was looking at the timeline. He immediately went to the timeline to try and get a sense of what was going on, and Brandon had the right idea there. It's like this may come out in the wash, as far as like who he's talking to, when he talked to them, what he espoused, and when he espoused it. So that might become really, really important, just to try and understand what's behind it, as far as like such a radical shift.
Years in grad school.
That was Brandon. That's a Mind Shift, was it?
Mind Shift, yeah. It was his most recent video. Dropped today. I think it dropped today or yesterday. I think it was today.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'm glad that we think a little alike. Yeah.
Yeah, Sir Equinox brings it up. It's like if he fell for the sophistry of Christian apologists, he was insufficiently skeptical. I'd agree with that. Yeah.
I started leaning towards theism. I started seeing theism, the view that the fundamental nature of reality is just like pure, limitless perfection. There's this perfect being at the foundation.
How phenomenally subjective of you. Like, what the shit, man? That is so uncritical. Almost to the point of being non-serious.
Reality with every perfection to an unlimited extent. I started seeing this view as a...
Keep in mind that if you do happen to watch this review of your content, Joe, I doubt that you will, because your channel is way larger than mine. You're about to pop off, and I know you have a lot of Catholic appearances and other platforms you have to make. You ever see this? Yeah. This is not going to be as kid-gloved as Brandon's was, okay? What you just said there was profoundly unserious, profoundly uncritical. And so it's suspect, Chief. Suspect.
A relatively simple,
Captain Butt, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out.
Coherent, non-arbitrary, elegant hypothesis. And not just that, but a hypothesis that offers a unifying explanation of a vast and diverse array of otherwise highly striking data.
No, if it's an explanation, then it provides the mechanistic relationship between the cause and the effect. If there is no breakdown of the mechanistic explanation between those two things, then it's just an assertion. If you cannot explain how the god did a thing, and you simply say that, you simply make the assertion that the god is the thing that did it, and you simply say, well, the god is powerful enough to do it, and it just did it, that is not an explanation. That is an assertion. You would know this, Joe. This would be trivially true.
That other hypotheses either have to explain piecemeal, or do a very poor job at explaining, or have to take us through facts.
Or it would not be emotionally satisfactory to you for some reason. For some reason, you suddenly found it to be like less emotionally satisfactory. So you went with the one that was more emotionally satisfactory, which is, I mean, it's fine if that's what you did, but that's not critical by any stretch of the imagination.
And so, like, this kind of meta argument for theism that, like, on the one hand, it seems to be a relatively simple, elegant, coherent, non-arbitrary hypothesis, and on the other hand, it provides this, like, wonderfully unifying explanation of a vast and diverse array of pretty, like, strikingly fortunate data.
That strikes me as an appeal to utility. That's just a basic appeal to you. You like it better. You prefer that. That's an appeal to emotion. Or you can say, like, to a degree, depending upon what we're talking about within the set of things that you find utility of, it could be an appeal to consequences, appeal to emotion generally, appeal to utility. You find it just makes you feel better, you know, about things in the world, about the state of the world. That's on you, okay? And it's not evidence. So very, very weird that you would suddenly fall for this Reddit tier. I hate to throw it down there, but Reddit tier apologetics, you know, this like dime store pop philosophy, you know, apologetic or pop philosophical apologetics. It's really, really strange that someone like him would fall for this without something really extreme having happened in the background.
I started leaning towards theism. And what data are we talking about? Well, there's too much to explain, and I explain it all in significant depth in my comprehensive case for Catholicism that's coming out very, very soon, so stay tuned. Stay finely tuned. I mean, come on, that was a good one.
No, it wasn't.
But just to give you a glimpse into some of the data that really started pulling on me, I mean, I already had in the background, like, a decently high confidence that there's some kind of necessary foundation to reality. So some kind of ultimate reality that could not have failed to exist.
Or it's just the reality itself. Because we have access to the reality, we wouldn't be begging the question of the existence of a thing we can't demonstrate access to. These are the mistakes that people who are just starting out make.
Actually, I wouldn't even necessarily go there. Right now, it's a vapid statement.
Right, yeah, it's like I said, this is early. This is like early mistakes.
Oh, no, not early mistake. He didn't make the next step to God. Like the idea of a necessary existence, that's fine.
Well, we know he's going to wind up at the conclusion.
That's where I want to see his phrasing.
Okay. Let's see what he's...
I want to see if he attempts to land it.
Right.
Or if he's going to leave the empty framework for everyone else to fill it in with their own imagination.
What's up, Jay?
Wow, that was quick.
Are you here for the dog pile?
I don't even know who this guy looks familiar. So
it's Joe Schmid.
I've seen this guy's face only on thumbnails primarily. I may have seen with no real recollection of content, maybe one or two videos.
That might be my.
Joe Schmid was a very vocal agnostic, who recently, like within the past couple of days, like made a big to do of him converting to Catholicism. Well, converting back to Catholicism because he was raised a Catholic. He became his story. This is him giving his story, and ostensibly, I think what convinced him. But he was born into and raised Catholic. He fell out, he lapsed and became an atheist. Then he became an agnostic after discovering Rasmussen's work on Rasmussen's videos on YouTube, and then encountered some other stuff, and it slowly has crept back into theism, and this is where he's going with that. Now we're waiting to see how he lands the plane on a certain idea.
Yeah.
And I at least lean toward that view on the basis of the various contingency arguments that I mentioned earlier on from Alexander Proust and Josh Rasmussen and various other philosophers like Rob Koons, etc. So I already had that in the background, and then the question was, well, you know, what is this being? Well, maybe let's examine the character.
Why does it have to be a being? Like, how did he get to that?
Well, at this point, you're examining you're not. It doesn't seem that you're really examining anything concrete. You're just examining a concept.
Right. It's like, well, I don't know how he jumped to it being to jump to like the existence of a being that would undergird these things. Like that seems very weird, very uncritical.
Did he forget about the concept? You know, the concept or what do they call it? The concept object distinction thing, because that's like being's not the term being normally goes to an object, but either way, that's funny to me.
Well, I mean, yeah, he's going along the lines that like existence is necessary, which is weird. It's just a weird statement in and of itself. Azo64, thank you so much for being a member of the Godless Army for 45 months. Thank you, Azo. You rock. Appreciate that support.
He's trying to say existence is necessary. What?
He's going. I'm pretty sure he's going along those lines. So.
Well, there's a crossover point though, because see, by trying to put that necessary existence factor there at the same time as Alexander Proust's contingency argument, its foundation is on the PSR.
Fucking hell!
I know. Now, see, that runs like a certain level of diametric opposition. So
PSR can be used for just about any position.
For anything.
Well, I mean, it's kind of a what was that? Composition division kind of fallacy.
Yeah.
To get down to it. So mentioning these like conflicting sources in terms of their philosophy, it feels like a grab bag. That's what this feels like. This feels like a really shitty Halloween grab bag.
Ooh, happy belated birthday to BV. Get up there. Another year down. Weirdo Rock Hyrex Evan, PSR, the principle of sufficient reason, which is largely disregarded by philosophers in general. The principles are let me see if I can give it to you. The principle of sufficient reason states that everything must have a reason, cause, or ground for why it is the way it is and not otherwise. My biggest issue is the core. What I was going to say, core ideas of the PSR is that brute facts don't exist. The principle claims that there's no unexplained facts or uncaused events in reality. If something exists or is true, an explanation exists for it, even if humans do not know it. And then you could reference someone like Leibniz, who coined the principle. He's the one who coined the principle. Though it was Spinoza, also kind of like, Spinoza and I think Anaximander as well, also kind of hinted at these things. There are some key implications to the PSR. A cause makes something happen, while a sufficient reason provides a complete account or logical ground for why it obtains. And philosophers use that principle to ask why the universe exists at all instead of nothing, often tracing the ultimate reason to a metaphysical ground or what apologists would call God. And so but there's a reason why it's rejected. And if I could bring this up in my paper to make sure that I quote this correctly. Let me search for this. And oftentimes, why people reject the PSR in that respect, because of modal collapse, the evidence from quantum mechanics, and infinite regress in that, because a lot of people say that trying to explain the reason for everything leads to an endless chain of explanations, which is where you get the concept of like, if a god did it, then what did the god, what did the god, what did the god, what did the god? And then they arbitrarily just like cut off that chain by saying, well, the god is what is necessary in that respect. So they just like, and that's just special pleading. So
yeah, but because I think I've seen some Christians that have tried to use PSR, and then they go, well, God is a necessary being, and then that's the sufficient reason, right? Or and then
yeah,
go,
like,
well, what's the
explanation?
Nature. Yeah, and then you go, well, what's the explanation of God? And then they go, it's too much for you to understand. And I'm like, okay.
or you drill them down to it, and it's like, well, like humans can't know it. Like it's just an appeal to magic and mystery. Like we're not designed to know. We're not meant to know it. Is like it really falls apart. The modal collapse I find the most interesting. It was Peter Van Inwagen, I think is how you pronounce his last name, who argue that if the PSR is true, then there are no contingent facts. If every fact has a sufficient explanation, then the explanation itself must be necessary, which cascades downward and implies that everything that happens by absolute logical necessity, which eliminates free will and chance. So
I have no problem with hard determinism. And
I don't have a problem with hard determinism either. I don't.
Yeah, because
don't threaten me with a good time.
Well, it's if I'm remembering correctly, that's necessitarianism, which is the hardest form of hard determinism.
Bingo.
So
everything is absolute. Everything is absolute, and it must necessarily be the case.
Yeah. Now keep in mind, in true manner of my mereological nihilism, now I see determinism and the methodology I have.
Here he goes.
My views of identity. The entire idea of like their desire to try to compartmentalize cause and effect into causality the way they do, and the credit they give to those. When we see sufficient reason, reason has boundaries attached to it. So if we're looking at like a debatably limitless series of interactions, sufficient reason likes to compartmentalize certain interactions, right? Like, why did this happen? Oh, because that did this, that did that. And that's good enough. That's like saying, good enough for Newtonian physics, right?
Right.
Okay, good enough for planet Earth, okay? The thing hit the tree, the branch fell, blah, 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 blah. That's nice. It's good enough for us to use practical models with, right? Because we have to understand that there's like a functional scope. Now, sufficient reason, there's going to be a question on granularity attached to that. That's where identity is really going to come into play because, in order to call things causes and reasons, you have to quantify things. And shit is going to break at that point. With my worldview, that's all dead. That's a dead duck. Like, you want to quantify cause? Show me a cause.
Well, that's because just because you're a God hater, Andrew.
I'm also an agnostic.
Yeah,
the fuck is God? I know. Like I said, identity is the core thing. I think for where I'm coming from, it's the mere fact of identity. So PSR dissolves instantly.
Yeah. Good to see you, Tony Regime. Thank you so much for the obligatory alternative energy. I do appreciate that. Joker's Wild, good to see you. Appreciate you hanging out. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. And okay, yeah, we're good to go there. And one thing that I mean, obviously the necessitarianism is and it goes even further than that. Like, I mean, this is just kind of like an offshoot because it just suddenly occurred to me when you take into account something like Tarski's undefinability theorem, which is a proven theorem in mathematics, is like, and then if you go down the road of the PSR, when you have something like you hold a position like the PSR, hold to the PSR, and then you're faced with something like Tarski's undefinability theorem, that becomes extraordinarily problematic because that opens up the door to necessary. That there necessarily is information that becomes inaccessible by the formal languages that we use to derive information. That the system is built in a way to deliberately hide information from us, which not only attacks if you could attack the notion of God's omniscience that way, or if you don't, and the system is deliberately designed to be deceptive in a way or to withhold information from us because it's made that way, then God becomes deceptive or at least obfuscative, which eliminates the all good, all loving, omnibenevolent proposition. So necessity, like going, it's not just the modal. The modal collapse is fucking systemic. It falls apart with the free will and the possibility of chance, and then extends outward to the very attributes of God, which begin to collapse under that framework. This is what's fucked up. I am not a philosophy PhD. Andrew is not a philosophy PhD. Jay Patrick is not a philosophy PhD.
Oh, hell no.
I think the closest we'd get to a philosophy PhD getting on, like coming up on the stage would be Leo Filius, would be the closest we have here. And he's not, and he doesn't have those credentials. And even we understand these things. This kid is a PhD candidate in philosophy, philosophy of mind. Okay. He understands this shit that we are going over this. Like he already knows this stuff.
Okay, now I had like a litany of questions, but if I start to sound a little weird, let me know. I've had the worst case of insomnia for the past like week now. So
You're not making soap, are you?
no, no, I went off the sauce cold turkey again, and
Ooh,
yeah, it's and then I started working out a little bit more heavily. Yeah, it's kicking my ass.
damn. Get after it, man. Get after your health.
Of its effect. And when we look at the character of its effect, it's just like utterly saturated with like extremely fortunate coincidences that had to like happen just right for basically anything interesting or valuable to occur in the world.
PhD Tony will bring up like how he calculated the probability of those chances. Like what was his what mathematical what probability functions did he employ to say that these these things are coincidental in that respect? Like
Yeah, but I didn't know if he was talking about the origin of the being in and of itself, or the being's nature in relation to its creation. What is he talking about?
No, he just brought up two really bad value statements there between interesting and valuable. Now I see those are value judgments, and that's going to really fuck these waters up. That was a bad move. I got to tell you, I am buying this less by the second.
Less by the second, you're right. Hayden Walton says, remember, Dr. Derek is a philosophy PhD as well. So Dr. Dork is also a philosophy PhD. So we see how bad off they can get. And Corliss Mage is going to England for 8 days tomorrow. Cheerio, mate.
Yeah, but I'd be willing to leave Dr. Derek as being consistently broken.
Oh,
hairpin turn. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Dork has been broken from the beginning.
This guy seems very excited about this. I mean, it's like, did he like mainline some coke before he did this stream?
I don't want to go down the route of like Andrew Wilson insulting someone for their energy, because that's what Andrew Wilson does, especially when he's talking to people like Kayla, when not so erudite, when he's just like, what are you like sniffing Adderall and shit? Is like, dude.
The first thing that comes to mind with this is when, Deadpool takes the bag of cocaine, stuffs it under his mask, and hits himself, and it just
yeah, actually, when we're done with our little tweaker over here, I have some extra words with regards to Kyla. There's a special one on an episode involving Trent Horn. I got comments to make later.
Oh, dude, for not so erudite?
Yeah.
Oh, she's I'm on the fence when it comes to some of her positions sometimes.
But I'll say Kayla brings the receipts. I give her props for that.
Yeah, I'll give her props when she deserves it, and then other times it's like,
well,
okay,
actually, tell you what, as short as it is, just also to ensure that I don't forget about it. She was on one of the whatever podcasts by whoever that host is. I have no idea who.
So that's Andrew Wilson.
No, he's just a recurring guest as far as I'm aware.
His is the Crucible. That's right, his is the Crucible. Yeah.
Yeah. So Andrew Wilson, they're often put on like in the roles of Snake and Mongoose. Kind of like those Japanese game shows where they toss two predators into an aquarium.
True. Yeah.
Watch them duke it out.
Hey, Andrew, take the reins really quick. I'm going to be right back.
Oh, okay. Well, then I got to save it for your return.
Yeah. Vamp again. You can get Jay caught up. I just need to run to the little atheist room real quick.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we're gonna let Joe go on here, but like I said, some of these like that blank face, not great acting. I'm betting.
Are you? So are you thinking this is just for show? This isn't.
There is a show being put on. Now, the question is of whether there's any sincerity behind it.
Yeah, you're questioning the intellectual honesty, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, this is one of those getting worse by the moments. So actually, I'm going to let this roll for a few more seconds here just to see what he wants to go into. So far, he went vacuous with that necessary existence factor.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out where he was going with that.
Let's see if he drops anything, because so far I'm wondering if he's just trying to leave enough loose doors open to appease a certain crowd. So let's see if he actually drops anything of substance with that.
So it's striking to begin with that there are any laws of physics at all. But let's suppose there are. Even then, it's pretty surprising that those laws of physics have constants that even have life-permitting ranges to begin with.
Pause.
Yeah.
Is he referring to laws as something prescriptive or as something descriptive?
Yeah, I'd say that could be agnostic on that one. Basically, it's just like we're in the why anything argument, which is technically
because
I think Rasmussen kind of covered that, since that's one of his new idols apparently. Rasmussen had a book with regards to the idea of why anything, and then he's talking about like the wonder of why is life even possible, yada yada yada.
Sure, but
but
because the way he said that if physics has any laws to it, which is weird because that seems that based on his language he would be basically saying that there's like a set of instructions to physics. Is how I was taking that.
Well, I took that as just being consistency, as having a consistency, a way that it is, like the regularity of nature itself.
Sure, but that's what I'm wondering because he's already kind of, okay.
Yeah. So how did we get from that to the idea that we could even have what we've got? But then again, at that point, we're running into a quantity one problem. You don't have a probability matrix. You have at best an appeal to emotion for the fact of feeling special. Yippee-ki-yay, you're alive. You're not special. Cope. So yeah, we're still in vacuous land, everybody. That's fine. I don't expect anything from this right now, to tell you the truth.
I mean, after all, we can imagine hordes of different laws, many of which are much simpler than laws that we actually have, which would preclude basically anything interesting or valuable happening, basically.
There we go with the value statements again I was referring to. Interesting or valuable. Yeah.
This Jessica wrote, why should we assume that nature ought to be pure chaos if left unguided by a higher mind? Which is interesting because she reminds me of a time when, who was it? Danny from Phil Talk. He actually went to Frank Turk was speaking at, I think, at the college that he goes to or whatever, and he actually asked something similar to this because Frank Turk was basically of the position that without God, without his basically his hand on the switch, or he takes his hand off the lever, the whole thing just goes to helter skelter. And then Danny asked him, is that by design? He had a hard time. He had a hard time with that one. He goes, "Wait a minute, what?" And he goes, "Well, if it's designed in a particular way, and it's designed in the sense that if God isn't around to keep it in check, is that chaotic state also by design?" And you could just see, like Frank, you could like put that little hourglass up.
It's a question about whether design requires reinforcement or not.
Yeah.
Does it actually maintain separate ontology, or is it merely an expression of? Now that's where you run into like I think panentheist kind of leanings, like where all of our reality is God's liver. But he didn't actually go there. He hasn't gone there yet. So the idea of chaos, he just went down to the idea if things were more simplistic, we wouldn't have what we have now. That's about as meaningful a statement as if things were different, they'd be different. Thanks for nothing. Mm-hmm. So far we're perfectly vacuous, but I'm wondering if he's going to give like that 8-hour series of installments of circle jerk accordingly. So let's see the next few seconds here.
Like, it is a law that there's a single particle which just like vibes for all of eternity. You're not going to get anything interesting or particularly valuable in such a world.
Look at the value statements over and over again. Thanks. Yeah.
We didn't get a world like that. Instead, the law structures that we have are at least compatible with life. And not only that...
No fucking shit, Sherlock.
Okay. Whatever.
No shit, Sherlock. We're here. Thanks for sharing.
Why do I feel as though he's putting a cart before the horse? But anyway.
Now you see why I'm looking at the sincerity factor. Is it a personal incredulity when I just can't fucking buy it? Or is there some legitimacy to my critique? I don't know. Am I a fallacy now? Let's see.
Yes.
These law structures, the form of these laws, they contain certain constants or fixed values. And those fixed values need to fall within exceedingly narrow ranges in order for life or basically anything interesting to develop. So like we sort of...
Yep. More of the same. All the same.
Hit the complete cosmic jackpot there. And then even
Once again, assuming what the actual outcome is supposed to be. Yep. We're covering no ground. This is every bog standard theist failed attempt at an argument for design. No.
And then we weren't done. In addition to that, the laws of nature actually match the contents of the universe so as to result in temporal evolution. And then even when you get temporal evolution, it's surprising that conscious subjects evolve, because we can imagine a world which is physically just like ours, but where consciousness doesn't exist. And so it's actually quite striking that consciousness exists. And not only does consciousness exist, but it's paired very fortuitously with the physical world. Our mental lives are strikingly orderly and coherent and intelligible and rational, given our physical states, functioning, and behavior. And if you think about like the
he's presupposing quite a bit there.
Yeah, and as much as how much of existence is not like here, and
The Joker's
fortuitous goes down the same is dangerously close to using words like statistics attached to it, like probability, which you have no basis for. So yeah, this is every theist argument. The weakest.
feel better?
JL?
Yes, I do actually.
So
Yes, I do.
So TLDR, we're continuing down the path of. I'm not sure if you were able to hear that while you're on the.
No, I have to step out of my office. My headphones are wired, so.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later. So we went through another minute or so worth of Joe over here, who went down the most bog standard teleological type.
Yeah, you can take it back. We haven't gotten very far since you were gone. Not even a minute.
No. It'll just all the time. That's why TLDR, because otherwise, I don't want to pat out the street for nothing on there. But basically, he went with the most bog standard stuff of the improbability of having a universe capable of producing something valuable and interesting. And we heard those words. We've now heard that in one video at least 4, if not 5 times minimum.
Okay.
Minimum. So the weakest, most useless arguments possible. So
I like this. I like what Cord Lizard Mage says. Don't know if it's been said yet, but this wacko looks like a grown-up Dexter from Dexter's Laboratory.
Yeah. Do not push the button. You have no idea what it does.
Yeah.
He strikes me. He kind of reminds me of as if like a Nega universe version of Tom Holland. If Tom Holland had gone another way.
If Tom Holland would have stayed on alcohol and gone to philosophy instead of acting.
Mystique, Tina Jones, good to see you, Tina. It's been forever. Long time no see. I'm glad to see you pop in. Been a member of the Godless Army for 55 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate that support.
Hold on. I've got a new caricature. Hold on. Got to do it. I got to do it. Because I can resist anything. It's temptation.
Tony Regime, good to see you. Says, looks like Dexter moves around like Max Headroom.
If he talked like Max Headroom, I would be gone.
Teleology.
Don't do it. Don't. God, I hated that show.
Dude, Matt Frewer is the man, the original Max Headroom.
Yep.
There we are, folks.
Syndrome.
Yeah.
As voiced by Jason Lee.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm expecting this video here we're watching. This is going to be the most vapid, useless trash. I'm ready to call it. Now,
And Tekken fan, good to see you.
We're gonna by the God that he believes in. We're gonna finish. We're gonna finish.
How long is this video? Because this could take
As
a while.
long as it takes. We're about a third. We're about a third of the way in. It's not that long. Yeah,
But this is him. This is essentially him coming, telling his audience, how he came to the conclusion that there's a God.
It says it's his story is what it is.
Okay.
On his channel, the video, he has another vid. He dropped a big one I guess today, 10 hours ago, called "The Best Ever Cumulative Case for God," and it's like 7 hours long.
Yeah. So, yeah, this one here is the most vapid version I can imagine. But we're going to pause this here just so I can pick up where we left off, because I want to make sure not to lose my thought there. For good old Kyla.
Wait, Tim Curry passed away too?
Yeah, Tim Curry passed away.
Ah, son of a bitch.
Tim Curry and Dolly Parton on the same day.
Wow. I always.
Sorry,
No, I know I hate-
Jessica Transmetal Alchemist. Good to see you, Jessica. Thanks so much for hanging out.
Yeah. So right where I was basically, it was her and Trent Horn on the Whatever podcast with the host. Now, this is one of those gold moments where, in as much as Trent is very similar to John Lennox in terms of being like the soft person to say the horrifying thing with a gentle voice. But the highlight for me of that particular interaction was right near the end, though, where the host of the Whatever podcast decided to read off super chats and whatnot.
Oh yeah, I saw that clip. Yeah,
which are the equivalent of mean tweets. Now, there's a moment that stuck with me because you understand my propensity for attention to detail, right?
Right.
Those little words don't get past me. What ended up happening is he starts reading off one of those, and
was it the one that called Kayla an Adderall sniffer?
Maybe it might have been that.
Okay.
I hate to say that the details became very fuzzy because the next moment I heard was image changing for me because she went off on him going, "Why'd you read that out loud?"
Yeah, that was the insult one.
Yeah.
Right?
But do you know what happened next?
I think I watched that one. But
Well, if I remember correctly, the guy was trying to the guy with the host was taking the position that they read super chats on the
Hello. Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
Sorry,
the guy was taking the
I thought my mic
position.
was open.
No, you're good. The guy was taking the position that they read super chats on the deal, and Trent Horn was trying to mitigate between the two of them.
Yeah.
Like trying to see Kayla's position while also recognizing the podcast host position.
Yeah. Now, what I've come to understand is that Kyla, have you seen her? She did a Jubilee session with Jordan Peterson. Not Jordan Peterson. Oh, sorry. Oh, that Brit.
Piers Morgan.
Piers, yes, on femininity and different views and whatnot. Fantastic work. In fact,
her debate against Wilson's wife, Rachel Wilson, she fucking obliterated her in that.
I know.
Yeah.
It's like what? Nothing. The only thing close to pleasing me as much as watching Andrew Wilson getting cucked. Okay, it's Justin Long getting a wrench. Okay. Yes, Schadenfreude, or however you pronounce the German word.
Schadenfreude. Yeah.
Yes, it is my spirit animal. Okay. Yep. Sorry, I grew up on America's Funniest Home Videos. The nut shot still does it, baby. Still does it. So what ends up happening? This is the moment that almost everybody skipped over. Is that the moment he did that and he called her out? She called him out, going, "Well, why did you read that out?" Well, it's a super chat. You didn't have to pick that one. It's like, and he's like, don't shoot the messenger was the thing out of the host's mouth.
Oh yeah, I did see that.
Next thing out of hers were the words, "Why not?" And the not changed into another statement. She tried retracting that statement, even as the last consonant was landing. Why not shoot the messenger? Girls got teeth.
She does.
They
Kitty's got
they
claws.
It's like it's
Well,
given, you know what? It's like given the right circumstances, this is like the lioness that's going to shred you alive the moment you turn.
it's like, I bet you got a kick out of Richard Harris's line when he's talking about, like, in the movie Unforgiven, like why a queen or a king is so much better than a president, because
But a president, why not shoot a president?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't shoot the messenger. Why not? The moment those words came out, she got to subscribe.
Nice.
The moment that. Yep. And the funny thing is, this is where I realize how much certain people, especially in her position, probably have to skirt the line and hold their tongue, look polite. Everything society expects of them. She's undersold herself. Well, she's finding herself probably forced to undersell herself, because otherwise she wouldn't get invited back on.
Oh no, of the whatever podcast.
No, it's in a lot of places.
It's like that. It's like, well, it's like that one that I saw. It was a debate between her and Wilson on the whatever, and it's like 7 hours long, and I was like, how the fuck do you sit across from that fucking idiot for 7 fucking hours? How much are you getting paid?
You'd hope she's getting paid. I love the fact I saw the clip when he bitched out about the fact that like he accused her of doxing when she was just bringing up information that is like publicly available and stuff that his own wife has said on other podcasts. Yeah.
Well, remember when he was debating? Remember he was debating that other? I can't remember her name, and she was bringing up the fact that his wife has like multiple kids with multiple different men.
Yeah,
oh yeah, that was Charlie. Yeah,
yeah, and he got
that's where we find out. That apparently, so much for his alpha male of never going for a.
His whole ethical
kids.
Well, that asshole, like called his wife like the R word. And enemy Charlie. Thank you, Leah Phileas. Good to see you, bud. That was he himself in the debate with Candace Owens, like just straight up said that his own wife is the R word.
You look sniz. You look sniz.
You look sniz.
You look sniz.
And she's probably better at it.
He seems like he's literally like the poster child for the statement where people say, never settle, never settle. It's like, I hate to say it, never settle. You were settled for.
Oh yeah, he's probably a douchebag who thinks that going down on women is gay. Like cunnilingus is gay. He's probably one of those. Let's get back to this.
Yeah, I covered the ground I needed to. Why not shoot the messenger?
Vast horde of conceivable ways of pairing up conscious states with physical states, only an exceedingly tiny portion of those actually lead to consciousness involving goods like rational agency and meaningful relationships and virtue and enjoyment and aesthetic experience and so on.
Just gonna keep going. I know he was dancing around value judgments and things that are stance dependent on there. So, but he should know that these things are stance dependent.
And then we have moral knowledge, and it's really difficult to see how that could be the case under naturalism.
It's stance dependent.
Naturalism, because the moral facts don't explain our moral judgments under naturalism, and then we also have a priori knowledge that a bunch of different people are experiencing God, they have religious experiences, and then beauty is just saturating the world. And so
it's all this fucking stance dependent bullshit. Like, what is this?
I just was reflecting on all these different pieces of data and all the coincidences that I'd have to stack one on top of another in order to remain an atheist. And that was just, it was getting difficult. But I still...
How? How is it getting difficult? If you recognize that it only becomes difficult if you try to rationalize these things as being mind stance independent and you start trying to find a way to try to ground them. But even if he, like, the statement he made there about moral facts, if he's a moral realist, exactly, Jessica, you pinned it as well. Like, moral facts, what moral facts? If you think that if he's a moral realist, he's going to try and ground that in a God, I don't see how he is not aware that he's making the mistake of trying to ground something as being, if he's making a statement that something is mind stance independently true and trying to ground that in a mind. That is a basic thing, a basic error that he should recognize. And yet here he is making the mistake, which I don't know. How is someone with his acumen making these errors?
Well, and the other thing is that he brought up data like it was almost like a throwaway. What data are you? What substantial data is he referring to? Because if he's just going off of a conceptual notion of some kind of eternal being, I wouldn't call that data. That could just be something completely
all of his
made
data
up to just solve a problem.
the category of shit that he like referenced as being the data points is all fucking stance dependent stuff. Like what is it that constitutes beauty for an individual? Like they're not universal. So like this is an abstract concept that denotes, like, if you take like beauty and whatever the converse of that, whether it be like disgust or revulsion, something like this, these are completely stance dependent, and then they're different for everybody. The fact that we come up with a word that references things that we find aesthetically pleasing and things that we find aesthetically displeasing, the fact that the human beings do that and they have different words for it, that's just human beings developing language to express their preferences. And we refer to things that are of a certain aesthetic standard. We refer to that in the category of things that are beautiful, and things that are not aesthetic, that are aesthetically displeasing. We like to say that that's like things that are disgusting or gross or like revulsive or repellent or whatever. We have a lot of different words for it. So I don't know. Like, this is what's tripping me up. How is he making these mistakes? That's what's getting me.
Let's just say that this video isn't about the serious sophistry. That's not the purpose of this. Like, look how short this is. This is not where you're going to get the buried vested trick. We're not going to get that here. This is going to be pure vapid. This one here, there will be nothing to go on. Right. So yeah, we'll critique it. We'll mock it in a way. We all know that none of this works out that way. That's not the purpose of this video. He's making the quick sell right now.
Yeah, he could have just done a short though. I'm a Catholic now because it makes me feel good. End of story.
Not even. He's just going to be. He's using the same arguments that the other people who are believers already use and don't understand.
I got a question though.
He's offering those people validation. That's what I'm saying he's doing here right now.
If you're a Catholic,
on the surface level, those people will acknowledge because they're used to using these, and they don't seem to know better.
My thing is, if you're a Catholic,
it's like virtue signaling. If being a sophist was a virtue.
If what were you saying, Jay? If being a Catholic,
if you're a Catholic and you've done the catechism thing, and then you step away from the Catholic Church, you're basically a lapsed Catholic, right?
Right.
Agnostic or atheist, whatever. Do you have to go to catechism again just to be a Catholic again, just to get back into the club? How does that work? just throwing that out there for anybody who might be familiar with that. The most the one person that I chatted with the most on my channel that was a devout Catholic was Slim Jim. We got along great, but obviously different political views and stuff like that. But other and theological ones at that. But he was a great guy to fucking talk to. But he knew he would familiarize me a lot with some of the stuff from Catholic, which I never knew about because I was raised predominantly Protestant, doing homeschool books that were Christian and were like, the Catholic Church is the devil, that kind of shit.
Gotcha.
Still didn't go all the way to theism. Why? Well, because I had all these barriers to theism. I had the problem of evil and various other difficulties and arguments against theism that pulled on my mind, and those still just seemed so strong to me. But then,
how about the argument from divine hiddenness?
In my second year of grad school, I started coming across overwhelming evidence for miraculous phenomena. I mean, it started with certain people.
Fuck me.
Uh-oh. What miraculous phenomenon?
Phenomenon. Do.
But
making videos about, like, Our Lady of Zaytun, this apparition atop a Coptic Orthodox church that literally, like, hundreds of thousands of people saw, in addition to tons of medically documented healing miracles associated with it.
We broke those down talking to Bob Joe and why those don't hold up. So we don't need to address the medical ones because those are much, much easier to break down once you start getting into the details. And the lack of like information, like the somewhat like the conspicuously, or I would say it's conspicuous just how I would say is conspicuous the right word? The conspicuous lack of information going into this thing. So we broke those down. PhD Tony was on the stage. But what is this miracle that he just brought up? I haven't heard of it.
Another in order to remain an atheist, and that was just, it was getting difficult. But I still didn't go all the way to theism. Why? Well, because I had all these barriers to theism. I had the problem of evil and various other difficulties and arguments against theism that pulled on my mind, and those still just seemed so strong to me. But then, in my second year of grad school...
Why did he need to be either or? Where did this black and white come from?
Yeah.
Where'd this weird dichotomy come from? That's weird.
Coming across overwhelming evidence for miraculous phenomena. I mean, it started with certain people making videos about, like, Our Lady of Zaytun, you know, this apparition atop a cup.
Oh, Our Lady of Zaytun, referring to the famous mass Marian apparitions in Cairo, Egypt. Our Lady of Zaytun is a reported series of Marian apparitions that took place on the dome of the Coptic Orthodox Church of St. Mary of Zaytun, a suburb of Cairo, Egypt, from April 2nd, 1968 to 1971. A luminous figure resembling the Virgin Mary appeared above the church dome, often accompanied by flashes of light and luminous doves. The witness is an estimated 250,000 to over 1 million people, including Christians of various denominations, Muslim, atheists, and Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser, witnessed the events. The message of the apparition was generally silent, occasionally holding an olive branch as a symbol of peace. The Coptic Orthodox Church, led by Pope Kyrillos VI, officially recognized the apparitions as authentic in May of 1968. Police investigations at the time found no evidence of fraud or trickery. Obviously, there's not going to be any video of this, so... Our Lady of Zaytun. Scholarly analysis. David Westbrook writes that the events of Zaytun have received little scholarly attention today, with Musso's 2019 monograph being the first to focus on the apparition. Valeria Cespedes Musso considered the sightings in their cultural context. The appearances happened during a period of crisis in Egyptian history and echoed a widespread feeling that the defeat of Egypt in the 1967 Arab-Israeli War was the result of having abandoned faith in favor of human-made ideas and belief systems. Musso also records a survey by John P. Jackson in 1986, which interviewed 111 Egyptian Christian persons who were present at the time. The experience of the surveyed interviewees was mixed in the manner they experienced seeing the apparition, but with 90% of 83 respondents reporting it looked human with a definite shape. Robert Bartholomew and Eric Good offered the Zaytun apparitions as a case of mass hysteria. It appears that the Marian observers were predisposed by religious background and social expectation to interpreting the light displays as related to the Virgin Mary. Michael P. Carroll suggests that the lights of uncertain origin were interpreted as Mary due to stresses on Egyptian society and in association of the Virgin Mary with the Zaytun area. Carroll notes that Muslims seeing the Virgin would not be unusual, as Mary is highly revered in Islam as well. John S. Durr and Michael A. Persinger, who's a American-Canadian professor of psychology at Laurentian University, proposed a possible cause of the lights themselves in tectonic strain theory, the idea that the occurrence of earthquakes causes the appearance of strange lights. Zaytun did see tectonic activity prior to the events of 68 to 71, therefore the source of the lights could have been a product of the seismic activity. Durr and Persinger of the U.S. Geological Survey originally presented experimental evidence for mechanisms using the 62 through 67 Derby, Colorado earthquakes that created luminous phenomena. Appearances of the lights only at night would be possible, as such lights might not be visible during daytime. However, tectonic strain theory is yet to provide a mechanism for how tectonic events could cause these lights. Travis Dumsday argues against conventional explanations for the apparitions. Biblical scholar Dale Allison, while remaining agnostic on the appearance, finds the events inexplicable, elaborating that no natural light phenomena closely resembles the apparition and the lack of evidence for a hoax, given that power was cut by authorities. Not a lot of data to go off of.
Yeah, Wikipedia on that has a skeptical response, including a lot of critiques of the photos being basically functionally edited.
Oh.
So, yeah, let's just say there's nothing solid coming up there.
Cynthia Nelson documented incense being sold at the marketplace by vendors located at the site of the apparition as a form of baraka. She additionally reported that the Muslims were similarly animated, claiming that the Virgin was like them being a Muslim. The Coptic Patriarch Pope Shenouda III was quoted by Nelson in 72 as saying, "Our revolution has forbidden monopoly, therefore we shall not monopolize the Virgin." So the event would not cause sectarian appeals amongst the Copts and the Muslims. Joe Nickel, who is an investigator of the paranormal, brought attention to the effects of crowd psychology at Zaytoun, where once word spreads, anticipation for something extraordinary to occur primes large groups of people. Others point out that it was merely assumed to be Mary due to religious background of the devoted, and the lights did not speak or communicate anything directly to anyone. They argued that the faithful saw what they already wanted to see and indicated its location in an impoverished Egyptian town. And it suggested that President Nasser co-opted the phenomenon to deflect from civil unrest after the March 30th manifesto failed to increase Egyptian morale. So there was a lot of negativity going on at the time after the March 30th manifesto. After that referendum, there was apparently a lot of unrest going on at the time that created a prime environment for something of that nature. I mean, so interesting. So
yeah, and here's the thing. It seems like what he would be, where I could see this basically, where the implication might be from what he's talking about when it comes to this particular miracle, is that the person would have to do two things. One, presuppose the existence of the God as being the cause for said miracle, which would be based on the introduction of the concept of a God itself. And then on two, possibly an appeal to ignorance, like what else could have done it?
Right.
So I can't really see another justification, because what it sounds like he's appealing to is something that's completely that there's some kind of phenomenon that doesn't seem to match with the kind of regularity or the regularity or uniformity that we normally would see. And then he's just saying, well, since there's something astounding about this particular event, therefore this gives credence to believing that a God would have been necessary for it. And then if somebody questions, well, how did you get to a God being necessary for anything? Then he goes, well, you explain how this happened. And then you just kind of go, I don't. You're the one thinking that it's convincing of something.
Right. And let's see. Yeah, VVs points out no one got it on camera or video for the win. Exactly. Not even a picture. A picture at the time would have been good. Musashi, good to see you. Says none of their miracles are photographed for some reason. Never are. No one has a camera at the time, apparently.
Well, like I said, there were photos taken, which were met with great critique for having some post-processing attached. Now, the funny thing, of course, is that the last recorded sighting for this was 1971. So apparently there's a time cap on this. So what was a mystery gets to remain a mystery, which means you get to take it for whatever you want it to be because there's no way to test it.
Yeah, it's completely unfalsifiable.
Well, it's shrouded enough by being as far in the past with as little access as we had.
Yeah.
Where it's down to somebody feels it's real. I don't know.
This seems like something that's blown up like completely. I'm seeing a lot of artistic renditions of this. Nothing that I could say is an actual photo.
Oh, well, that's the thing, is actually they figured some of these were illustrations on top of photos.
Yeah, that's what a lot of them look like.
Yeah, that's the critique, is that what's been produced, well, that's the whole problem, is the production.
Oh, well.
I don't
I mean, a critical thinker, I'm not saying what would convince him of that. Logical Interlocutor, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Speed Romans, good to see you as well. Who says everyone knows it was just aliens. And Jessica Transmittal Alchemist says this is J. Warner Wallace vibes. I wanted to get convinced, so I specifically asked the questions and consumed the media in order to get convinced. Self-fulfilling. I can agree that's also possible.
Isn't J. Warner Wallace that guy that was the cop? Is that the guy? Or is that somebody different?
The supposed cold case guy.
Yeah,
Yeah, him.
And good to see you, Blossom 357. Thanks so much. He says maybe a month from now he will tell us this was a social experiment. We had that discussion earlier as a possibility. So, I mean, if it happens, I wouldn't be shocked. So, I wouldn't be shocked if it was. Good to see you, Resist OP. Appreciate you being here. Resist Depression. Thanks so much for hanging out. Mike is apparently in the chat. Why is harm wrong under atheism? Mike, as of right now, we're just killing time. We're just killing time talking on the stage as we're reviewing this video. But if we're waiting for people to come up on stage. So if you have questions for us, feel free to click the link. You can come up on stage, and we'll be happy to answer whatever questions you have.
He responded to somebody who said, "I like being hit in the face." I like being hit in the face too with a big fish. Bam.
Orthodox Church that literally like hundreds of thousands of people saw, in addition to tons of medically documented healing miracles associated with it. Another thing that started my journey here was that my friend Cameron Bertuzzi was interviewing a bunch
Oh, gross. Fucking Bertuzzi.
of different like professional psychiatrists and deliverance ministers and exorcists and various other people who are on the periphery of deliverance ministry concerning
Deliverance ministry. That's that shit that Greg Locke does.
Oh,
Yeah. Delivering people from demons and shit like that. What is it? Like if you're a smoker, it's because you're affected by the demon of smoking. If you're an alcoholic, you have the demon of like alcohol or some shit like that. It's ridiculous. Like I said, Greg Locke does it. So
Hayden Walton goes, he's friends with Bertuzzi.
yeah, he's friends with Bertuzzi. Oh, gross.
Enough said. Got my verdict. Guy's a piece of shit. End of story.
demonic phenomena and
Uh-oh. What's up, Leo?
Hi, my internet's been down since Monday, so I don't know how this is going to go because it just wants to be slow as shit now that it's back up, now that
Gotcha.
they came out and did everything. So I'm here at least for the time being.
Gotcha. And Nobody on Fire, thank you so much for being a member of the Godless Army for 4 months. You rock, dude. Thanks so much for the support, man.
Also, by the way,
Manifestations
just a few corrections. Not so erudite. It's Kyla, not Kayla. It's Josh Rasmussen, not Rasmussen. And I feel like I heard somebody say something about Schmid being a philosopher of mind. He does metaphysics in the philosophy of religion.
I pulled the philosophy of mind straight from his CV.
Oh well, he does metaphysics in the philosophy of religion.
Yeah, but he has philosophy of mind listed on his CV.
Well, maybe he does that too, but I know that metaphysics and the philosophy of religion are his primary areas of
Right.
specialty.
We
said that himself.
Yeah. I pulled up his CV and was reading directly from it. So just to make sure I didn't get anything wrong and I didn't miss anything. Nobody on Fire for $2 says, wait until the end of this video. Oh, shit. Maybe it'll be the evidence. Thank you, Nobody on Fire, for that super chat.
Yeah, I've already given my my summary judgment early.
Does
Based on the speed run plus how far we're into this.
Does Jesus come out and like put his hands on his shoulders?
Oh, I'm waiting for God to do like an airdrop on his head. Just a magical poop. Bloop. Where'd that
witness
come
with their
from?
own eyes. And like here we're talking about like super recent, in totally perceptually conducive circumstances with sane people, sometimes in the context of like multiple or even dozens of witnesses, and like things that it seems like it's really hard to be mistaken about, and which are like these, complex multimodal experiences where like, the temperature of the room would just like instantaneously drop to freezing such that the person can literally see their breath and then become scorching hot such that everyone in the room just starts like sweating and testifying to things like, like a few days ago I literally saw with my own eyes and multiple people present also saw it and they told me afterwards, where like multiple things were just flying across the room of their own accord and very
Oh, fuck. He's getting into demonic possessions and shit like that.
He's on a speed run. It doesn't deserve any more attention than he's.
Wow.
This seems like
This
this is weird.
Yeah.
other like instantaneous supernatural changes. And
He doesn't like teach courses or anything, does he? Like this, like lecture. With the same
I have no
tempo?
idea. He's
No.
he's a
Just
PhD
ask-
student, so he could be doing some TAing, but I don't know.
Yeah. I wonder exactly how much his students are getting. If he does do any kind of teaching assistance and he has actually given lectures, I'd be a little concerned.
No, this is a speed run of virtue signaling. There's going to be no depth, no real meaning. He's going to touch on enough topics that'll hit the tuning forks in the loins.
Oh right, yeah, dude. The believers are watching this with a huge chubby.
They're getting a semi right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Ugly
that's
German
the
truths.
entire
brings
point.
it- Yeah, humans are awful witnesses. How did a philosophy student, especially a PhD candidate, never run into any of these psychological studies on flawed observational skills? Very weird.
Once again, like he's hitting the tuning fork, as Dan McClellan would say, right? And he's talking to his audience. He's talking to that audience.
The dogmatism.
1 second, guys. Robin, welcome to the stage.
Hello.
Hey, Robin.
Yeah, this guy, like,
That guy.
like I had to join this. Like, I've been watching all this stuff, and like he gave out eyes, brains. Like it amazed him that we look at stuff out through our eyes, and our brain like gives us a picture back.
Well, we haven't gotten to that part yet, I don't think.
I don't think that like this. I watched
Yeah, no
the one that Matt, the video that he did with Matt Brad
Oh, okay.
when he goes through all of it, like demon possession. Like it's just crazy all the stuff. But this is a different one than what I've seen.
Yeah, this
But
is his original. This is his story, like how I guess like his journey on that. Now he's leaning really, really hard into like exorcisms and demonic possession and reports of demonic possession and stuff like that. And without being, I myself have done critical assessments of these things. I've watched other people do critical assessments of these things, and they always fall apart the minute you break the surface on them. So I don't know why these are sufficient for him, which is really, really odd for someone with his kind of credentials. That he is not being critical at all by any stretch of the imagination about all these things he brings up. So,
Well, I would definitely advise you to watch the
It's
Matt
just-
Brad video too, because I think that there's a lot of really telling evidence in there of what's going on. And like he names off Fatima and Padre Pio, those like those like just blows my mind.
I know.
And
Wait, I have a simple explanation. And all the studying that he's been doing because he's a PhD candidate, he got so overly inundated with the challenges of between believing in something like a God existing and not believing it or whatever. He just went, "Fuck it, I believe."
yeah, and he never told his parents. He never told his parents the whole time that he was not Catholic anymore.
sorry,
Like
totally off subject. I just got a notification that 30,000 pounds of beef recently imported from Argentina for reduced prices by President Trump has now been recalled.
Awesome.
Oh gosh, I wouldn't want to eat it. No,
I'm sorry, just Duncan.
but
Just
yeah,
Duncan
he never
on
told
himself.
his parents that he wasn't a Catholic anymore. Like he never
Argentina-
came out and told them he was a skeptic the whole time. He told them after he went back.
Wait, so he became a lapsed Catholic, never told his parents that he was a lapsed Catholic, and then when he went back to being a Catholic,
that's when he
he told
told his
them he
parents.
was neat. Good to know you can be that honest with your parents.
Yes, ugly German truths. This is his story, all about how his life got flipped, turned upside down.
Yep.
And he has a video out where he actually claims that a guy's leg grew back from the knee down.
Oh,
That's
that
a-
one. That's a
Okay.
problem.
And I mean, and I've heard, and I don't know, and Leo, I don't know if you heard about this, but he's apparently made the claim that he feels like God wants him to be a saint, and he's aiming for sainthood.
I thought he was.
Yeah,
like,
I didn't know how
was
true it
high.
was, but I guess it is. That's a little fucked up.
This is real. Okay, Leo, I don't know how much of this review that we're doing you've watched.
None of it.
Okay.
I have not given one shit about Joe Schmidt becoming a Catholic, and that's not saying anything against Joe. I just don't fucking care.
Can anybody really be? But out of curiosity, for those who are into this, can anybody really be a saint if they're an Arsenal fan? Sorry.
Shots fired. But Leo, I'm just kind of curious. We've all kind of speculated, and that's what it is. It's pure speculation. We've all kind of speculated.
Ah, Jesus, what the hell?
What are your thoughts? What's just your kind of like immediate take, like from your gut, Leo? What are you thinking? like the cause, like the potential cause for this extreme 180?
I have no idea. I don't know, but okay. I don't know if you've ever seen that meme where it's got like, it's obviously a crudely drawn meme, and it's got like the people in a group talking to each other, and then it's got the person outside the group that says something, and then it's got the one guy that turns around with the big thumbs up, and then it goes back to them all just discussing. That's like all of us, and then here's Joe Schmid. I'm a Catholic now, and I just don't give a fuck. Like, I just don't care. I could not care fucking less. I don't fucking care that Joe is a Catholic. I'm not going to become a Catholic. I don't care that Joe's a Catholic. And again, that's saying nothing against Joe. I think he's a great guy. I think he'd be phenomenal to have a discussion with. But I don't care. It's
awesome. It's awesome to be a Catholic. They literally give excuses for why you can be a drunk and smoke cigarettes. But yeah.
and apparently rape kids.
Ooh, too soon. No,
Shots fired. Spotlight. Sorry.
You say too soon, but it was never too soon for the Catholic Church.
Not
That's
for
true.
those kids.
Fucking hell.
In the room just starts like sweating and testifying to things like, oh, you know, like a few days ago I literally saw with my own eyes, and multiple people present also saw.
Did he not get the letter that you're supposed to be an Orthodox? You're not supposed to go become an ortho bro, dude. Ortho bro all the way.
And they told me afterwards where like multiple things are just flying across the room of their own accord, and various other like instantaneous supernatural changes in facial structure or eyes or various other things like levitation and so on.
This dude watched too many fucking movies.
Vomiting pea soup. Come on.
Head turning around.
Dogs and cats sleeping together. Mass hysteria.
Your mother sucks cocks in hell.
So be good. For goodness sake.
I must.
Whoa! Somebody's
coming.
I have a confession to make.
That's really
guys.
funny that you would sing that verse after sucks cocks in hell. But anyway,
what's up, Leo?
I have a confession to make. I've seen the evil Dark Lord Voldemort. I am now a Death Eater.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
You got your tattoo?
He appeared to me, and then he said, and I'm a Death Eater now. So.
When are you getting your tattoo?
Remember that example?
I haven't been scheduled yet. So.
Okay.
Yeah, and remember that example that you gave earlier, Leo? That's me giving you the thumbs up.
Yeah. Like him telling me that he's a Catholic, I literally look at it as if somebody literally was like, yeah, I'm a Death Eater. Like, I don't fucking care. Be whatever the fuck you want. I don't fucking care.
I was just wondering what your first impressions were, because obviously I don't get it. He could be Buddhist, he could be fucking Shinto. I don't give a shit. Like it ultimately is irrelevant to the point. The question then is, it's kind of like, because I've encountered this before with King Xerxes, the sudden and extreme radical 180, where if I were to take arguments that I've heard Schmidt himself give and then pose them back to him, you know, like if I was quoting him back to himself, how would he respond to those? And that's my curiosity, is because he himself, especially with his background, with the papers he's published and the things he's critiqued, this guy himself published a paper that was symmetry breakers in the modal ontological argument. This guy understands what the fuck he's talking about. The mistakes he's making here they're fucking we're talking like brand new, you know, baby rat pink apologist mistakes.
These are things that were brought up. I mean, I've talked about some of this stuff, and you know, as somebody who just dabbles in this kind of shit, as a layperson, I've had these discussions, and they definitely don't turn they've never been convincing. I mean,
right.
I've seen Praised I Am go on and on and on about the wonders of life after death fucking things and all this kind of stuff, and then he'd talk to me about it, and I'd be like, I'm not convinced that has anything to do with a god existing. So
Antonio Regime, that is a savage ass joke you just sent me. I can't read it. That's a savage joke. I shouldn't read it. I'll say that. I shouldn't read it.
But you're going to, right? You're going to read it.
He sent me a joke. What's the difference between a religion and a cult? If the leader sleeps with your wife, it's a cult. If he sleeps with your kids, it's a religion.
That's a good one. That's not bad.
Oh
That's-
my god!
I think that's true. I don't think that's a joke. I think that's just a truism. At this
That's just a truism.
Yeah.
That's not. How is that a joke? It's just a fucking observation.
Jesus, dude. Hard to believe such an observation could be so fucking funny. Ha ha, fuckity ha ha.
Oh, apparently Chuck is showing the lunar eclipse. There's a lunar eclipse tonight. Awesome. All right, back to this.
And I didn't actually believe these things for the longest time.
You shouldn't until you critically examine them. What
You know,
you drill an inch past the fucking topsoil and they fall apart. It's a goddamn sinkhole. What's up?
I just want to say, if I see one fucking Shroud of Turin video from Joe, it's gonna be Jover after that.
Yeah.
It's Jover for you, buddy. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
is
next
the
thing you-
Shroud of Turin going to be what brings you out?
No, next thing you know, he's got Otangelo on his show. And
Oh, fuck.
Welcome to the Majesty of Reason. I'm Joe Schmidt, and with me today I have Tangelo.
Hello, everybody.
Oh my god, that would just be bad. That would be so fucking bad.
But why?
Oh, fucking hell. All right.
Leo's head just explodes. Yep, that's it. I'm out.
Might just stop YouTube after that and just be like, no, let me get my shit and go.
What's that meme I always see? Get out.
I thought it was actually
Or,
pretty
Meme,
implausible.
I'm a head out.
All right. I'm going to head out.
Or better yet, jail from Hot Fuzz. Jog on.
Jog on. Yeah, we can't accept gifts from someone we've officially rebuked, so jog on.
But Cameron just kept pushing me. He was like, Joe, watch the video. What's your explanation of this person's testimony? You know, I'd like give these flail.
What? Okay, Joe. He'll never watch this, most likely. But Joe, why would you feel compelled to provide an explanation that aligns with a position that you purportedly did not accept? Cameron will interpret the claim in a particular way because of his confirmation bias. Okay, when you look at it, you'd be like, okay, it's possible that you may not have an explanation. You could posit explanations, but remember, for someone like Cameron Bertuzzi, if any explanation you come up with, any plausible explanation or possible explanation you come up with, if they are not emotionally satisfactory for Cameron, he's not going to accept them. He's just going to reject them out of hand because they don't meet the level of emotional satisfaction that a demon or a possession claim does, because those things reinforce his God notion. Okay, but you're under Joe, you should recognize you were under no obligation to provide an emotionally satisfactory or a response that is emotionally satisfactory to their metric. That's not your job.
Yeah.
He makes the claim of possession. His job is to back that up, not to be like, well, what do you think it was? Look at the data points I have. If I'm sitting there, I was like, okay, I'm analyzing a fucking story. Okay, this could have been written in a fiction book, for all I know. I have a story. I don't have access to the witnesses. I don't have access to the person who was purportedly the afflicted. There's no write-ups after this. It's not like there were scientists in the room who were observing the thing under controlled conditions. How the hell can I formulate a conclusion about this? As far as I know, it's a goddamn story.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I'm with Javers 79, who says the lamp is pissing me the F off.
It's
Yes,
pissing me the fuck off.
I agree. It needs to straighten that fucking lampshade.
And hey, Juggernaut Jared Reed, good to see you. It's kind of like in a comic book when they shift perspective like that to reinforce the perspective of the villain. Like the villain sees the world through a twisted lens.
It has a head that's slightly disproportionately larger.
Right,
than his
exactly.
body. Yeah.
I have two hypotheses on this. One, he came on Matt Fradd's show. He had on a designer suit, a designer tie, a pair of designer socks.
You looked at his
Had
socks.
on that country suit looking like he just rolled out of Augusta.
So he
I don't think any of you are going to get that.
he is, and the fact that he had never told his parents, even though he had published papers, kind of came as a shock to me. So
His parents aren't going to touch any of that shit. Come on.
I think that I know, but like if you accomplished that and it was published, why would you not be proud of it? I don't know. So I think that like his parents must have a lot of control over this man. Like he's graduated Princeton and he didn't ever even tell his parents that he wasn't a Catholic anymore. So either they have some kind of monetary like control over him, or he's trolling us.
Yeah, Robin, my gut response, like my initial gut reaction was there is information here that we do not have, that we are not in possession of. There is some form of background information that is being deliberately withheld. That was my first impulse, was like, there's something that, because we're talking such an extreme radical shift in ideology like that, and we're talking from month to month. Within a span of probably 4 to 6 weeks, this guy did a complete and utter 180, and not only did a 180 on his position, but completely rejects the very the aspects of his own epistemology that he spent years developing and championing. Yeah, and then all of a sudden, it's all gone. It's like it would be like me turning into a fucking Hare Krishna.
I mean, like if he came out and said, I had this experience that convinced me, like, we always say that we shouldn't be convinced by other people's experience, but like I can see some, but like the reasons that he's giving that he believes now are like you said, they're like the lowest level arguments, like Padre Pio.
Yeah, that's I broke that shit down in a video one time. That stuff was easy to break down.
And Fatima, you know what I mean? Like like I said, like it's just these are it seems like he went and got the silliest arguments that he could to like give out, like these demon possessions.
Why is it always silly arguments to convince these people? You'll hear somebody that gets convinced and they talk about like miracles and demon possession, and nobody's ever like, the moral argument convinced me. Like, nobody fucking says that. What
I
don't know.
He's not going into depth for any of these. This is just to tickle the loins of the believers for all the things they're used to hearing from their crew.
Oh, yeah, I can hear all the believers.
There is no substance here. This is performative BS.
I can practically hear all the believers watching this.
Start gooning like mad.
Yeah, well, React sent it to me, and he was like, "Here's one of yours."
JL, my repressed Protestant in me that I've been suppressing in my truth and in truth and unrighteousness. It's got a major Woody right now.
I'm so fucking hard for this guy.
Please keep repressing. This is a family show.
Jessica says, if he had said that he'd had a road to Damascus experience and it converted him, we could at least respect his decision as being earnest. But this is shallow and cold. Right. Like, that's what I mentioned that earlier, that if he had had like a road to Damascus experience, that would, if he claims that that's what he had, that would be one thing. Okay. But without something of that extreme nature, like we're talking, this is like what was it? Tony Regime brought up. Do you suspect he was spiked with DMT and talked at by a preacher? Possibly.
Did you just say DMT? Oh shit! Somebody get Philip Goff on the phone.
Careful. We said a psychedelic. We don't want to.
Well, I see. Philip Goff might be a theist. I think he is a type
like,
of Christian, but he's like non-denominational, and he thinks that God is not all powerful and limited. So like, at least Philip's got some sense, you know.
Okay, JL, you've invoked that name once. 2 more, and he's coming.
Oh, fuck.
Who is that?
Cafe.
That's 2. No, don't say it again.
Oh, I know who that is. Cafe. Yeah. I know that guy.
Oh shit. Fuck, there's 3. God damn it. What did
Dude, if he actually shows up in the next 5 minutes, I'm gonna I might believe in God.
Failure to follow.
I might become a Catholic again. Oh no.
I'm the host with the most, baby.
I think my guess is he's grifting.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I really don't think so. Joe Schmidt doesn't strike me as a grifter. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am.
That's why I was kind of like, given his educational background and the kind of work that he does, if it came out that this was a social experiment, it would not shock me. A social experiment with the intent of gathering data points for a paper. it wouldn't surprise me.
Yes, the fact though that his parents, see, that's the thing though that would blow my mind, because he said, I actually never told my parents. And he said, so I told my parents like just recently, like before he came out and said this. He said, I went to my parents and said, you didn't know this, but I have been an agnostic this entire time since high school. But now I'm going back. So he told his parents after he went back. You're graduated from Princeton.
But the thing is, well, here's the thing, Robin. Wouldn't it be funny if we actually heard from the parents where they said, "Yeah, we pretty much figured."
Imagine how that conversation went down.
He said they did. They said that they totally blown away.
I bet they had their suspicions. I bet they suspect.
Be like, hey, mom and dad. So you know how we're Catholic, right? Yeah. I've got a funny story to tell you.
How in the world can you be an adult and not believe in God and go to Princeton and write papers and stuff and never tell your parents that you're not?
Robin, here's the better question. Did he ever, one thing I'd ask him is, I'm like, well, okay, so when you were, now that you're saying that they didn't know and you were an agnostic, atheist, whatever your non-belief position is, that essentially puts you in the lapsed Catholic category. Did you ever attend services with your parents and then participate in communion? And see what he says. Like, if you could go to a Catholic church, but if you're a lapsed Catholic, I think it's kind of a big no-no that you actually participate in communion.
Let me say, hey, I see you, hey Joe, cool atheist, yeah. He said, tell Robin. I said,
Is there something wrong with doing that, Jay? I did it a couple times.
Take it easy, average Joe.
Was not a Catholic and was like, I'm gonna get my free sip of wine. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Philip,
my free cracker and my free sip of wine. Free food. Let's go.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong, but I heard you can't do that until you're actually confirmed.
I am confirmed. I was confirmed my junior year when I was
fucking hungry. Can I go through multiple times?
Catholic.
And Philip Jermekian, good to see you. Says I'm trying to believe in God because I found the stuff he says is bad. I am trying to believe in God because I found the stuff he says is bad, evil, spiritual, tormenting forces, and men who are deliberately evil. Not sure. There may be something missing in that, but good to see you, Philip Jermekian. Appreciate you being here.
I just want to say to that guy, the sound that Blue makes smells amazing.
I think he might be doing commentary on the video, assessing the video.
Possibly, yeah.
Anyway.
Don't you guys agree that the sound that Blue makes smells amazing?
I prefer the sound of purple. Thank you.
I'm going to jump down.
How does that smell?
I just came in to share that part of the.
Okay, I appreciate it, Robin.
Y'all knew that because that really made me very suspicious of him. The fact that
I want to ask Robin a quick question, but it's like completely off topic. But I don't. So it's up to JL.
Yeah, go for it.
Robin, what do you think of Pangburns?
Oh God.
How do I want to say?
Thank you. No.
The word analysis is a bit too strong of Dave Farina.
I have been staying with laughing, Jay. I have been staying clear of that. Like, I like Dave. I think his initial video may have been a little over the top, but I think that he made some good, like, even if he can't prove everything he said at first, that he made some good points. And I just don't know that. I think that just stirring shit makes it stink worse.
Yeah, I agree. I like that phrase. Stirring shit makes it stink worse.
Who is
I'm gonna start using that now.
Dave.
I need to talk to more women from the South and whatnot. I don't know.
Dave Farina, Professor Dave explains.
Professor Dave explains.
Yeah, he did the Destiny Loves Genocide video, and then Travis Pangburn put out 30,670 hours
he's right
of
now.
response content. And
he's
then
doing it right now.
And then Dave dropped another video explaining how Travis is just wrong about pretty much everything that he says. And then now he's doing more analysis.
That guy, I tell you, that Professor Dave, he's a real shit stirrer. I don't like it.
Well,
Dave Farina is a shit disturber in the good kind of way.
Yeah,
I don't know how to the kind of person, the kind of shit that needs to be disturbed.
I think Travis is the one stirring. Travis could have just let it slide because it wasn't even about him. It was about Destiny.
I think
Well,
the-
but the
the-
reason
the
that he's
issue-
going gung ho in defense of Destiny is because Destiny's like his largest asset.
Yeah,
right now.
yeah. They're monetarily entwined. Like the things that
Well,
Penguin
Dave,
has
him
done.
and Dave are too, actually.
well, no,
until
because
now.
Dave cut him off.
No, Dave says in the video, this last video, that he had planned on doing more events with Painburn until
Yeah, but he
this.
canceled them.
Yeah, he canceled them. He's completely cut Travis off.
Well, I know,
Like,
but he cut him off. He canceled him though because of the video that Travis put out to begin with. Like,
well, no, I remember Dave was saying that it was because Travis kept pushing to have like a debate or like where we bring Destiny and him together again, and Dave told him no the first time.
We can
But
raise
that's-
$1 million.
When
No,
Travis
that's
kept
when-
when Travis
that's when
kept
Travis
pushing it,
got
that-
involved. That's what I mean. That's when Travis got involved. Like he didn't have to get involved at all,
right, yeah.
ever. You know what I mean? Like he wasn't in the original video. But like Travis doesn't ask me what content he should make, and
Oh, I'm not gonna say what content Travis should or shouldn't make. I just didn't know what you
I
thought of
know.
the whole
I-
rigmarole going on there.
Gretchen has already hit me up about this. You know, she's like, "What is going on over there?" And I'm like, "I don't know," but
I did not know about
I had no
the
idea.
not paying out certain speakers and stuff like that at some of the events that he hosted.
it was a. There's like several sides of that story, you know.
I'm sure.
I think the speakers got paid out. It was other people
Eventually, yeah.
But I don't like I said, I don't know all about it. I like Travis. I like Painburn, but
Yeah, I don't think
That's not-
Travis is like a bad guy. I think he's defending a financial asset that he has is primarily, I think.
Well, I had
his
to leave
focus is.
I had to leave the Discord server when Travis. It wasn't because of the huge giant like 90,000 hours of like defense he did. It was when he did the stream where he was trying when he started doing preemptive damage control. When he did the stream trying to anticipate what Dave was going to say in response to that and trying to like basically mitigate or do whatever he could to limit the damage control by explaining things away. When he did that, that went to show me that the focus was the focus of what Travis was trying to do was never about trying to find the truth and drill down to the truth between what Destiny is expressing and what Dave is expressing. That was about securing his relationship with Destiny, and that I was like, then it's about money. If money is going to be the forefront, I understand that this is a business. That I'm running my channel. It is a business. I pay taxes on the income that I make on this. I get that we're running businesses here. But if you want to do what Painburn started out to do, and now all of a sudden you feel like you have to run preemptive damage control to protect your relationship with the dude that you are heavily financially tied to, instead of actually diving into objectively what Dave was saying and why what Dave said has merit, and then trying to find the common ground between the two. No, you're more interested in the money side of it. He's lost the plot. That's why I was like, yeah, I can't do it anymore.
I know it will not happen, or at least I think that the chances of it happening are very slim. But I'm going to be honest here. I do wish that the Unapologetic trio would drop out of their events that they have scheduled with Painburn because of this, particularly
hope
given
not.
their position. I hope that they do, particularly given their position as it concerns the explicit genocide of Palestinians by Israel. Because, and again, I don't
going
think
to one
that
of them.
Travis
Like,
is an
all right.
evil person, but
But Leo, as an atheist,
like some
how
of the
can you
things
have
that
a
he
problem
said about
with
Dave
genocide?
and some of the things that he associated to Dave are just like, that's just trashy. It's
I know, and
trashy.
Here's the
I had to
here's the
get- I had
part
to
that
get
bothers
that one
me is he's he's building schools in Africa. Travis is.
Who is?
Travis? We're gonna-
According to
I'm the actual director of fundraising on it.
tax write-off.
So
and
are we
so,
saying
like,
that you are helping him raise the funds to do
I
it?
haven't yet.
Or that we have
haven't-
definitive proof that he's in the process of doing it?
No, he's in the
Right
process of doing
now.
it. Like we're meeting. I've met with the guy in Africa, but I haven't started fundraising yet though. like that's going to be like because he has to get all of it. We're not going to do any of it till he gets his his tax status, whatever you call it, a non-profit. You know, the
503,
it'll have to be
501c or 503c or
yeah,
whatever
because it
that
has
is.
to be set up through that right there for this thing, to where the
Well-
books will be open and everything, and it will be a separate thing, but it's going to make my job harder.
I guess like not. I mean, I guess I'll just say I'll believe it when I see it. That's not to say that I think he's not going to do it, but
Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming up, Robin. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for letting me up. Good to talk to you.
Absolutely. Anytime. You're always welcome.
Hey,
All right.
Robin, when are you having
Yeah.
Jill on your channel again?
I knew you
God.
were going to say something.
No, sorry. You can go ahead and go. I just thought I'd throw that at you.
Yeah. Give you something to do. Bye, y'all.
the other thing is that like Blitz is Jewish, and he's been relatively vocal about his opposition to Israel's genocide of the Palestinians. So
I've never, yeah.
I'm not gonna fault them if they want to do the event. That's fine. You know, that's clout you're getting. But I'm with it. I get it. But I mean, if it were me, I would be like, I'm sorry, I can't work with you. I would the whole quote from The Dark Knight. See, I can't be seen to do business with whatever it is you're accused of.
Whatever it is.
I'm
We
sure a
can't be seen-
businessman of your stature will understand.
I think a simple phone call would have sufficed. Mr. Wayne didn't want to give you the impression that he was wasting your time. Just accidentally
Just
wasting
accidentally wasting
wasting
it.
Yes,
Very
yes.
good.
Some of the
Very
lines
good.
in that movie just go
Very
hard.
good,
That
Mr.
was
Lau.
Is it wait, does he say
Accident-
accidentally or incidentally?
accidentally.
Accidentally. He's like, he didn't want to give you.
He
He didn't want to give you the impression
that he's deliberately
that he's
wasting
deliberately
it.
wasting your time.
Just
Just accidentally
accidentally
wasting
wasting
it. Yes, yes. Very good,
That's-
Mr. Lau.
That's the best. That's the best way to fucking waste someone's time.
Just accidentally wasting it.
I didn't realize you had such a fucking stick up your butt.
I love you bring that up, and suddenly I'm reminded of the fact that so many people love that scene when the Joker has the giant pile of money, and he like slides down it, which apparently is something that he just did on his own and it was not
Yeah.
planned, and so he
So
slides
it's the,
down
the throwing the money up
and throwing the
up
money and
at
hitting him
Lau,
square,
yeah.
hitting Lau in the head. People, I never see people bring up, or maybe they just ignore it. Lau was on top of that money pile when he set it on fire. He burned that dude alive in front of everybody, and people. But because the camera doesn't show it, and you only very briefly kind of hear Lau struggling up there.
Everything burns.
You know, he's got you for a moment. You kind of hear it, but then it goes away, and it's like, are people just gonna like not address the fact that he just burned a guy alive like in front of everybody? It's
He killed
like
He John Wicked a guy with a table and a pencil.
that's
That's pretty. You said you were a man of your word. Oh, I am.
oh, I am. I'm only burning, my, half.
my half.
You see, this town deserves a better class of criminal,
And I'm gonna
and
give
I'm
it
going to
to
give it to him.
Concerning which I have no independent evidence, and basically I'm like having to divine from the armchair that these people are just like lying straight through their teeth, and then also like all the other deliverance ministers are in on it,
Yes.
and these various psychiatrists are in on it.
Or a combination of it's mistaken, or they weren't actually there, or they I mean, a number of things. All of
They're
these things which are
exaggerating.
more plausible than
I
fucking
think
magic.
that there are extraterrestrials and they have come to Earth and they did stuff like this with technology we don't know about. Is still significantly more probable than that an immortal anthropic wizard magicked the stuff into reality.
Or allowing something.
That's
as-
what I mean, but that's
for-
what God is. He's an anthropomorphic, all-powerful, immortal wizard. Like that's just objectively. I'm
And he
not being
speaks-
hyperbolic
yeah,
when I
Well,
say
but
that
then,
is
but then,
what God
but then
is.
also allowing something as logically inconsistent as demonic possessions to take
And then
place.
why is it that God does these little miracles here and there, but can't make everybody fucking? But like, hey, what the fuck are we doing here, man?
Yeah, Some
what
asshole.
is
so-
this
so-
shit? The all-powerful wizard does a little
Hey,
magic here, and a
Leo,
little magic
Leo,
there, but
Leo,
it's
It's not God's fault. You can't see the writing on the wall.
Some
the writing
motherfucker,
on the wall,
some
that's-
some
With the
dude in
miracle- with the
a
Zaytun
some dude in a
miracle.
bed in some podunk town in fucking Italy is writhing around because he has a history of mental illness, saying "Ich bin ein Berliner" and shit like that, and that's evidence of God's activity while tens of thousands of children starve to death in Africa. Like,
Yeah, it's
this,
like,
this is
oh,
what
it's
we're
like, oh, you're gonna exorcise this one person, haha. But look at these like 3,000 kids
Do you-
that died.
Do you want to know? There's two things. There's
Like,
two things
Satan
that I'll
doesn't
give.
give a shit if he's real. Like, come
There's
on.
two things that I give to fucking theists when they say, "Why don't you believe in God?" Two things: bot flies and ticks.
I would say bot flies. I get gross, but Nigeri fowlery,
Which one?
Nigeri fowlery, brain-eating amoeba,
Oh, that one. That one's fun. Yeah.
just recently in the news, killed an 8-year-old girl.
So much fun. Spam says, "Hey, bot flies are interesting." No, they're
Yeah.
fucking
They're
disgusting.
fucking gross. Why did that's like? It reminds me of the debate between Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens, like watching a fight between a bot fly and a maggot.
I didn't watch that, and I don't care to.
The only interesting thing about it is the fact that Candace was paid $300,000 to do it,
I thought both of them were.
or were they both paid
Dude,
300K?
If I could debate people for 300K, and I would do it's so fucking.
You'd never shut up.
Somebody fucking pay me to like debate.
Fuck that
fucking
page. Fuck
Frank
that, Leo.
Turek
Dude,
for like $5,000.
dude, I was about to say $3,000, just like a couple orders of
$1,000, dude. I don't give a fuck.
let's go a couple orders of magnitude down.
300, dude. It's just dude. People were like, "Oh, I'll pay that."
Three-
out. Like, what the
Hey,
fuck? dude?
$300,000 to have her sit across from fucking Andrew Wilson and yap.
Dude, that's damn near the sale price of my last home.
And
like-
then
like,
fucking
sold
Patrick
my
Bet
property
David is a
in-
moderator that just cracks me. The fuck.
Sold my property in North
think of-
Texas at the height of the real estate
I
real
can
estate
think of
boom.
s-
And I almost all the work that I'd done, all the labor
think-
put into, and
I can
he got
think
paid
of-
that to sit in a chair and get dog walked by fucking Candace Owens of all people.
I can think of so many things to waste money on with $300,000 other than Candace fucking Owens.
Then let's hear Andrew Wilson. Like, well, I don't know. I certainly, well, it was entertaining, but I wouldn't pay $300K to hear Andrew Wilson call his own wife an artard. I wouldn't do that.
Actually, logical interlocutor. If you watch the video, Candace is. I was siding with Candace, which made me want to hurt myself.
just like a suck start a shotgun, man. It's like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? How am I agreeing with this person?
Yeah, she was dog walking. him.
Dude, it's like when Tucker Carlson was talking to fucking Ted Cruz, and I'm sitting here like, how am I enjoying watching Tucker Carlson just fucking dog walk the
Dog
fuck
walk Ted
out of
Cruz.
Ted Cruz right now?
I was
dude.
like, what is
what are
happening?
we doing here?
It's like
What is going on with the universe?
Ted Cruz.
That was good though. I'll give Tucker that. Okay, that was
Yeah,
fucking
Ted
good.
Cruz. Ted Cruz is just sitting there. I can't wait for the next power outage in Texas so I can go on vacation.
I was like, what the literal was like? Well, it's like, holy shit, these motherfuckers can actually do their goddamn
like,
jobs when they have an opportunity.
How is it? I mean, I know how, but how is it that the people at Fox and CNN and MSNBC or MS Now or whatever the fuck it is, how come they can't do this? Like, what the fuck, man? But Hassan said mean thing one time, so.
Yeah. Hassan say me
But
thing.
Hassan said that we deserve.
Robert Webster, it's like picking your favorite STD.
I prefer the STD where something doesn't get probed.
Yeah, Spam, I agree with you. It's like you see stuff like what happened. Like I've seen a couple times when Piers Morgan has done it. When
There's
Tucker
been
Carlson-
some times where
Yeah.
he's like, what the like
when
it's like,
Tucker
okay,
Carlson did it, when
good on you,
Canada,
Piers.
I was like, holy shit, these people can actually do the jobs that they're claiming to do. They
Yeah, but the thing
actually
is-
can do them. And it's like,
Yeah, but the
I
thing
was
is,
like,
is that
they
Tucker-
choose not
if-
to.
But the thing is,
Mhm.
that what's interesting is Tucker, if I remember correctly, Tucker Carlson isn't actually a trained journalist.
I don't think so.
I don't think I don't think he's actually an actual journalist. But anyway, either way, that's
Oh, Tony Regime brings up that's like the gun debate between Piers Morgan and Ted Nugent. I was horrified to agree with
I
Ted
didn't know
Nugent.
that Piers Morgan debated motherfucking Ted. Wait, what was Ted's position? That's what I want to know.
Ted thinks children should have guns and be able to flip them around. And
I'm sorry, man. I can't get behind a guy who literally writes a song about girls being underage, and despite that fact, him finding them attractive enough to be, jailbait.
Yeah.
It's just like, what the fuck, man?
Gross. All right, let's see what Timu Tom Holland has got.
you can take the man out of Michigan, but you can't always take the Michigan out of the man. Sorry.
Also,
It reminds me of Kyle Gordon's fucking parody. I was 35, she was only 15. I'm gonna marry that girl. I'm just like, yeah, like all the way up to the 80s. That's as bad.
Straight through their teeth, and then also like all the other deliverance ministers are in on it, and these various psychiatrists are in on it, and then like also like the government reports that we have to some of these phenomena are also like the people who testified in those are just mistaken, and then like dozens of other. I was starting to shift in my seat. I was starting to become uncomfortable, and that was just like the first of my worries, because over the course of my second and third year of grad school, I was just utterly inundated with overwhelming evidence for miraculous phenomena. And like the caliber of evidence that we're talking about here is not like, oh, I prayed and my headache got better. It's like, okay, Susie, like I'm glad your headache got better, but I'm not quite sure that's a miracle.
Okay.
Instead,
Okay. He did some bad meth or something. He's on something.
He's got a bad batch.
Well, his pupils aren't dilated.
Yeah, they're not like big as dinner plates. So
No.
Yes, Charles Oliver. We're still reviewing this until we have a believer that wants to come up on stage and talk. So we haven't gotten one yet. So still waiting for someone who wants to
Cafe to pop up in the chat and be like,
Yeah.
hey guys.
4. That's 4.
Be like, you called.
Ugly German Truth says he also has a certain semblance to a very young Chris Hayes. Don't you agree? I can see it.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, I can see it.
we're talking videos, photographs, blinded laboratory analyses.
There has been I'm sorry. No. There has been no scientific experiment ever done that has confirmed any kind of a miracle. In controlled settings, they have a 100% failure rate. I do not know what he's talking about here. And I've been through reams of data. There is no published scientific confirmation of anything of that sort. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah.
This is
you
either
like it when I ream your data. Fuck
I
yeah.
rest
bet
my
you
case.
do.
Spam just said it. He says he has a light in his face. Meth doesn't do the pupil thing with a sufficiently bright light in my experience.
Oh, well, to Spam goes here, I'll just say I wouldn't know what meth does or doesn't do.
So I don't know what he is what he's citing here.
He's not citing anything.
There's
a lot.
I don't know what he's referring
He
to.
needs
There's
to smell.
no-
He needs jail. He needs to smell each finger as he throws it up because there's considerable amount of poop on all of them.
I see this right here, and I picture him as a member of the mob. Of the mob. You know what, Danny? I've given you 3 weeks. Now 3 weeks to pay me back. You see what I'm saying? That's 3 weeks, Gabish.
But he's not done yet. I'm waiting for him to get
Don't make me have to go get Big Tone now. You know what happens if I have to go.
I can see the dingleberries in the fingernails. He's just
he uses
uses
the German 3.
Yep.
X-rays.
More poop.
What?
X-ray. What? Huh?
Shroud of Turin.
Oh, don't. No.
Name it. We got it.
No, you don't,
no,
Joe.
You do not have consistently repeatable and verified evidence accepted by a consensus of relevant experts.
Look at the look on his face. He looks like he's about to devour something sitting there on the side of his desk.
I'm about to house this fucking chimichanga.
Candy bars.
Where's my hot pockets at?
These snozberries taste like schnozberries.
When people try to convince me of a miracle, like actual legitimate miracle happening, it's like somebody trying to convince me that an electron decayed into a top quark. No, it didn't. That doesn't happen. That's not a thing that happens.
But
That's just not a thing that happens.
Like we got blinded laboratory analyses saying, yeah, this is suffering myocardial tissue. And what's that doing in a host that a Catholic priest just prayed over? Like, if you see that.
No, holy shit. I know what he's referring to now. And no, that was debunked. So this is well known. He's talking about the incident when actual Oh, let me see if I can bring it up so I can describe it accordingly.
It's a woman. The reason he went back to Catholicism is for a woman. How much you want to bet it's if it's for real, or at least in his mind, it's for a fucking woman. Sorry, it's a Pine Creek thing. Pine Creek used to always say that these guys that turn around and are really skeptical and they turn around and they become believers, it's for a woman. That's because they're finally getting a piece of ass. The ass is great. She's a believer and they don't want to lose her.
Okay, so this was apparently he's citing this and it is a purported evidence of transubstantiation, and it occurred in Buenos Aires, Argentina in 1996. A discarded the claim was this: a discarded host placed in water transformed into a bloody fragment. Analysis commissioned by then Cardinal Jorge Bergoglio and tested by cardiologist Dr. Frederick Zugabe or whatever, identified it as left ventricle heart muscle containing intact white blood cells, suggesting the tissue was alive at the time of sampling. When people tried to investigate this, independent analysts found that they emphasized that non-laboratory discovery settings lacked a strict unobstructed chain of custody, leaving room for contamination or substitution. When the individuals who were involved were pressed for comment and for interview about these things by independent analysis, they all refused. So the opinions, critics have argued that deliberate fraud could have been involved, which you can eliminate, or alternative explanations like red molds or bacterial growths, such as Serratia markenskins, are more plausible than miraculous transformation. And the Serratia hypothesis actually holds water because under a microscope, they look very much the same, because it's an actual like fungal organism that gives off red pigment. And so there's a number of, the problem is no one was ever able to lab test and confirm independently the results that the purported cardiologist got. And so there is no like verified independent analysis that this is actually what happened. The vast majority of people who have heard about it basically said it was either a red mold that looks very, very similar to human tissue under a microscope, it looks fibrous under a microscope, or it was deliberate contamination. It was like a deliberate fraud. So one or the other, because no one knows the method of collection. It just kind of like was there. It kind of like came out of nowhere. So it wasn't a controlled experiment. This, Joe, is bullshit, and you know it's bullshit. At least someone with your background should know that this is bullshit. So this is crazy.
It's like he's throwing out a bunch of shit hoping that somebody will grab it. It's really bad.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
like,
Logical Interlocutor says there's just no way he didn't look into the fact that the study had dubious methodologies. To quote King from
I'm blanking.
Django Unchained. Dubious at best. That's one of my favorite lines, is like the fact that Calvin Candy named his slave D'Artagnan. He's like, I'm thinking of the irony of naming your character D'Artagnan.
Mr. Candy, Alexandre Dumas was black.
He's like, Alexander Dumas is black. So his approval would be a dubious. So I believe that his approval would be a dubious thing at best. One of my favorite sequences.
Juggernaut Jared Reed says, Jail, speaking of frauds, I wonder if the fake psychic has finally sobered up.
Oh, that could be interesting.
Was she drunk when she came? She sounded like she was in the sauce.
She sounded she was a few White Claws in.
Yeah. I like that expression. That's exactly how I feel of this video. What the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about, Joe? This is what all those years of schooling have finally now your praise I am. Oh my God, he was right. College is pointless.
Oh, that's what it is. Are you brooding about me getting the best of you, huh? Actually, I was thinking of that poor devil you fed to the dogs today, D'Artagnan, and I was wondering what Dumas would make of all this. Come again, Alexander
Who the fuck
Dumas.
Who the fuck is the drunk psychic? Who is this? Who are you
she
talking
was
about?
on a few. She was on a few. A couple.
Yeah, but who
a
is
couple
it?
of streams ago. I
Is
can't
her name
remember.
literally?
Shadow.
Shadow. That's
I
right.
am
Shadow.
Oh, but what did you say, JL? I am what?
Oh, I was looking at the line from from Django Unchained. He wrote The Three Musketeers. I figured you must be an admirer. You named your slave after his novel's lead character. If Alexander Dumas had been there today, I wonder what he would have made of it. You doubt he'd approve. Yes, his approval would be a dubious proposition at best. Soft-hearted Frenchie, Alexander Dumas is black.
Such a good fucking movie.
Nobody on Fire, thank you so much for the $2. This freeze frame is my new avatar.
I think we all think that the bags was a good idea. However,
The bags were.
not pointing any fingers, they could have been done better. So how about no bags this time, but
Bugs.
next time we do the bag right, we go full regalia. Wait,
Leo,
what?
that's one of my favorite memes that I ever found. The top of the meme is, so do you see that he's a pedophile now? And then it was a picture of the dude in the back. I can't see shit out of it.
I can see fucking shit out of this thing. Yeah, every Trump supporter alive.
So do you see that he's a pedophile now? I can't see fucking shit out of this thing.
That fucking.
Nobody bring any extra bags? No, nobody brought an extra
bag.
I'm just asking.
I asked my wife to do this, but she did. I remember when I first watched that movie, I was like, how long is this skit gonna? Because all of a sudden it just goes to it. I'm like, where did this scene come from?
Shit, I tore mine.
Fuck all y'all, I'm going home. You know, I'll watch my wife work all day getting 30 bags together for you ungrateful sons of bitches. And all I can hear is criticize, criticize, criticize.
Nobody on Fire for $2 says he definitely didn't see all the memes that are coming. PhD Tony says, I rather dislike Django Unchained in that Django is not really a character. He undergoes zero emotional development.
It's because he's full with rage.
That's true. Yeah, that's I'd say it's possible. Maybe.
What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do?
Wait. Back this up like 10 seconds. Hold up. Just back this up like 10, 15 seconds.
Okay.
Real tissue. And what's that doing in a host that a Catholic priest just prayed over? Like, if you see that, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do when you see that?
You're supposed to think about it hard, Joe. Come on, Joe. You know this, Joe.
Oh, no. And for some of these healing miracles, it's like we got documentation to like complete, instantaneous, permanent remission of advanced multiple sclerosis.
No, probably not.
Okay, no, I know which one he's referring to on that one as well, and it was not MS, but it was also unconfirmed after the fact, and that the possibility of the placebo effect could not be eliminated. So, what the fuck is he citing? I've been just by him mentioning these things, I'm recognizing what he's talking about, and that this was related to Lourdes, to one of the Lourdes miracles, which was completely unconfirmed. So there are many stories that came out of Lourdes, and of the what is it, Andrew? How many people was it that visited Lourdes? Did we go when we went over that?
It's quite a substantial number that go every year.
Like of the 70,000, I think it's like some odd, I think 70,000 some odd claims, 73 have actually been considered unexplained by the church, by the people who do the investigations on that. Only 73, which makes it like a success rate of like I think like less than 1%.
Not exactly, because the
Something
ones
like
that are actually willing to count as confirmed miracles, it's far less. So that's the larger.
Well, I don't think there are confirmed miracles.
Yeah, I don't think there are either, because
it's what they're willing to classify.
Yeah, when Tony was on, we went through their methodology is bullshit. So,
Joe's. If this is for real, Joe's gone bye-bye.
Well, like I said, this
Joe has gone bye-bye. What do you have?
What do you got left, JL?
I'm terrified beyond the capacity for rational thought.
in combination with an uncollapsed lung, redefinition of calf muscles, an instantaneous removal of blindness at the same time. Oh, all in connection, by the way, with like a complex hallucination. Oh, and I know actually like a religious experience of like a booming voice saying, "Get up, my child, and walk." Like that's the level of evidence that we're talking about. And like,
Yeah, it's all personal. The vast majority of his personal testimony, none of it has been scientifically confirmed, and there are no papers that are written on this that have been like literally like a confirmation of this and how we did this or repeated in any way. This is all fucking personal testimony that he's just citing here. There's all claims. It's all claims.
Look, guys, I'm just saying that, like, I read Harry Potter, and I saw him do the magic, and then London is a real place, and so it's mentioned in the book, and like, what am I supposed to do here? Like, what am I supposed to do? But believe that magic is real, and I'm going to get in my Hogwarts letter any day now.
All right, I take it back. It may not be a woman, but I'm just wondering. I'm curious if this is like a ploy to like possibly like if. Oh, I hope it's not. But anyway, like to try to do this thing where he does the switcheroo and then all of a sudden he starts selling like the worst kind of fucking apologetics on YouTube and garnering like millions of fucking followers because he's a former fucking atheist and everybody's like all
agnostic.
These fucking...
Well, he was atheist, then agnostic, then back to Catholicism.
Whatever.
And Ugly brings up the supposedly miraculous healed nun Bernadette Moreau suffered from cauda equina syndrome. We talked about that. PhD Tony was on the stage, and Bob Joe came on. He's the one who brought that up, and we went through a complete dissection of that. Went through the paper on it and everything. Found all the problems with the methodology, all of the information that was not the information beforehand that was not proffered forward, and so it's not evidence whatsoever. So we broke that one down.
Keep that right there for a moment. Just keep that right there. I'm gonna do something here real quick.
Can you mute yourself before you start, please?
No.
I'm so fucking validated.
Who's the guy that plays?
My wife hates when I do that.
Okay. All right. I want you to do something for me, JL. I'm not going to post the photo up.
What's up, Armageddon's Fire? Okay, go ahead. What would?
Okay, just give me a second here.
Okay.
Given the look that's on his face right now, okay,
that very dirty, that very coy look.
First thing I'm going to ask you is, have you ever seen the show Barry?
Yes, with Bill Hader. Yes.
Okay, shave his head.
No fucking way. He does.
No ho Hank.
Holy fuck, he does.
By the way, I wanted to say to Jared Reed, he mentioned wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tubemen, which is one of them on Family Guy. Do you know what the other two are, Jared?
Huh.
There's wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tubemen, but there's two others. There's two others on Family Guy.
It's been a long time since I've watched Family Guy.
Did you look up NoHo?
Yes, I did. I know what NoHo Hank looks like.
Yeah.
Oh, I can do this.
That looks. That's.
If anybody who's not seen the show Barry on HBO,
I've heard about it, but no, I haven't.
That's NoHo Hank.
Jesus Christ. Oh, Jared said no. So one of the other ones is crudely painted, not so funny plywood cutout folk art. And then the other one is intergalactic proton powered electrical tentacle advertising droids. I don't know if there's any more. Maybe there are, but I know those three.
Yeah, that's NoHo Hank from Barry. Great fucking show.
Wait, did you have that fucking lipstick camera in the car when I shot at you?
I always loved it. One of my favorite sequences. Why would you do that? Why would you? It's like because his friend said too much. It's like, it's like, why would you open the door? Because now I have to kill you. So
if I am this, then you are king of bullshit mountain.
I loved Henry Winkler in that show. He was so good. All right, so
sorry, I just once he had that right angle, I went, oh, that's NoHo Hank with hair.
And thank you, Armageddon's Fire has been a member of the Godless Army for 2 months. Appreciate that support. And Resist OP, Resist Oppression has become a new member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that support. Enjoy the custom emojis and the channel badge. You rock.
Immunization healing miracles for which medical documentation is required. It's like we got pictures of the dude beforehand with his severe bilateral congenital clubfoot. We have pictures from his childhood where you can see them, and he's like, we have testimonies from all like his friends and whatnot, and his teachers, like to the effect that he'd always have to like walk on the side of his ankles and whatnot.
You got testimony.
But why isn't God healing all people with clubfoot?
And we've got pictures of him throughout childhood with that. Oh, and then he prays to one of these Catholic saints. And then, afterwards, both of his legs are straight and completely healed. It's like, okay, this isn't...
Oh, shit.
How many... well, wait a minute. But how many other people have prayed for something to get healed to the saints and never had them answered? How does he...
Let's see.
What kind of bullshit is this?
Why did God create a world where all these bad things happen to people for him to have to magic them into,
that
being,
too, Leo.
being healthy? Like, I don't understand it.
That's the obvious one.
And this God is both all-knowing and all-powerful? Okay, now I've got questions.
And if you're Darth Dawkins, it necessarily instantiates and sustains all of reality. So it's...
One second. I'm because I know something about treating clubfoot, about that medical condition, that I'm wondering. I'm trying to find the actual like claim of somebody with clubfoot being miraculously cured.
I think
bilateral clubfoot story and miracle flights 150,000. This is clubfoot deformity, specialized medical care. No, that's not it. That's not it. Clubfoot straight to become a normal footer. Healed from club feet. Precious, a 9-year-old boy from CC district was born with a condition called club feet. 12-year-old boy's club feet healed by the power of Jesus. Incurable clubfoot healed in 3 months? No. Clubfoot can be healed. There is a technique called the Ponseti technique, which was revolutionary because it allows children to walk and run normally who have them, and it's able to it uses casting to stretch the foot, and if they apply a new plaster cast over them every week for multiple weeks up to I think 2 months to gradually straighten the foot out and allow it to settle. But when children get it when they're young, because that's the easiest time, it's the best time to kind of allow
when
the
they're
foot to heal.
developing.
Exactly. And the Ponseti method was completely life-changing, especially because any clinic can do it and doesn't require invasive surgery. So it was it was an amazing innovation, especially in third world countries where things like club feet are actually more problematic. And so developing that, the global impact affects clubfoot is like 1 in every 800 newborns worldwide. And it especially hits third world nations a greater deal than in developed countries. The correlation there is not fully explained in that, but the Ponseti method results in like a 95% full correction rate when started early. So, and this claim here is about 1 second here.
You know what this whole thing has just reminded me of, with Joe and Catholicism and everything. You know what literally just popped into my head?
No, we don't. We can't see
the episode of well, maybe you need to believe in God and you can. The episode of South Park with the Catholic Church. I don't know if you guys have seen it. The one with the Cumby. That whole episode just popped into my.
I may have seen it. What season is that?
I can't remember, but it's the one where all the Catholic priest, I can't remember his name, Father, whatever it is, in South Park, becomes good friends with Butters. And then everybody thinks that because he's a part of the Catholic Church that he's like fucking kids or something, or the Catholic Church thinks that's what he's doing. And
I never saw that
like,
one.
This is really bad. Anyway, it's fucking hilarious. It's absolutely
my favorite episode with Butters is the Osimo 3000 one where Cartman.
So the let's see.
Everyone knows
there's
Butters.
The purported story I found took apparently took place in Malawi, in specifically Mzuzu. and is where the story purportedly happened. And
Is this like a real Mizuzu? Okay, dude, this is
Yeah.
like fucking stop. Okay,
right,
Get
yeah,
the fuck out of here.
that's where the story, from what I can tell, that's where the story originates from. Was
Jail.
a claim about a child
Jail.
in Mizuzu, Malawi.
Jail. Mew Mew. What's Mew Mew? You know where
You
that
s-
line is from.
Yeah,
Mew
I was
Mew?
gonna say
Tony
Court Lizard Mage has it right.
Tony says,
Pazuzu,
"Let me
isn't that
on."
like some sort of god.
Tony
or
says,
something?
"Let me on, you squirrel chasing, Ritalin addicted Hellraiser 3 apologist."
Oh no.
You think you're fucking
Uh-oh.
funny?
I do. Yes.
Step into my office. Why? Because you're fucking
Because you're
fired.
fucking fired.
So I
6 minute ad.
just wanted to say, and I apologize to Leo before for bringing this up. But even if we accept these claimed miracles as true and as actual miracles, right? Let's put aside everything, like people lying, the chain of custody.
Yeah,
not
you can
being-
concede the phenomena.
I'll concede the phenomenon. I'll even concede that God exists and God did it. Why does he not do it under controlled circumstances? Why, why will he do it sometimes but not other times?
Well, that's what I was.
Why will he cure some kids but not other kids?
That's exactly what I was saying. Why he's talking about this miracle where this one guy is like, ooh, and it just all of a sudden it reverses. And I'm like, well, and because he prayed to some saint, and then it's just boop, it happens. And I'm like, well, what? Well, how do you explain all the other people that are praying to saints to have their cancer cured? I mean, just anything, and it's not happening. Then what do you? They don't believe hard enough or something.
It makes God capricious, vindictive, attention seeking. He only does it sometimes, and only in particular, only for people who are particularly holy. Let's look at the nun who was allegedly healed at Lourdes. So she couldn't be healed without going to Lourdes. Apparently not. And only one nun can be healed. You couldn't pick some rando. You couldn't pick, for instance, a Muslim beggar and do exactly the same thing. Tell them this is the Christian God and I am healing you. Wouldn't that have a bigger impact than somebody whose entire medical crew were also deeply religious? Wouldn't that carry more weight? Wouldn't that be more persuasive to a disinterested observer? Instead, he only does it to people who are already members of his club.
This is God every time you ask him why he doesn't do it under controlled experiments.
Yeah, exactly. And you just like, so what? You're capricious. You're like a 6-year-old now. It's you are creating this theological monstrosity. If we assume that your claims are true, sorry.
No. Go ahead. Finish.
Well, they seem, and the idiotically smug look on his face, like, all I'm doing is following the evidence. All you're doing is following unsubstantiated claims with no formal chain of custody, no controlled settings, no people testifying under oath. None of that shit has happened. You're just taking people's word for it. And if we're going to do that, we're going to believe in the fucking fairies in the garden. We're going to believe in those girls who claimed that they were getting psychic messages when all they were doing was cracking their toes.
But how many people could have, like, are there any accounts? I wonder if we could find any ancient accounts where people kind of did this kind of, I don't know, post hoc kind of rationalization when it came to any kind of foreign gods, right?
Yes,
like,
well,
going with what you're saying. I sacrificed a goat to Apollo. My kid was healed from a fever. Congratulations.
Yes. And I keep on returning back to this, but one of Celsus's or Celsus's or Celsus, or however you pronounce his stupid name, one of his big complaints about Christianity is, well, their claims are just the same as every other mystery religion. This is just the same as Apollonius of Tyana or Asclepius. There was a cult of Asclepius that claimed much the same thing, that he could raise people from the dead, and that he did so multiple times. In his case, it was supposed to be medical intervention, but his worshippers, who turned him into a god, they thought it was actual miraculous stuff.
Which is why the AMA uses the staff of Asclepius.
Yes. They seem to have no idea that actually, if we're going for the world championship of most miraculous claims in the past 200 years, Hinduism wins pretty much hands down, because they claim industrial scale miracles and magical events from gurus and swamis and other spiritual leaders, and they've got zero substantial evidence for that. But if we're going to accept your miracle claims, we need to accept their miracle claims.
I debunked one myself in a video.
Right.
The dude who wrote Rama on a brick and made it float and everything. I debunked it. I debunked it myself from the video itself. Did you ever see that, Tony?
No, I don't recall that.
Oh, okay. It was a part of the Super Atheist Friends collab that I did with the 9 other creators.
Oh yeah.
One of the videos I did was examining that. It was like, because I went through the video like frame by frame, and I was looking for what was going on, and it looked like, oh, this brick sinks, and it's like, oh, but if I write Rama on it, it floats. Oh, it's a miracle. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute, there's something in that video I don't think they wanted you to see, and got to dive into it. And I did this huge deep dive, and was like, oh, now we know why it floated. Dun 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 dun, because they were those bricks they were using are designed to do that. So,
right. Okay.
Wait, how are they designed to sink but then float when you write a word on them?
So it was how so the bricks themselves were remember they're auto aeroclaved concrete, and it's a special lightweight material that is utilized to build homes fast in India. So it's like autoclaved concrete is what it is, and so ACC. So when I found the actual material that it's made out of and what it's designed to do, the brick itself, the actual bricks themselves are heavy enough to sink in water, but they don't absorb moisture. They repel moisture because of their composition. And so they actually will float. So what they did the first time was he took the brick and he threw it in the water, and it was heavy enough to slash and go down.
And then the second time he just sets it.
He floated it along the surface. And I was like, but after writing the Hindu word for Rama on it, and I was like, so I was like, okay, hang on a sec. But then I was like, well, what is it? What's it? And I looked at it, and at a certain point in a frame, he's holding the brick in his hand, and you can see the imprint of the manufacturing company on the end of it. And I was like, oh, what is that? What is that? So I had to flip it upside down, and I got the name of it, tracked the name to the actual company that makes it, where it exists in India, and then track down the actual material and what they make them out of. And therefore, they pulled it off of a site, obviously, that makes homes for that are able to withstand the monsoon season, is what's the whole point of it, because they needed material that doesn't absorb water and doesn't hold on to water as readily as concrete does. And so there you have it.
And if we're going to accept everybody's claims of miracles at face value, we'd accept shadows, right? And people are, I feel, calling Shadow a fraud, as was implied. I think that's a bit rich. I don't consider her a fraud. I consider her somebody, very lonely. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
I
wanted to ask you, Tony, since you're up here. First, I mean, I don't know how much do you know about the scenario that we've been talking about with Joe Schmidt?
Very little. I don't know who Joe Schmidt is.
Okay, so he's a PhD candidate at. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna.
PhD student, not PhD candidate.
Yes, PhD student. Sorry, my bad. Here we go. No. Hang on a sec. from Joseph Schmid's CV. I am a philosophy PhD candidate at Princeton University. I graduated with a BA in philosophy from Purdue in 2022. On the scholarly level, I have published articles in metaphysics, philosophy of religion, and philosophy of time. I've also authored the books Existential Inertia and Classical Theistic Proofs, The Majesty of Reason, A Short Guide to Critical Thinking and Philosophy. On the popular level, I create lecture videos and host discussions on my YouTube channel, Majesty of Reason. I also run a blog by the same name. My primary research is in metaphysics, philosophy of religion, and philosophy of mind. I focus in particular on persistence, infinity, and infinitary paradoxes, modality, arguments for and against God's existence, and psychophysical laws. That's directly from his CV.
Yeah, no, I had it backwards. He's a PhD candidate, not a PhD student. I had that backwards. A PhD student is in the program and like doing coursework and still, you know, formulating their dissertation and everything. And a candidate has done all the stuff that they need to qualify. They just have to defend their dissertation. They're a candidate for a PhD. They're no longer a student. They're just waiting to defend their dissertation and actually receive their PhD. I had it backwards.
He's an American Arsenal fan, which doesn't necessarily impress me.
And Jay says he went from Purdue to Princeton. What's the significance of that?
Well, I mean, Purdue does have a really good philosophy program, and so does Princeton.
I don't particularly understand that. Princeton's fairly highly regarded. I know
Princeton is an Ivy League school.
Yeah,
I've got some very close friends who got their PhD. Well, one friend in particular who got his PhD from Princeton. He was there at pretty much the same time as Nash. But to me, this just confirms the problem that I have with philosophy. If you completely divorce yourself away from observational evidence, and you just rely on logic, you just say, okay, I'm not going to require any objective evidence, any empirical evidence. I'm just going to adopt a set of axioms and then logically argue from that set of axioms. Well, where you end up on depends critically on which axioms you've chosen and what you've smuggled in with those axioms. And so in my, the entire term Philbro is in my view a consequence of people who have just divorced themselves from observable reality and don't consider it to have any relevance to the arguments that they're presenting. So they don't have the skills that I think are necessary when you're making observations about reality. If you're going to start making comments about whether or not something is real, I think you need some training in how to interpret and incorporate empirical evidence into your arguments. And I don't think that taking everybody's testimony at face value is part of that. I can tell a story about Louis Pasteur. So Louis Pasteur did an experiment to determine whether or not lactic acid had isomers, which is to say the same geometry, well, the same chemical composition, but different geometry. So there are two isomers of lactic acid, which are not reflectively symmetric. So the one is geometrically different from the other. They have different chiralities. So he described this experimental procedure. And when he was done, there were crystals of lactic acid, pure lactic acid, and he was able to separate them out just visually. And he was able to work out that 50% of the crystals had one set of optical properties and the other 50% had the others. And he deduced that he'd separated them by chirality. So he published, and that was that. Except nobody else in the world was able to replicate his results. They tried, and he went to their laboratories, saw that they were doing it right, and they just didn't get the same results that he did. It turned out that you needed the specific pressure and humidity conditions relevant in Paris in spring in order to get this result. And unless those conditions were the same. So here we have somebody, a very esteemed scientist, saying that he'd done something, and nobody believed him until he demonstrated it and was able to demonstrate why he got it and under what conditions, and why the other attempts at replication had failed. But if you claim something and it can't be replicated under any conditions, there's a real possibility that you're a fraud, or deluded or mistaken. We can talk about Jan Hendrik Schoen, who was a big deal in the early 21st century, who was perhaps a few years away from getting a Nobel Prize for his work on organic superconductors. And it turned out that he was just making data up wholesale. And he was publishing things, and he was publishing these papers, and nobody could get the same results as him. And he kept on, he had these particular techniques, he had this particular laboratory, and he said, you need to do it the right way. And the more and more people tried to replicate it, the more they became aware that they couldn't. And eventually it fell over. Like a graduate student pointed out that, he was replicating figures, and that his figures didn't represent what was described in his experiments. He had a figure from one paper which he reused in another paper, and it had exactly the same noise characteristics, which is impossible. That shouldn't happen. So he was eventually found out. So, you need to be very, very, very careful not to just accept that because somebody says something, or indeed that somebody has published something, that you just accept that they're right. It has to be replicated. It has to be investigated. And philosophers and a lot of philbros or philosophers who completely divorce themselves from physical reality just don't have that rigor. They don't have that care. Leo may disagree with me violently on this one.
I think with respect to philosophers generally, what we see from what most people commonly understand is the philbros online is just straightforwardly not how the vast majority of professional philosophers do philosophy.
Yeah.
Most of the people online are unprofessionals, and their philosophy is unrigorous at best and just flat out bad at worst. A lot of philosophers, depending on what area they're in, particularly in areas of like philosophy of science and the various other sub-branches of that, metaphysics, even areas of like, philosophy of psychology, neurophilosophy, use what's called experimental philosophy, which is rooted in utilizing at least some empirical methods for trying to arrive at or establish various philosophical conclusions. So I would
guess that they try and establish common sets of axioms and interpretations of those axioms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right? Yeah. So I agree with everything that Tony said. And I think that the philbro, as we understand it in the modern day, is not what you should assume philosophy is or is representative of. If you go to a philosophy department at a university and talk with the philosophers there, you're going to get a very different picture of what philosophy is than if you debate the philbros on TikTok.
But and again, it's worth highlighting just how difficult science becomes once feelings are introduced, right? Once preferences. So there was an experiment on the placebo effect where the doctor was given basically a saline shot to administer to a patient. And they were told what the saline shot would do before they administered the shot. Now, they were forbidden from talking to the patient. No verbal communication whatsoever between the doctor and the patient. If the doctor was told that the shot would be painful, the outcome for the patient was worse. This was with zero verbal communication, just wandering in, sticking it into the patient's arm and depressing the plunger made the patient feel worse if the doctor thought that what was in the syringe was worse. You see it all the time that people's preconceptions, if they have people who have a preferred hypothesis will adopt something that is unrelated as evidence, and then they'll adopt something else as evidence because they know the hypothesis is true because of the other thing that they adopted. And you can build yourselves out well beyond where you've got any observational validation at all, because you're sticking these bricks in your preferred configuration when you've got no guarantee whatever that that's where you should be. And if you turn off, as Leophilius says, if you turn off that rigor, if you turn off that impartiality and you start going with your feelings, you can end up in some very, very, disconnected from reality places.
Very deep water.
So,
Very
from like a first impression, like given the extreme radical change in his position in like the course of like roughly, I think, close like somewhere around like 4 to 6 weeks. Like obviously this is an extreme radical, and he's made statements of like he thinks God God has sainthood in mind for him, that he wants to be a saint, or what he wants to go down as a saint, which, addressing the like the fact that they have to die to do that, the martyrdom and everything like that. But there's an extreme shift here, like very like radical. First impression, what are you thinking? Because my first impression was, given his educational background and the arguments he's formulated in the past, is that this may be an attempt to gather data for a potential paper. It's a kind of social experiment. But I mean, I'm just speculating there. What about you? What do you think?
I think if it's an attempt to gather data, he's running into some very real ethical problems. To me, going through the process of preparing a PhD is very stressful. It has adverse impacts on mental health, and it can just put somebody in a position where they can just snap for whatever reason.
Is that somewhat common? PhD crash out, or?
Yeah, PhD crash outs. We've had suicides. We've had, just at my research school, we've had suicides. We've had a bunch of very adverse outcomes. So it's not as I made a comment on a Flat Earth stream that claiming a PhD when you haven't been through a PhD program is kind of stolen valor. It's by no means the same. It's not the same, obviously, as combat veterans and that sort of thing. But there is a strong degree of harm that and emotional difficulty that even good PhD candidates undergo. And it's non-trivial. It's absolutely non-trivial. And so a sudden, really strange break in somebody's behavior, that's where my suspicions are going to lie.
He cracked under the pressure. Maybe
it blows my mind when I hear people talk about how, like, obviously you get this almost exclusively from conspiracists, that like PhDs don't matter and anybody could go get a PhD. It just shows you how fucking little they actually understand about going for terminal degrees at major universities, because it's not easy. Even if you're like getting a PhD in something that a bunch of people think is worthless, it's not. And that's not even considering like if you're going for a PhD in like aerospace engineering or like physics or something, that is just not.
From what I understand, the workload is, for lack of a better term, catastrophic.
It can be. A lot of it depends on what institution you go to, who's on your committee, what
Patriot University,
all of those various things. But yeah, I mean, it will wear on you mentally. It just will.
Yeah,
And
as the work gets, during my PhD, I think my supervisor, over 3 years, I think my supervisor was in the country for like 6 months. And it can be incredibly isolating on top of that, because you're just slogging away and you don't talk to anybody else. So depending on how severe his circumstances are, there's no real there's no real limit to how bad this sort of study can be. And I have heard a voice at one point in my life. It was after my grandfather had died, and I was about to crack up, and I heard a voice yell at me, "Don't cry," which sort of stunned me, and it seemed to come from nowhere. I didn't believe that it was external to my head. It was clearly something in my head. But if he's undergone some form of severe depression, there are side effects of that. You can start hearing voices. It is one of the specific symptoms of severe depression. Is hearing voices, and if you start doing that while you've been thinking a lot about God, and this is all speculation.
Right.
Maybe he's perfectly. I have to say, I'm not at all a specialist in mental health. I don't know his circumstances, and I don't know that he hasn't been talked to by God. It seems unlikely, from what I know, but my suspicion is my immediate suspicion would be a mental health episode. But I don't. This is completely unsubstantiated. It's just a guess.
That was my predominant curiosity. I don't get, like I've said before at the very beginning, I don't give a shit what religion he happened to convert to. The one that the fact that he converted back to the one that he was initially raised in, the one that he's most familiar with, is a point of interest, I think. But ultimately, I think I'm more curious as to like the impetus behind such a radical shift. Probably because that's where my education was predominantly focused in, the hows and whys of human behavior and exploring extreme radical shifts in presentation and pathology. And so I'm very, very curious that's where my kind of curiosity goes, is what the things that inspire these kinds of, like, is there a stressor involved? Was there a trigger mechanism or a trigger event that took place? What were the underlying conditions before this, like leading up to this scenario? For something so radical to occur in such a short amount of time, that indicates to me, based upon the evidence that I have access to, that there was some sort of emotional event that took place during that time period that resulted in this radical shift. But like I said, I'm just going off the evidence, and my gut is telling me that there is background information that we are not getting here. So that was my first impulse, was like, something went on in the background that he's not talking about, or that he and maybe select people know about. So something, and then Robin brought it up, something that may have been a hint at it when he was talking to some other Catholic on their platform, that when he was a non-believer, he never told his parents. Despite the existence of his channel, the existence of his work, the papers that he's published, all the things he's done, he never told his parents that he wasn't a believer anymore.
Yeah, it seems very plausible. The religion that you're raised in, and the religion that your family, the religion that your parents and your family ascribe to, is going to. It has comfort, and it also has the advantage of sort of buying you social credit with people whose good offices you're interested in maintaining. It's not entirely surprising to me that he went back to a religion that he has experience in. I would suggest, again, I'm not an expert, but I don't know if this is typical of how he behaves, but I'd have concerns about somebody behaving in this fashion, thinking that their arguments are rational.
Javers also brought up that going from a 2-year into an Ivy is not impossible, but
whoa. You're telling me Joe Schmidt got his bachelor's degree in 2 years?
Well, sorry. Going from the second point. Sorry, not 2 year. But that would be a 4-year. But
from a bachelor's degree into a PhD program.
From bachelor's degree into going from his bachelor's.
It's not unheard of.
It's not unheard of.
It's more common in like the United Kingdom or stuff like that.
To finish my thought, what Javers
States.
was talking about was it's very, very difficult, but it is not impossible, which given it's an Ivy League, it tells me money. And money to grease those wheels. And if it's money involved, that money is definitely his family's money. And if his parents are devoutly Catholic and also of the means able to grease those wheels to get him into an Ivy League education from Purdue into
That's not how PhD programs work.
For him to go to cover the tuition at that new school.
Well, he
got his bachelor's at Purdue, which is not Ivy League.
No. But he went to hold on a sec. That's not what I said. He went from Purdue to Princeton, but he did not mention getting his master's. So to get into an Ivy League under just a bachelor's degree is not impossible. But what that tells me is that money greased those wheels. If money is involved,
normally a university funds your PhD research.
Yeah.
Like you get paid to do a PhD. You don't pay the university to attend.
That's not what I said.
Really, I mean, obviously there's
Leo,
nuance.
That's not what I said.
Generally, you don't. There's not like tuition costs.
I feel I need to explain. So what happens is a researcher will apply.
I'm not talking about his PhD. I'm talking about his master's.
He didn't get one, as far as I understand, or did he?
So and that's okay. It's okay to make that transition. I didn't, you can get masters weren't really a big thing in Australia. You'd get an honours, and you can also have, if you know your supervisor and your supervisor is influential, if they have a high rank in the school or whatever, they can they can push hard for you to be accepted in. It happened with me. At the time, my supervisor was director of the school, which was part of the reason that he wasn't in the country quite as often as he might have been, because he was off doing international stuff. But he was able to bring pressure to have me accepted as a PhD student, because I'm not going to pretend to anybody that I'm sort of a top tier scientist by any stretch of the imagination.
Yes.
But so if he has an influential supervisor who really likes him, that can help. But that supervisor will have access to funding which pays for the PhD. There's no external.
Right. That I'm aware of. My point was, so we're saying that he got his bachelor's at Purdue and went immediately into a PhD candidate program.
Mm-hmm.
He made that jump?
Bachelor degree. He could have done some graduate coursework. Like and then obviously the field that you go into can depend on whether you can go from bachelor straight to PhD, where you go, the coursework that you do. All of that can have an effect on it too. Like if you get an honors Bachelor of Science in Physics from a Boston University, you could probably go straight into a PhD program at like Harvard or MIT or like Brown if you wanted to. Because Boston,
if you attend a summer school or something like that, and you get invited to participate in a research project, you really do it. Like we've had people, we've got one student at the moment who's like, I think second year, third year, but she's already lead author on a paper that's being submitted to Science. Nature. Last I heard, and that sort of talent, that sort of ability, right? If you can do that while you're an undergraduate, you're going to get into a PhD. People are going to be fighting over you, even though you haven't done your master's yet. So there are multiple ways to get in without it being money. I don't know the American system, but I've never encountered any situation where money will get you into a PhD program. If the supervisor really wants you, yeah, but he needs to pay for it himself. I've never heard of a family funding it.
I think a good point to make here with respect to PhD programs is when somebody is choosing some place to go, some PhD program, most of the time, the notoriety of the university is not what you're looking at. What you're looking, and this is going to depend on the field, but particularly for like the hard sciences, physics, biology, stuff like that, you're looking at what universities have the best research programs and what it is you want to do, on top of looking at, okay, what kind of researcher do I want to advise me under my program? So for me, if I was going to get a PhD in physics, I would select a school like something like Harvard or MIT, but that's not because they have that they're big name schools, so much as it is both have really good research programs in axionic dark matter, which is where my research focus would be. So that's what most people are going to be looking at when they go into a PhD program, is the rigor of the research that's done with respect to what they want to go into. If there's a university that has like the top program in the world for what you want to research, you're at least going to try to get into a graduate program there.
Okay.
Anyway, this is all speculation. I think, what you can say is that in order to get into a PhD program like Princeton's in philosophy, he needs to be a really talented student, and for a really talented, really capable student, the lack of critical rigor here is quite disturbing, particularly given that this is a topic that is related to the speciality that you were reading out earlier, right. Arguments for the existence of God. Given that this is something that he's dedicated a lot of time to, this lack of rigor, the lack of rigor in his thinking during this presentation, and just the way he's doing it in a very emotive fashion. And as a successful, PhD student, he knows how not to do that. And he knows that that's not the way to present a persuasive argument. So I don't know what's going on here. There you go.
Just to mention it with respect to Joe here. So he's got a book with Dan Linford, who got his PhD at Purdue. That's where I believe that's where Joe met Dan Linford. But he's got 3, and this would have all been while he was at Purdue, because I believe he graduated in 2022. I believe 2022.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah. He's got 3 published papers from 2021 and 1, 2, 3, 4 from 2022. So those all would have been before or when he graduated. He's got stuff published with some relatively well-known people, Alex Malpass, Ryan Mullins, and some of the awards that he won. I mean, he won in 2021 the Purdue Department of Philosophy Outstanding Sophomore Award, the William L. Rowe Scholarship in Philosophy, the Eric L. Clitheroe Memorial Scholarship. In 2022, he won the Purdue University College of Liberal Arts Outstanding Senior Award, and he graduated with highest distinction. So I'm not really surprised he got into a school like Princeton, into a PhD program at Princeton. Okay. I'm really not. Like, this is pretty exceptional, actually. Having published work, having worked with at least with respect to like what he focuses on, metaphysics, philosophy of religion, having worked with people who are probably, there is no T on the end of his name, who are probably fairly well known in those areas, having won, some pretty high distinctions, and having graduated with highest distinctions. That would be like summa cum laude. Like, that's the highest you can get. Like, that's, I don't know if this is how Purdue words it, but that's effectively getting like an honors Bachelor of Arts in Philosophy. So I'm not surprised he got into a PhD program at Princeton.
No, nor based on those results, nor am I. Okay. But even for somebody who's talented, and in fact for some candidates, especially if they're talented, because it can be the case that somebody who's done extremely well in coursework struggles a little bit when it comes to research. And it can be the case that the pressures in a PhD make you reconsider, am I actually as good as as I used to think I am. Sorry, I owe somebody in the chat.
That's fine. I mean, given how much time we spent on this, I mean,
one
we didn't
more
even
thing
get
I want to say
fucking hell.
is that this one more thing, just one last thing. Purdue University actually has a
I've just done
pretty solid,
this.
a pretty solid like philosophy department. So, I mean, imagine like in the example I gave, if you went undergrad at Boston University for physics and you did like a senior thesis with that degree, yeah, you could probably get into Stanford, MIT, Harvard, Princeton, Cornell, all these universities on a PhD program with that, because Boston University has a very well-funded physics department and is I wouldn't call them like a major top university, but they're up there. Their acceptance rate's like 15 or 20%, so it's not super high.
Yeah, I did specific research on this in the meantime. So Princeton University Department of Philosophy admits students directly into its PhD program without requiring a prior master's degree.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and the reason they want a master's in most programs is because you do research when you do a master's degree, and they want you to have familiarity with conducting research. It's generally supervised because your master's research is generally supervised before entering a PhD program. But if you do that in your undergraduate degree, well, you've got what a lot of universities want for people who are entering into a PhD program. You've got experience doing active supervised research. So you're familiar with a lot of those methods and a lot of what is expected of you as a PhD student already.
Yeah,
I'm not
so out of the way, he is listed as being a TA for his class.
I think an intro to logic course.
Apparently, he excels enough at what he's doing to gain the recognition that certainly keeps him where he is. There's no door closed for it, and his performance record seems to put him up there. So the fact that he's going for credentials is nice, I suppose. So the challenge against that.
But if this is the level of his argumentation, he's in real trouble.
But that's the thing. Like I said, we're spending all this time. This is the undirected Gish Gallop. It's not an actual argument. None of this was meant as an argument, but we're treating it so very much so.
We're doing a critique of what he's presenting.
This is fluff for the believers. Nothing more. There is no substance to any of these. That's
well,
why
we can point out why. But we can point out why there's no substance.
Oh, we could. That is a way to spend 6 hours.
I think Andrew, it's fair to say, like when I get on here and I talk about scientific subjects, I try to be rigorous in what I say. And yes, people do piss me off, and yes, I do get angry. But I don't just go, you should believe me because it feels, right? Or I believe something because it feels, which is what this guy is up here doing. And while that may be a dedicated effort to appeal to a particular audience on his behalf, rather than a reflection of his professional identity, I kind of have difficulty drawing the two apart. I'm not completely professional on here, but when I start talking about subjects that are related to my discipline, I do get reasonably rigorous when I discuss them. And so I expect the same from him.
That's the thing. That's why I look for the meta-narrative, because nitpicking the details that you think you hear within a span of 5 seconds, that's not the message. He's spewing off point after point. These are like the loosest talking points. The ones that he started with are amongst the most mundane. Before he hit anything specifically Catholic, he's running down a checklist of things believers say, with no real depth. It's like, what am I supposed to do? Just like the goofy face he's got right now. Well, I don't know. Every piece of this was a speed run.
Yeah, and so if you've dedicated any time to rigorous analysis of, does God exist, etc., in a philosophical format, for you to sort of pull your pants down and do this clownish imitation of, well, what am I supposed to do? It really feels embarrassing. It feels intellectually nude. Really, you are abandoning all pretense of intellectual validity, and you're just clowning around here.
That's a question about what your actual goal is. See, once again, that assumes the goal. Let's put another proposition on the table. What if he's just farming the reactions? His research data is our reaction. We could be literally giving him the thing that he's actually fishing for.
Yeah, that would require experimental philosophy. I'm not sure how real a thing that is, but it's not impossible that that's the case, and that's and that's entirely true. But there are ethical concerns, are there not, with sort of taking your study into the public forum like this? I'd be concerned, like, I don't, certainly if you were trying to do this sort of thing in psychology, Sir Equinox says if this is just a social experiment, I would label it unethical.
At the same token, I did put a comment in the chat earlier for that, which is to say that ethical problems are only a problem for people with ethics.
Well, they're also a problem with academic departments where you're expected to adhere to ethical standards. But I've actually got to get going, I'm afraid. So this was a drive-by just for me to vomit my unsolicited opinion into the chat. And now that you're all covered in my vomit, I'm going to go. Take care, everyone.
I appreciate it, Tony. Thank you.
Good to see you, Tony.
You're about 3 days late with that phrasing.
All right, take care, everyone.
Take it easy, bud.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to ignore the point that I was trying to make.
Jay, I'll make the damn point. Don't do that. Don't be passive aggressive.
Not being passive aggressive. What the
You're
fuck's
not
the
going to
point?
sit here and do all that shit with me.
Well, it was so desperate to correct me before I'd actually said anything. Is what I was trying to do. I wasn't trying to say that he got that they paid for him to be able to do that. That's not what I was saying. I was saying that if understanding that now that they accept people in automatically, and given his accolades, and that makes sense. Without that in place, without that information in place, I was looking at the possibility that he comes, not that money was involved in his education, but that he comes from a particular family that would put enormous pressure upon him in his education that could result in enormous levels of stress. And that under that, coupled with what Tony was talking about, what PhD candidates go through, in trying to get that, could have contributed. So his family scenario could have been as contributory to some sort of emotional issue, as anything else, because that's his primary, it's his YouTube channel, and it would be his family. And so he interacts with people online, and he interacts with the people who know him personally with his direct family. The fact that he has that kind of access, and yes, he's an excellent student, okay, but to be able to go to Purdue and afford that tuition, I mean, unless he went on a full ride, which I'm not seeing anywhere. It's possible he did, but given that, if his family is of a substantial means, and they are also devoutly Roman Catholic, and he never told them that he had deconverted or had lapsed, and that was information he never shared with them. that tells me something about the relationship between him and his parents, that tells me about the relationship between him and their expectations, given where he's going to school and what he was going in for. And now all of a sudden he's a Catholic again. So there's something at play here. That's what I was trying to go towards, but the conversation went in a completely different direction. Nonetheless.
Also, I disagree with the chat, or with a couple of commenters in the chat who seem to be suggesting that Ivy League schools in the United States have tanked their reputation. I don't think that's true. If I could pick where I go for a PhD in physics, I'd still pick either MIT or Harvard. Without
Harvard maintained its image in my eyes when they told Trump to go fuck off. So any university that's going to be willing to do that, they got my vote.
So a little extra research. So apparently a PhD in philosophy in Princeton costs zero in tuition because Princeton guarantees full funding.
Right. Yeah.
Most PhD programs do.
Right. And so I was saying I was saying if he comes from a family of substantial means, that can come with certain expectations, especially if they're Roman Catholic. Yeah. Like staunchly Roman Catholic. So
about family pressure.
Yes, that's where I was trying to go. Was if you look at the family dynamic, you look at what he was doing in the course of his education. Then you look at the plain and simple fact that he admitted to never telling his parents that he had deconverted, that he was doing and then you look at the enormous amount of work and research and papers did when he wasn't a believer, and yet never told his parents. Were they simply not aware of the work he was doing? Was he outright freaking lying to them? Or is there something more going on here? This is what informs that gut impulse I have, that there is background information that we do not have.
Yeah.
I would given how public his profile is, he's out there like nobody's business, right?
Amongst the relevant circles.
How would nobody have filled his parents in? That's why
they might not know. They're probably in their 60s.
We can say that, but I have to wonder, like, how oblivious would they have to be that somebody in their circle, if somebody in their circle goes, "Hey, did you know your son's doing XYZ?" Like, when should that have come up?
Yeah, but if none of these people like go on YouTube or watch YouTube videos or anything,
that's true. It's possible. And Nathu the one, but Nathu the one says, "I'm not sure how pertinent his family relationship is to his conversion." The fact that he himself has admitted he never told them about what he was doing as an agnostic and as a self-described agnostic and a self-described atheist. He never informed them of any of this. And the fact that they're Roman Catholic, understanding Roman Catholicism, that is a huge deal when it comes to the family. Big thing. So there are big red flags all over this. What exactly those red flags are indicating, I do not know. I can, like I said, I've been speculating here. My gut, and everything we're seeing here and everything we know about now and the stuff that we have brought up here tells me one thing. It keeps pointing back to one thing. There is background information that we do not have. Background information that he has not shared and he may not ever share. But there is something we don't know. There is a way to connect this bridge that he's not providing. Because the things he is providing in this fluff piece he's doing here, the things he is providing don't connect the bridge. And someone of his acumen knows they don't connect the bridge.
Well, it does in the scenario that I last proposed. I'm not sure.
The family.
Which is basically that we're being farmed and we're the data.
Possible. You never know. There's so, like I said, there's background information here we do not have.
Yes.
No, and it's like we've got x-rays afterwards and pictures afterwards. Okay, what's going on here? And then you just go through all these other cases, and it's just insane, and I just can't believe the conspiracy that I would have to posit in order to explain them all away. It just seems like the universe was conspiring to make it look like God exists, God is performing certain miracles, and not just miracles, but miracles that seem to vindicate distinctive Catholic doctrines. We've got, for instance, very well evidenced Eucharistic miracles. You've got extremely...
No, you don't. It wouldn't be a giant... it would be a conspiracy within the church. It would be that it would be the upper levels of the church, the higher authorities, putting pressure on lower authorities in order to push things through. I mean, we're talking about an institution that imposed a doctrine of not reporting the sexual offenders that confess to their crimes in confession. That would literally put their vow to this God that they cannot demonstrate exists. They would put their fifis and their vow to this emotionally validating thing ahead of doing a social good, which is reporting a sexual offender to the authorities. Okay, why does the state, like the first state, I think it was the state of Washington, is the first state to make priests mandated reporters? If they have that, their whole, like, you know, the doctrine of confession or the seal of confession does not apply. If someone comes up and confesses that shit to a priest, that priest is required by law to report it. And if they don't report it, they are liable as well. They are criminally liable as well. We're talking about an institution that systemically covered up its crimes for fucking decades through systemic control of all the factors involved, of the evidence, of the witnesses, and the perpetrators. And you're going to say it'd be a huge conspiracy to say that miracles, to cover up miracles, or to lie about miracles, or to push evidence as though it's credible for miracles? No, dude. You look at the fucking crimes we know that they're guilty of, and how long those went unreported because of the level of control and the level of shaming and the fucking witness blaming and witness tampering and evidence concealment that they did for decades to hide their crimes, probably even over a century in this country to hide their crimes. Centuries to hide their crimes, if you want to go like back with Catholic missionaries and the shit they did to the indigenous Americans. So if you want to go that far, look at what they've done and look at what they've covered it up. Getting people to like put forward evidence for miracles that has not been validated just because it not been scientifically corroborated, just to validate people's emotions and shit, or people's belief and shit, is not beyond the pale. So give me a fucking break, dude. I'm not a PhD. I don't even have a fucking bachelor's in philosophy. And this is obvious to me.
Well, evidence Marian apparitions like Fatima and Lourdes and Zaytun, where like Mary is like granting requests for conversion to Catholicism. She's saying, get the Holy Father to consecrate Russia, outside of his jurisdiction, by the way, to my Immaculate Heart, thereby vindicating the Immaculate Conception, which only Catholics dogmatize. And of course, you know, she's like, as I said, granting petitions to convert people to Catholicism. She's like telling people to pray the rosary, pray the rosary. So she's like advancing the cause of praying the rosary, which of course meditates on mysteries like the Assumption and the coronation of Mary. Oh, and of course it's Mary herself, the Mother of God, appearing to people. It's like, it's just shot through with
none of that shit happened. So it's claims. So.
Catholic vindicatory implications. And there are all sorts of reasons why naturalistic explanations aren't good and why demonic explanations aren't good. And that's just Fatima. Like, in Lourdes, we've got Mary telling Saint Bernadette Soubirous, like, Je suis l'Immaculée Conception, or however it is, like, parlez-vous français, oui or no? And you want the baguette, the croissant? Anyway, she's literally...
Wow.
He's saying to Saint Bernadette, I am the Immaculate Conception. I mean, how much clearer could you possibly get? And then God just...
That was Bernadette's claim. No one was there to corroborate it.
Goes out of his way to perform, like, the most unprecedented string of, like, concentrated...
Yes, Tony Regime, this isn't normal playback.
Medically documented healing miracles in all of history at Lourdes. It's just insane. Or, you know, if I want to be French, Lourdes. Oh, and God's also going like out of his way on multiple occasions, on multiple different continents, and in multiple different centuries. He's going.
The people who are French in the chat have taken offense at his imitation.
Yeah, we just got like Timu grade Pepe Le Pew.
Ho ho ho. Surprised he doesn't have a cigarette and it shot this in black and white.
Out of his way to like make sure that when like a Catholic priest, oh, and it only seems to be a Catholic priest, when a Catholic priest prays over some bread, it turns out, oh my goodness, there's suffering myocardial tissue afterwards. And like
it's not what happened. That's not what happened, and it wasn't confirmed experimentally, and it wasn't confirmed by an independent analysis. It did. I mean, he's just repeating the same claim. So
we've got like scientific documentation of this and like blinded laboratory.
Nope, it wasn't. Sorry. This is a straight... Either he was misinformed or this is just a straight up lie.
And like blinded scientists who look at these things, and we also have the pictures of them that we can compare, and you can even ask AI to look at the pictures, and it's like, oh yeah, it seems like musculoskeletal.
Seems. Operative word seems. And you have not, there's no, because there's been no submission of the evidence for independent laboratory testing outside of the control of the church, that the best hypothesis is that it was misidentified fungal material, which looks very similar. When you look at them under the microscope, they look very, very similar to each other. So
you just referenced AI there.
Are you a fun guy, JL? Would you consider yourself a fun guy?
Sometimes I am.
Some kind of like muscular tissue. It's like, And of course, the miracle at hand simulates like precisely the ontological change that Catholics believe in. And there are so many other things that I'm leaving out. But like, finally, in February of this year, I sit down with Ethan Muse for like 4 hours to talk about the overwhelming evidence.
Oh, fucking fucking Pio. Fucking Father Pio. This is such... I debunked this shit in a video that I did some time ago when I addressed the claims regarding Father Pio, and none of it is corroborated. It's all just like claims, and I think the vast majority of them actually came from Pio himself, so no one's been able to confirm any of this shit, so... I'm not familiar with the name that he just dropped, but you are, Leo?
Oh, Ethan Muse, yeah.
Yeah. Can you elaborate?
Bit problematic. I guess I'll say that.
Okay.
It's got some interesting views on things. Interesting is one way to word it, I suppose.
Ugly German True says, if this had appeared on an atheist channel just in clips, I would suspect a young person making a parody video. Only that JS was known beforehand and this was set up as big change, right?
Behind St. Padre Pio's mystical charisms. Like, we have doctors who issue reports, like, immediately afterwards where they're like, yeah, I literally, and they're describing in, like, tremendous detail their observations. Like, yeah, he literally palpated his hands and his feet. And, like, he's, like, describing, like, yeah, I felt a palpable void in between his hands, and it was separated by thin membranes on both sides. Oh, and another doctor on an earlier occasion was like, yeah, I examined it, and there was, like, a complete hole going through his entire hand, such that I could literally read things on the other side of the hand if I, like, or if I put his hand up.
A guy said it, so that means it must be true. Because
yeah,
there's
and
this guy, and he said so.
It's widely suspected that Pio did that to himself, and then the holes in his hands healed. And that's why is that he deliberately deliberately punched the holes in his hands because if you know where to do it, you can do it without affecting your dexterity to a degree. Like you won't suffer major deleterious effects. But that's the reason he could still use his hands and yet still have these. If you know what you're doing, illusionists have been doing it for years. They just typically don't like punch full holes. But even then, in the report that he's talking about, we never get a description of how large the hole was. That there was a measurable gap, and if you can do that to yourself, and then you just let it heal, okay. And as long as you've done it and you know what you're doing, you can have it heal where it heals that void within it, and so you'll just have a hole through your hand that has skin through it. Typically nowadays, they would actually put like they would use there's a type of plug that they would use. Because my grandfather did it once when he drilled through his thumb when he wasn't paying. He like drilled clean through his thumb one time, and he had a hole through his thumb, for the rest of his life. But they had a special plug that he could put in there that would but it healed that way. So reading through the hand is the exact test I would use. Like a piercing. Thank you. Yes, Charles, like a piercing. This is shit, Hosa, this is shit you can Google and debunk in like 30 seconds.
Absolutely. I'm gonna get going, guys. It's getting close to 11 o'clock. I want to get to bed.
It is getting there. Thank you, Leo. Appreciate you coming up, bud.
Yep. You guys take it easy.
Still waiting for the big surprise towards the end. Tony brings up there was a carpenter in the Philippines who used to get nailed to a cross every Easter.
It's like, okay. What's going on? Oh, and then he has these for like 5 decades long with a bunch of other people seeing them. We have pictures of them. We have videos of them. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, probably millions of people saw these over the course of those.
No one ever saw it happening. They saw the after effects. They saw what Pio wanted them to see. There are arguments out there that Pio himself was a religious fanatic who may have been suffering from mental illness. There are arguments about that. The problem was that Pio lived in a monastery, and he lived predominantly sequestered away from a great majority of the community. It wasn't like he was walking around with a 9 to 5. Okay, he lived that life. So who knows what he was doing? So, like, again, these are claims. Why? This is so bad.
50 years. Oh, and then we've got pictures on the day of his death where he has no scars despite having deep wounds for 5 decades, and of course, like, the etiology and the character of these wounds is just totally incompatible with various naturalistic explanations that you might proffer. And then that's just the stick.
And yet he never submitted himself for clinical examination in an independent setting. Never once.
And then it's like we've got so many medically documented healing miracles with him involving like the regeneration of eyes.
You don't. No, all of these are claims that have never been substantiated. Never once. I only know this because I did the research myself.
And also like this odor of sanctity. So like where he goes, like it would come in like waves, this like massive, beautiful fragrance that would like fill rooms and that would like stay with some of his relics for like years on end. Oh, and also like
that's imagination. That was imagination and Pio, because Pio used incense, because from what I understand, if I remember correctly, he didn't bathe very often, so he had to use incense and special herbs in order to, because he was kind of a stinky person and living in a monastery. The way he lived, the way he chose to live, very aesthetically. So yeah, and then of course, just going beyond that is that's just religious reverence. So religious reverence and imagination.
Dozens of times, doctors are taking his temperature, and it's like giving naturalistically inexplicable readings. And so, like on one of the occasions, a doctor has a mercury thermometer, takes his temperature under his armpit with a mercury thermometer.
Woefully inadequate way of taking someone's temperature. Someone who was a full-grown adult, by the way. The best way, I think, is the most accurate way, I believe, is the ear, is to take it in the ear.
It literally shatters. So then they get a professional bath thermometer.
That's an illusion that I've seen done before.
And then take his temperature with it, and then it reads 125 degrees. I mean, it's just all your organs would just utterly fail at that point. I could go on, and there are lots of reasons why.
Yes, I can do the same trick with a lamp. I can use a lamp to make it look like I have a temperature over like 120. I can do that. Well, I'm not actually sick. Changing the temperature of the skin is quite easy.
All of these have like Catholic distinctive vindicatory implications where like it seems like God is going out of his.
No, it's written that these things do, and then he does what is expected, and then you're concluding what the church has already told you to conclude. How is this kid being this uncritical? This is I agree with Tony on this. This is somewhat disturbing.
Way to put his stamp of approval on distinctive Catholic doctrines. My broader point is that over the course of my second and third year of grad school, I just start getting inundated with evidence for miracles, firstly, but also miracles that seem to vindicate distinctively Catholic doctrines. And not just that, but just as theism offered just this like wonderfully unifying explanation of like a vast and diverse array of otherwise pretty striking and coincidental data, I started to see Catholicism in
the one that you were born into and raised with, and the one that you were indoctrinated into, and the one that you're most familiar with. Right.
Same light. It started to seem to me that Catholicism just unifyingly explains all this miraculous evidence, the pattern of miracles, the individual miracles, and then it also would make it not particularly surprising that I might be going systematically astray with respect to some of my moral intuitions or some of my intuitions against hell or various other things like that. So I started to see Catholicism in much the same way that I saw theism. Of course, I still had lots of objections to Catholicism, and it was so hard to get through all of them, like I had objections to hell, and I had objections to the Bible, and I had objections to the moral teachings of the church, and I had magisterial objections and whatnot. But just over the course of, those 2 or so years, I just started looking into the objections further, and they just started to wane. So in addition to,
they weren't emotionally satisfactory is what you mean.
Reading theology.
That's the problem. If the rebuttal's against them, because you have the church making the definitive claim, And then if we don't have independent access to these things and we cannot test them in controlled settings and we don't have access to the evidence, very similar to like what's going on with the Shroud of Turin after it was last tested, and the analysis shows that that was that there was not a human body under that thing, that it was actually an artistic creation. The evidence is undeniable in that one, so that debunks the Shroud of any kind of miraculous thing regarding the Shroud of Turin. So the problem is that all science can offer, when you have very little evidence and you predominantly only have anecdotes to address, they're not going to be able to give you a definitive answer by any stretch of the imagination. They're not going to be able to supply you with any kind of conclusion that would be as emotionally satisfactory as God is real and thinks you're special. Okay? So obviously you're not working with even scales here.
And philosophy and, magisteriology. In addition to all of that, I watched lots of YouTube videos, but also I would just sit down for like hours on end with my good friend Ethan Muse, and we would just...
And I like what Whereas Wallace says, only Catholic miracles could be accepted without evidence. Fuck all the other miracles from all the other groups. Yeah, fuck them. Yeah. This is embarrassing to a point of disturbing.
Just go back and forth on these various objections, and for the most part, he was just like systematically coming out on top. So I was like, oh man, what's going on here? No, but like, and his responses to my objections were actually quite powerful. I mean, ultimately, it was the 4-hour conversation with Ethan Muse on Padre Pio.
Andrew, I don't know much about this Ethan Muse guy, but Leo says he's problematic. Are you familiar with him at all?
I don't believe I've seen any of his material. I've seen the name around a little bit. So he is a Catholic, and he does go through a lot of debates. But I don't know him specifically.
How do you spell his last name?
M-U-S-E, very standard.
Ethan Muse is a talented and persistent debater. That's off of Substack. Ethan Muse, Department of Philosophy at Rutgers. The Miracle Case for Catholicism with Ethan Muse. This is to make the case for Catholicism focusing. So Ethan Muse is also a Catholic. So the dude who is inspirational for you is also a Catholic and is familiar with all of the shit that you're familiar with when you were coming up and being indoctrinated into it. That's freaking hilarious. All right, we can take a break from this because we do have somebody in the back. Let's pull that down. And first time on the stage, Eli, welcome to the Stage of Reason.
What's up? How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're coming through just fine.
Awesome.
Yep.
So what brings you on? Did you have, was it one of the topics on the screen that you disagree with, or the title? Did you have something specific or questions for us? What do you got for us today?
Yeah, I typically go, I'm sure I could find some disagreements in a lot of those, but my main one would be God does not exist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that there's argumentation to show that, at least from a generic theistic standpoint, taking atheism at its positive claims, we can demonstrate that atheism isn't possible.
You're saying it's impossible for me to not be convinced that a God exists?
No, not that. I mean the metaphysical claims that are wrapped up.
It doesn't make a metaphysical claim.
Well, sure it does.
No, it doesn't. It's a position on one proposition.
Wait, but are you identifying yourself in that proposition?
No, I am an atheist. I am
well,
not
I know.
convinced.
You're saying I. When you say I, that's a metaphysical thing.
No, it's not. It's a personal position.
Then what is referred to by I?
I myself, JL, is not convinced that the proposition is true.
I know. I'm asking, when you say I, myself, JL, what are you referring to? And how is that not a metaphysical position on the self?
Because it doesn't invoke any metaphysical position. Like, I'm
it
not
invokes
invoking
a metaphysical position that you have a self. That's a metaphysical
That's
position.
not a metaphysical position. That's an axiomatic assumption that I make based off of the
axiomatic metaphysical position.
Eli, it's an axiom is not metaphysical. It's an assumption. It's an assumption that I operate with because the sense of self is what is perceived. So coming off of Descartes, I recognize that the sense of self is a perception, and that we can't logically eliminate the Descartes' demon proposition. So therefore, as Nietzsche articulated in his rebuttal of Descartes, or his continuation of Descartes, was that even the sense of self is something that is assumed, but we assume it axiomatically. We can't disprove it. It's functionally unfalsifiable, but we do perceive that we have it, so we operate as though we do.
I know, but it's extremely goofy to say that even if it's just an assumption that, you know, you're taking axiomatically, the proposition that a self exists is de facto, definitionally, a metaphysical claim. To say it's not is just ridiculous. But I can move on to a bunch of other... Hold on, real quick. I can move on to a bunch of other metaphysical claims, like the fact that nature is perceivable.
No, we're not going to move on to 5 others.
You don't want to move on? Okay, that's fine.
I'd like to address this. So let's just say... Now, in as much as I'm not a hard physicalist, now see, metaphysics is supposed to address first principles. To a physicalist, for instance, they would say that whatever the underlying substrate is, that everything else is founded on, and whatever form it takes, that doesn't imply that a particular assembly has to be actually instantiated. Like, does this rock have to exist in this form? It's transitory, right?
Well,
so am I correct?
I mean, again, I suppose a person could take these positions, but again, these are wrapped up and bound up with tons of metaphysical.
No, hang on a sec. I work. Okay, so the metaphysical positions that I happen to hold are subject to change based upon the evidence that is available to us.
Oh, so now you do hold metaphysical positions?
No, hold up. Hang on a sec.
So now you're switching up.
No, there are metaphysical positions that I hold. Right. But those metaphysical positions are subject to change based upon the evidence that we have access to. So, like, for example, so when it comes to, like, I'm a metaphysical realist. And the reason I'm a metaphysical realist is because no one has been yet to demonstrate the existence of anything other than the material reality. No one has been able to demonstrate, they use it to make any successful predictive models that are better than any of the ones that we currently utilize. And no one's been able to demonstrate the existence of a mind without a brain. So, because of the zero evidence for, like, idealism, then there's no justification to hold to idealism being the case. So I hold to metaphysical realism as probabilistically being the case until there's evidence provided that would show that idealism is more likely to be the case. That's it.
Sure.
So I work. So just to clarify, just put a period on it. I work bottom up from the evidence to a metaphysical position that can change depending upon the evidence, not top down.
I would push back on that. I grant that you believe that in your ethos. However, I think that I could demonstrate that there are things by which you take, like you might say, axiomatically within your worldview that there is no empirical evidence for, but is necessary in order for you. If you want to know
my axioms, just ask. I have 2.
Well, okay. I think that we could probably nail down even more, but what are the 2?
The 2 that I hold is 1, the sense of self is itself held axiomatically, and 3, that the universe is brutally contingent.
Okay, and so those things don't require any evidence.
No, because me holding the universe to be brutally contingent is just a result of the Grippus trilemma, and then my holding that the perceived sense of self, I hold that it is in fact me, that the I is a thing that is coherent. I hold that axiomatically in response to Descartes' demon. So those two philosophical issues, those 2 philosophical problems, the trilemma and Descartes' demon, is the reason we wind up on those. And everybody inherently does that. You wind up on one horn of the trilemma, and everybody presupposes the sense of self. So.
Well, yeah, everybody with autonomous epistemology. But I just think it's interesting that you started by saying...
That makes no sense what you just said.
Well, hold on, but I just wanted to point out...
There's no such thing as autonomous epistemology. That's not a field in epistemology.
You literally just said that you work from the bottom up, so you get your epistemology on
You poison the well when you say you poison the well when you say autonomous epistemology. That's not a field.
It's not well poisoning.
It
so
is.
You don't get it autonomously. So then where do you get it from? Where do you get your knowledge from?
Okay, so like the knowledge, the set of propositions that I know to be the case are the propositions that are demonstrated to be true, that have the property of being true, and they're shown to be the case.
And what is the epistemic first principle?
As far as knowing goes, I mean,
as far as any knowledge claims at all,
Okay, so are you talking about like how I begin my derivation to arrive at a knowledge position?
Sure.
So I'm a methodological naturalist in that respect. So the first action would be an observation.
Oh, so yourself.
It's the only thing I have. I don't have access to anybody else's
so
experience.
you hold to autonomous
No,
epistemology.
but that's
Thank
not where
you.
I stop. No, but that's not where I stop. So it's not that.
Well, it doesn't matter.
It
doesn't matter. I asked. It doesn't because I was asking about the first principle, Jay.
Eli, it does matter because that's a part of a methodology.
Not when I'm asking about the first principle.
Eli, that's a part of a methodology that doesn't stop there. It's not.
I don't care where it ends at. I'm looking at the first principle.
But you need to look at the whole thing. Well, I mean, as far
I don't because I can debunk your first principle.
No, you can't because you define your God as being
allowed
omniscient.
me to, and you don't steamroll, I definitely could.
You define your God as being omniscient, and I can show that doesn't exist.
Well, again, you are saying that knowledge starts with the selves, and I can show that that's ridiculous. So if we can get into our different argumentations, that'd be nice.
Before we get into any kind of a concept of tag.
Before I make an argument.
No, Eli, you're going tag, right?
What?
Eli.
Yeah, I'm a proponent of presupposition. I'm a proponent of presuppositional
Eli,
politics.
are you going tag?
Sure.
Okay.
JL.
You know why tag fails.
Tag.
You know why tag fails. It fails as a result of circularity and modal collapse, right?
Wait, I thought you said that nobody escapes circularity via the three horns of the trilemma.
Not all three horns are circular. There's dogmatic.
Yeah, it's one of the horns.
There's dogmatic, there's circular, and there's dogmatic, there's circular, and there's infinite regress.
Okay, two things.
I happen to fall down on brute, on dogmatic, on brute contingency, brutally contingent, because it's the most parsimonious of the three.
Okay, so you can fall on a horn of the trilemma, but I can't?
No, you're talking about that comes down to a God entity. I'm asking you about knowledge in and of itself, because if you're approaching it from a transcendental perspective, you're essentially going to be adhering to necessitarianism, which suffers under modal collapse because you wipe out free will and agency.
Well, no, I mean, again, you're just making a bunch of claims and assertions.
I'm not. I can actually break it down. I can break it down for you why that happens.
Anyway,
I can break it down for you why necessitarianism results in modal collapse.
Okay, well, and I'm not even granting that I'm necessarily a necessitarian, no pun intended, but one thing I want to point out is that when I'm talking about circularity, I think all worldviews do end up in some way circular. I think there's a distinction between vicious circularity and virtuous circularity. The difference and the distinguishing marker between that would be... okay, don't interrupt, please.
Your fifis are
please don't interrupt. Oh, please,
Eli,
I'm not a fifi. You're not letting me.
Eli,
you're not letting me demonstrate anything.
Your fifis are irrelevant.
So is this what you do with guests? Is you just steamroll and don't let them make a point?
No, I do. I'm just getting to the point.
You do steamroll and don't let them make a point.
Because
please be
respectful. Philbro nonsense.
Please be respectful and let me respond.
Philbro nonsense is not going to fly here. The tag.
It's not
fails.
Philbro nonsense. It's not Philbro nonsense.
Fails.
If you would just please allow me to make my case and land my plane, I would appreciate that, okay? The distinction is, when we're talking about epistemic justification, there are things that it makes sense why that would be the epistemic justification, hence the justification part, and then there's things that just merely assert themselves and give no further explanation, such as axiomatic claims. So one would be virtuous by nature because it has the explanatory power. The other one would just be a brute assertion and a repeating infinite regress of that brute assertion.
What explanatory power does a God have? All you have is the assertion that God did it. You can't explain how God does anything.
Okay, let me break down my argument then, and then we can go through
I don't
that.
need you. No, I'd ask you a question.
Oh, you don't want me to give an argument?
Eli,
you just asked how it's a God.
Eli,
I have an argument for how it's a God. You don't want to hear it? Are you afraid of getting refuted?
Calm down. Self-control.
Well, no, you haven't exercised any self-control. You're blowing past me this entire debate.
It's my stage, so I asked you a direct question.
And kick me. I don't care. Be a coward.
You don't have an explanation. You have an assertion.
I'm literally trying to give it, and you won't let me because you're afraid of getting refuted.
Explain how God does anything.
Well, I'm going to explain why an immaterial universal mind is a necessary precondition for the things that you use to claim that he doesn't exist.
Not if I don't hold to your axioms.
Well, okay, you can hold to whatever you want, but I can demonstrate that through reductio that your worldview makes knowledge impossible, and you're making knowledge claims, so that would be a performative contradiction.
It only reduces to absurdity if I hold to the same metaphysical assumptions that you do.
No, I'm saying that the metaphysical assumptions that you hold to as an atheist makes your worldview absurd. So anyway, premise 1, universal concepts exist.
They
premise
don't.
2.
I disagree.
Oh, they don't? Okay, great. So you're a nominalist.
Is there a problem with that?
Yeah, nominalism makes knowledge impossible. Would you like to know how?
No, it doesn't. It makes it probabilistic.
No, it makes it impossible.
No,
Can I
it
show
makes
you
it
how?
probabilistic.
So you just want to blurt out and word vomit your assertions and not let me refute you?
I'm not letting
You're
you
just your whole argument is nuh-uh. You're going nuh-uh.
No, I'm not blurting it out. I'm correcting you when you're wrong. Nominalism.
Okay, I'm correcting when you're wrong. Nuh-uh.
Nominalism does not result in epistemic failure. Nominalism.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Nominalism results.
Yes, it does.
Nominalism.
Is this all we're gonna do?
Nominalism acknowledges that knowledge statements are inherently probabilistic, but this also comes from Descartes, from going back to Descartes, because we cannot logically eliminate. There is no logical defeater, current logical defeater for Descartes' demon that reduces all knowledge claims to probability, which is why Descartes' demon eats presup, because you cannot defeat the possibility that anything that you think about the nature of knowledge or the nature of transcendentals is not being fed to you by the demon.
JL, am I unmuted now? Descartes' demon presupposes that there's deception, which means that there's truth and falsity,
it's not presupposing
which just continues to be, yes, okay, so it doesn't involve deception?
No, it's stating that if that was the case, you could not prove that it wasn't. There's no logical defeater for it.
But what
so
we
it's
can
just
prove, hold on.
The existence of the logical possibility is what it's dealing with.
Yeah, but it's also dealing with this thing called, even if the subject of the demon can't, know because he's under some illusory effect, the whole entire thought experiment is presupposing that this thing called deception exists, which means that truth and falsity exists, which is the metalogical transcendental conversation that Tag is trying to have. So to say that Descartes' demon is a defeater for Tag is ridiculous.
It is. It eats it completely.
No, it's begging the question.
No,
it's continuing to beg the question.
No, it's not.
I just described you how it is. You just say nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh
isn't an argument.
If you shut your mouth, I'm going to explain why. But you got to control yourself, dude. You crashing out on my stream is not a good look. We acknowledge it's not that a presupposition that deception is actually taking place, but we acknowledge what deception is, and we acknowledge what truth telling is, and we can say that we can logically posit that there could be this thing that everything that we are perceiving is a complete illusion. You can't eliminate the possibility that could be. It's logically possible, but there's no current defeater for it. So understanding what we derive, what we ourselves semantically say, this is what deception is, and this is what truth telling is. We can say, what if there was this entity out there that was literally deceiving us at every turn? That what we perceive as reality is not necessarily reality. It's a logical problem. It's not presupposing it. It's using our schema of language in order to acknowledge that there's a logical limiter, a current logical limiter to the knowledge statements we make about external reality. That's all it's doing.
Yeah. Okay. It's all it's doing, except for the fact that it also, in order for it to work and in order to work out the experiment, you have to have this thing called truth and this thing called falsity, which again, if you weren't straw manning the tag position,
I'm not straw manning.
Well, hold on. Let me land my plane. You get to mute me. Please let me land my plane. So you make
a false claim. I'm going to call you on it.
Well, okay, again, but you have to give more than just nuh-uh.
No, so I don't. I don't. I'm not doing a nuh-uh. I'm saying I'm not straw manning your position, and you're not explaining how I'm straw manning it. You're just making that claim.
You won't let me. So here, I'm going to explain it right now. Okay, now who's crashing out? So the reason why it's a straw man.
Calling you on your bullshit is not.
You won't let me finish talking. So this is what we get from atheists. So anyway, the reason why it's straw manning the position is the tag argument is talking about the possibility of truth wholesale. So you can't just point to an argument that brings up truth without us getting to what tag is bringing up, which is the possibility of truth. That's why it's begging the question.
No, it's not. I can define truth differently.
Well, okay, so let's have the meta conversation about truth before we go into an argument that presupposes truth.
Truth is a property of propositions.
Oh, okay, so you don't need anything from the external world to get the truth?
We use the external world in order to confirm propositions about the external world are true, and we have a methodology to do that. But we also acknowledge with intellectual honesty that we don't know everything, and that there is evidence out there that we may not have, which reduces these things as far as we can tell. Insofar as we can tell, the reality we perceive is objective and independent of our experience and exists independent. That's as far as we can tell experimentally. Now, working from that probabilistic conclusion about the nature of external reality, we can confirm propositions made about reality to have the property of being true or have the property of being false. That's it. So propositions are made. They're statements. And the question is the proposition true or false? We determine to be true or false through the methodology.
Okay, so what more so determines the truth? The proposition itself or the external reality being predicated?
It being confirmed to be the case because it aligns, because it corresponds with external reality. It corresponds with external reality. You can go a little bit stricter with that. You can go with, it's also coherent. It coherently operates with other truth claims, with other propositions that are shown to be true, and it can be confirmed to be true through pragmatic application.
Okay, so the condition of external reality is necessary in order to arrive at any truth claim.
Say that again?
The condition of external reality is necessary in order to arrive at any truth claim.
Well, okay, I mean, it's what we operate with. So we'd say, given that we can't demonstrate that anything exists beyond that, it would appear to be like the fundamental thing that we are accessing. So
okay, so by this logic, it would be more. Hold on, real quick.
Not in all cases out of here. So we're talking, because at this point now we have to bring up the difference between synthetic truth
and analytic
versus
truth.
analytic truth. So now, you see, I can have concepts that don't actually have reference, but there's truth values assigned there because they're definitional. So let's go down to the synthetic one. Since that's the first little sample, I want to give you a little sample.
I'll let you do that. I just want to make
I'm
one
going to run a little
sample
sample for you for synthetic truth, and we're going to see how much this holds up. Are you ready? So
I'm ready. Bring it on.
Imagine we're the last two people in existence, right? So we're at the end of whatever at this point, as far as we're aware. It's getting kind of lonely. And I point to a rock, which I guess you acknowledge at least for a moment. And I ask you, hey, tell me something about that rock. Tell me a truth about it. And you go to open your mouth. And I pull it out. Before you could utter a word, I pull out a Glock. I pop a cap in you, and I make abstract art out of the back of your skull. Where'd your proposition go?
Ooh.
Where did your proposition go, sir?
I guess it went splattering on the ground, you freaking psycho. I guess it went splattering on the ground, you freaking psycho, you violent psycho.
Guys, we're
nice. Now, where is your
Eli,
truth?
he's giving you an example. Like, for another one that I've heard him use is, if he threw a brick at your head, how many bricks need to be thrown at your head before you decide? How many bricks need to be thrown at your head before you decide to duck?
Yeah, no, I get it. I understand that as an agent that I am the grounding of my own propositions. What I'm getting to is far more fundamental. So we go back to the island and you point out a rock. Wait, hold on. Do you guys ever let your guests finish the sentence?
No, you mean let you run away?
No, you don't. No, I'm trying to make a point that's pertinent and germane.
You mean not letting me land my plane? No, you don't get to just run off, fuckface. So, where is your truth now? Answer that.
Where does the truth?
I was getting there. So we're going back to the island, and before you busted a cap in my head, you pointed at a rock. You predicated an object in external reality. You were able to do this because that object maintains its identity over time, which is the metaphysical reality by which we get the law. Hold on, dude. Let me land my.
No, because you're skipping what my point was. You're skipping what my point was. Now I'm going to repeat for the audience, because I asked you extremely specifically. In this scenario, I ask you to make a proposition about it, but before the word gets out of your mouth, I make abstract art out of you. The proposition you would have been about to utter is unfucking important, and you're a stain. Where is the truth that would have followed from your predicate, which you didn't even get to utter?
So the truth of the matter of any proposition is wholly dependent on the person making the proposition now? Because I thought we agreed before that it was based on the conditions of external reality. So which one is it?
How is it verified against external reality? How is it confirmed against external reality?
Well, again, so whenever you're predicating something from external reality, okay, you need external reality to behave in a certain way in order for you to be able to do that. Again, for example, if the rock is brown,
I agree.
No, let me finish, please.
I already agreed.
Let me finish, dude. You guys are so unfair. This is what you have to do when you're about to get refuted. Well,
You
okay.
haven't
Well,
refuted
please let
anything,
me.
Eli.
Well,
Do I
because
need
you
to-
won't let me because you
I
guys
need to
mute. You
say
mute,
it
you lose. By
anyways?
the way.
No,
So
Eli,
you mute, you lose.
Eli-
By the way.
Good. Fuck off. The reason we are interrupting is because we've heard this shit 100 times before. Nobody can hear you right now, by the way. You look like a fucking Muppet.
He's talking to his audience right now.
We have heard this shit 100 times before, and we know where you're going with it. So I'm not impressed by this.
If you know where I'm going with it, then how about you just refute it instead of muting me? Like, if it's so easy to refute, no, you're just muting. If you're afraid to refute it, and that's why you mute me.
I have refuted it.
No, you haven't. So please, again, allow me to land my plane. You guys won't let me make it because you mute me. Bunch of cowards.
No, because you won't answer the fucking question.
Dude, I'm answering it, and then when it starts to get you in trouble, you mute because you're a coward. Please, stop doing that and have a good faith conversation.
You keep gaslighting. See what's going to happen.
It's not gaslighting. It's the fact of what's happening.
No,
Everybody can see you muting
no,
me
it is not. And
when I start making a point.
No one in this live chat agrees with you.
Well, okay, I don't care if your freaking beta orbiters don't agree with me. The people in the other audiences watching this right now agree with me. So that's a terrible non sequitur argument as well, JL. Fallacious. But let's continue the conversation here. There has to be something to be the case in external reality, metaphysically, in order for you to predicate anything. Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
Now you've missed my point entirely. Do you know what the point was?
That I can make a proposition to blow my brains out. What are you doing by that?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Your proposition is not necessary.
Hang on, Andrew.
I need to land my own plane.
Andrew, hang on a sec. Eli, Eli, you are roboting out completely, and we cannot understand you. Your connection is shit.
Well, I mean, a 2-bit argument shouldn't have all the bits for a byte, right?
Eli, you're roboting out.
God has just raptured his internet connection.
Okay, he's roboting out completely at the moment.
Yeah.
We have somebody else in the back.
Well,
I'll wait to see if he can get his connection sorted out so he can come back. Steelborn, welcome to the stage.
How's it going, gentlemen?
Going good. What brings you up today?
I saw one of the on the list of your prompts. What was the one about Christian nationalism?
Christian nationalism. It's shortened because of the screen. Christian nationalism is the actual statement I make is Christian nationalism is a threat to representative democracy.
Oh, well, yeah, that's fair. Okay, I wouldn't even disagree with that then.
Yeah.
But I also think representative democracy is a bad system, but can I see the list of prompts again then?
Sure. While he's looking at that, it looks like Eli completely disconnected, so he had some sort of issue with his stage.
Let's go with Christianity as a cult.
Sure.
Can you define a cult?
The best definition I have is a group of individuals centered around a central hierarchical structure, usually at the top, a single individual that dictates the behavior, the information, the thought, and the thoughts and the emotions that adherents are allowed to engage with, and what things they are not allowed to do. Usually to detrimental effect if they don't. So I would say, and engages in the behavior of replacing the identity of the individual with the identity of the group.
So, from your review, every religion is a cult?
Yes.
Every religion is a cult. The problem that I have with this definition is that I feel like it actually takes away from the idea people mean when they refer to a cult. Like if you refer to, like, I don't know, I'm trying to remember, what was the cult that the actual drink the Kool-Aid cult? What was
the Jonestown cult?
Yeah, the Jonestown cult.
Yeah.
The distinction that I would make between something like a cult and a religion is a religion would be a group of people with usually in an organized setting. It's not necessary to define a religion, who have a shared set of beliefs about how reality operates, the foundations of the world, whatever their creation story is. Usually
the Branch Davidians. Yeah. So like the Branch Davidians.
I'm not familiar with the term.
Branch Davidians was the group of offshoot Baptists that holed up in Waco and eventually, died in the when the compound burned down because they refused to allow entry of the government to investigate their firearms claims. It happened in Waco, Texas, back in the 90s.
I think I've heard what
David
you're talking
Koresh,
about.
the Baptist Church wrote them off as a cult, and that David Koresh was a cult leader, even though he himself espoused Baptist doctrine, and they were an offshoot of the Baptist Church, but they're called the Branch Davidians, and so.
Well, the other problem that I found that I have with the definition is I feel like one of the entailments of a cult is usually some form of esoteric knowledge.
It depends upon the claimants of the person at the top, really. I mean, Scientology, the same thing with L. Ron Hubbard taking the godlike figure, even though he was just a science fiction author, in life. And
yeah, I've always thought, I think Joe Rogan has a hilarious bit about L. Ron Hubbard, which is this dude wrote more fiction than any person ever, and everybody just took this, and all of a sudden, this guy has shit figured out. That was always a bad idea from my view. I always you should have been able to smell that from a mile away.
Juggernaut Jared Reed in my live chat brings up Heaven's Gate. Heaven's Gate's another one as well.
Yeah, Heaven's Gate was another one. There weren't the ones that believed the aliens were going to come. And,
there was the ones behind the Hale-Bopp comet, and they all castrated themselves and were all wearing the same brand. Nike shoes.
I thought they were wearing an Adidas jumpsuit too.
It was Adidas. Yeah, it was like Adidas. I think of that, but yeah, is it because I believe the leader of that cult was Marshall Applewhite, I think his name was. I could be wrong on that, but I think it was Marshall Applewhite did claim to have that. He's the one who was proposing that he had that knowledge regarding what the aliens in their relationship to human beings, what the aliens were going to do when they passed by the Earth with the Hale-Bopp comet, and so, yeah.
Yeah, so the thing, so I feel like there's actually specific criteria that have to be met in order for something to be a cult. Usually, I would say they're necessary but not or what is the term? Necessary but not sufficient. Does that sound right? Where it's just one of them alone isn't enough, but a collective of them usually isn't a collective of sufficient requirements that are necessary to actually fit the definition.
I have conceded this before, that what I view as a cult based upon predominantly on the bite model, and that not all obviously I will concede that not all cults are the same, that there's fundamental differentiations in a lot of them. Some of them are more extreme. Some of them are less extreme to a degree of very, very progressive. But ultimately, it comes down to I utilize the bite model. That the distinction that what I hold in my position, in my position of studying these things, is that the designation of a religion comes down to kind of the social acknowledgement of how much money they take in, how much effect they have in a community, and how widespread they are. So if something is something like Christianity, which is 2 billion people strong, people are slow to call that a cult, whereas something like Westboro Baptist Church, it's very, very insular, very, very,
I see the distinction that you're trying to make there, but
right.
So I would actually argue
to finish my point, I hold a much more stricter definition. I acknowledge that there are looser deals, but I view it as I view the distinction between them as a matter of social etiquette. So is all that is, but when it comes down to it's a distinction without a difference. So that's my position.
Okay, so. From my position, I would say, the reason I hold esoteric knowledge to be very important or the claim of esoteric knowledge is I have some kind of information as the leader of the cult that you guys don't have access to, but if you put your faith in me, then therefore you'll get whatever the reward is or whatever, is because there are certain religions that absolutely explicitly reject esoteric knowledge whatsoever, and esoteric just meaning secret. Whereas, for a perfect example, I would say the Catholics most definitely engage in esoteric knowledge. There's shit that the Vatican hides most definitely from,
Right, Catholicism, definitely, yeah.
But, for example, the Orthodox specifically reject esoteric knowledge, such as, you can't be an Orthodox, a baptized, practicing Orthodox Christian and a Freemason. You can't even do those two things. You can't be a Freemason and an Orthodox. You will be excommunicated from the church because they reject esoteric knowledge.
I agree. It's a differentiation. I will agree that there are some that do hold to esoteric knowledge and some that don't. The distinction that you're making, I just don't hold it. I personally don't hold it sufficient enough to delineate between a religion and a cult. That's why predominantly I go to the bite model, which Andrew's put up on the screen.
Yeah,
I don't know if you're familiar with Hassan's work, but that's why predominantly I go to that, and I look at what check marks does
Can I ask, why ought I accept this definition of a cult?
You don't necessarily have to. If you don't like I said, it's a personal position that I hold just by a study of their behaviors and what they do. So that's all I do.
Yeah. So quick thought on that. If you came up to challenge a prompt that was using words, one would imagine that we both would have an idea of what those words meant. So if you want to start redefining words, you're like, hey, I just want to take whatever the words of your argument are and change it to mean I like kittens. If you want to play with words, then you're not arguing the prompt, and it's in bad faith of what is understood by the person who wrote the prompt.
I will give a little bit of pushback as far as the aspects of I would say the groups of within Christianity, within that entire family. Even those that would say they openly reject esoteric knowledge, they do acknowledge that Jesus had esoteric knowledge, that Jesus had knowledge because of his relationship with God. And so the head of the cult doesn't necessarily have to be a living person. It can be what I would effectively call like an effigy. And so where they put all of their kind of like, they direct all their faith towards, instead of a person claiming to be like David Koresh was saying, I am the lamb, or, Jonestown, like Jim Jones being like, I have this kind of knowledge, or Marshall Applewhite or some shit like that. They instead put all that onto an effigy that can't answer questions, but they ultimately put their faith into that the knowledge that entity possesses will eventually be shared with them upon their death. So
that's actually not the position of like I know for sure the Orthodox, that's not the position.
That Jesus holds esoteric knowledge given its connection to God.
They would reject that claim as esoteric, meaning specifically secret. It wouldn't be secret knowledge, as in it would just be.
It would be all the answers that reconcile all the problems that the faith itself can't answer. All the things that go to God works in mysterious ways.
From the Christian view, though, I would say like the view is that these are the reason that we call these divine mysteries is because we wouldn't even be able to comprehend the answers. But I wouldn't say that's secret. Secret would imply like a level of deception or trying to intentionally withhold knowledge.
Yeah, this is ad hoc. That the whole mysteries thing is ad hoc, because by the lights of their own worldview, it doesn't have to be that way. By the way they define their God, divine mysteries don't need to exist. And the only reason that they can exist is if the God wants them to exist, which means the God is being deliberately deceptive. So
I don't think that would follow. Like from the Christian view, God is so complex that you couldn't even possibly,
which is ad hoc,
come to understand him.
Which is ad hoc, because the only because think about this: if God,
why would it be ad hoc?
Because it's an ad hoc response to the idea that there are things that we cannot reconcile logically, given the nature of God and what we observe in the world. So there are certain incongruities that we try to reconcile, and divine mysteries is one way to do that. And then ad hoc means it's like, well, we're just not meant to know. Okay, but the problem is that when you make a statement like that, it ignores the fact that they define that God as being the purveyor of everything, of the metaphysical foundation of everything that is not itself. The way anything is in the not God category, like the universe is like that, is only the way it is because the God wants it to be that way. That's logically entailed. Nothing has to be a certain way. Nothing is required. Nothing requires the God to make anything a certain way. Things are the way they are because that's the way that God wants them to be. Any mysteries that exist or any limitations in our cognition are a result of the way that God has made us or the circumstances it has created to allow that to be a logical possibility. So therefore, any mysteries that are there are only there because the God wants them to be there, which entails a level of obfuscation, because the God could have made humans in such a way that we would be able to understand completely.
We've got one other categorical problem. By declaring that those things are beyond us, you'd have to have enough understanding to know that knowledge would necessarily cross that boundary, that it's something that we couldn't possibly comprehend. That means you'd have to have enough access to have done that categorization in the first place.
Well, but Andrew, for the sake of it, I'm willing to say that there is knowledge that human beings can have, that the God entity does possess, that these things do fall into the category of divine mystery. The problem is they don't have to be, because nothing requires the God to instantiate a system in which there are divine mysteries. There's no requirement upon the God to do that. The God can make human beings with any kind of capacity it wants. Any limitation in the capacity of human beings to understand is deliberate. It's logically entailed to be deliberate. And so the fact that there are divine mysteries is the onus is on the god.
Yeah, it would be in that case, but it still means the person trying to declare it would have no justification to actually claim that that item is on that side of the boundary either way, because they'd have to know the nature of it, and they can't.
Yeah, they can only like self like
it's
self-assert. Yeah, it's an assertion based upon what we understand about
and of
ourselves
course
today.
it comes off as nothing more than an ad hoc rescue.
But do you have to? I'm sorry, I don't mean for us to go on. But
No,
Steelborn,
guys. I was actually about to say I gotta hop off here because my child is starting to cry and my wife is in the shower, so I gotta go do dad duties. But you guys were very, very respectful, very polite. Hope you guys have a great night.
You too, bud. Thank you so much.
And our other guest came back, and we lost him just in that last moment.
Yeah, Eli did come back, and I guess he hung out, but we were having another conversation. His connection was roboting out, so I don't know what he was trying to do. But I mean, ultimately, I know what he was trying to do.
Filibuster.
And Kalaganchik, good to see you. He was trying to filibuster or filibuster and potentially Gish Gallop. You notice how I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but when I called him out on bringing up tag, that's the direction that he was going in. That was the whole point, is he wants to go tag. I've heard him do this same crap over on Taco's channel, and Kurt has handed him his ass, and other people have handed him his ass. He does when he doesn't get his way, he's going to behave that way and claim that it's us, when in actuality we're addressing these things because we know where they're going to go. And he just wants to get up here and preach, which is not what this platform is for. I'm not interested in that. The questions that I ask, so you're a nominalist. Is there a problem with that? It's like, no, that notice how he never answered that. There is no problem with that. And nominalism does not result in epistemic collapse. That is not a thing. As a matter of fact.
Oh, yeah,
I'm just going to bring it up. I'm going to bring up the paper.
Has resurged. And I do want to land my plane. My planes never get to land. It's a heavy airspace up there.
Hey, and Kalaganchik, I'm going to put you down for just a moment because we have Eli here.
Sure.
And I just want to make sure that we stay as clear as possible. Thank you, bud.
Yeah, I can wait. It's not a big deal.
Cool. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Hey.
So I'm
question.
I'm gonna finish landing my plane out of there.
Okay.
So about that proposition that I asked you for right before making abstract art out of you, you're right that we'd have to supposedly, for synthetic truth, make a comparison against this external reality. But see, with your sudden absence, that rock doesn't seem to need your proposition for its ontology. The rock doesn't give a flying fuck about the proposition you might have been about to make about it.
Mm-hmm.
Who gives a shit about your proposition or the truth attached to it?
I think that supports my position that propositions aren't what makes things true.
We never said that they were.
Okay.
So what makes things true
my
then?
Talent. So the
So
challenge.
that's great. That's great. We've established that propositions don't make things true.
No, hang on a second.
We are about to prove
True.
it.
Okay.
So I want that. I want the sample.
And also, really quick, right before I came up,
show me a truth absent a proposition.
well, again, we need to be able. This is the same thing as virtuous circularity and retorsion. That hold on, real quick. I'll answer the question, but I want to clarify that we can't talk about the external world without using words and propositions. That doesn't negate the fact that it isn't our propositions or our mainly making propositions itself that makes the proposition true. But again, I would say that if you hold to any view that there was a world where
you have a transitive failure. If you don't make a proposition, what is the truth about?
Well, again, so the truth is predicating something, right?
It's not, well...
Or I'm sorry, the proposition, not the truth, not the truth. I misspoke, I misspoke. The proposition is predicating something.
It's not that the proposition is predicating the truth. The proposition automatically either has the property of being true or the property of
Right.
being false or the
And
property
that
of
comes
being, or
from
the
external
property of being
reality.
indeterminate.
Or
How we confirm that a proposition is true is by, well, if we're talking about synthetic truths, we're talking about accessing external reality to confirm these in the best way possible so we can confirm what is most likely the case. When we're talking about analytic truths, these things are just true by definition.
Now,
Okay.
at what point is a proposition necessary?
Anytime two humans want to communicate ideas.
If I can erase you with a Glock, how necessary are your propositions?
Well, again, you erasing me with a Glock just makes it where I'm unable to communicate meaningful ideas.
Yeah, that's
So again, I'm not making an
now,
argument. This is such a nonsensical thing. I'm not.
No,
Yeah,
it's not.
the Glock
It's
doesn't
very-
care. The Glock doesn't care. You've ended my ability to communicate. Okay, which is, I assume
So,
that this is
what
something you guys
changed-
like to do
what
with your
changed
mute
about the
button
Rock?
and your Glocks and things.
So-
Again,
so-
what didn't change about the Rock, and this is what I was getting to with my metaphysical
Oh, that's what did
argument,
change.
and nothing changed about the Rock.
Exactly.
Again, so you're
apparently
proving my point that truth is not dependent on a proposition. Thank you.
No,
Again,
sure.
you're making my argument for me.
No one said. No one said. Okay,
it
so
is.
hang on a sec. Why do you keep? Why do you keep referring to truth as something independent?
Well, no,
just tried to
I'm
say
just
that
wanting to
that's
clarify. I'm just wanting to clarify that truth is not dependent on a proposition, which means
No,
it's not
properties-
merely a property
no,
of a proposition.
No, because truth is not independent.
Which you guys have all conceded
No,
to.
Because Eli, truth is not independent. It is a property of propositions. A proposition has one of three properties. It is either true, it is false. Well, technically, it's either true or false. But the state of it can be indeterminate because we may not be able to determine whether it's true or false. Therefore, it could be unfalsifiable. But at its foundation, a proposition is either true or false. That's it. It's automatic.
Right, but
it's not
going to
undergirded by
Andrew's-
anything. It's simply a property.
Right, but going to Andrew's point, the truth of the proposition doesn't rely on me being able to make the proposition. So clearly, truth comes.
Where is the proposition absent you?
Again, there wouldn't be my proposition
Exactly.
wouldn't
So
be there.
Apparently,
But-
ontology and existence don't need you making propositions, and your entire
No,
idea
I
is-
never said that they did. I never
know,
said that
so-
they did.
So,
So
the mere
what's your
fact-
point? Is that
so
this
the
is
mere-
like a
so the
total
mere
red
fact
herring?
that
No,
we
no,
can
it's
use-
not. No, it's not.
So the mere fact that we can both examine reality,
Hold on a second. We can land it really simple.
evaluate it.
Showing that existence does not require propositions being made and existence is not predicated upon the existence of propositions means that you don't need a God entity to
Well,
to
you
to
haven't
pres-
let me
You don't need a
get
God. No,
to-
no. You don't need a God entity to prescribe anything for the universe to exist as it does.
Well, no, but you need a God entity for the metaphysical realities that make true propositions possible.
No,
and
you
I'll
don't.
explain
No,
why.
no.
Well,
wait,
let me
no,
explain
no, hold
why.
on. No, you don't, because
Well,
truth
can I
is
make my
possible.
argument and then you respond?
No, because I'm just gonna say because truth is possible if we simply define truth as being properties of propositions.
So
and
truth is what we
confirm them to be-
define it to be.
That
so
is what we
truth is
define
what
it.
we
It's a-
de-
it's a
So
freaking
truth
word.
is okay. So I define truth as Christianity. I guess it's true now, based on your own logic.
You can hold it if you want. I mean,
You
if
just said
hold
truth
on.
is what we define it to be. I just
Yes, it's also and truth is now the fact that we can hear you. So if you want to reinvent words and play games, that's nice. See, you love to
got
play
him. Wait. So you can see.
So sorry, can't.
So
Sorry,
you
I'm
can
actually-
see that Christianity is true.
No, I'm actually.
So you
if- I
can
mean,
see that Christianity is true.
Okay,
so
so
you can
so if he's just gonna run his fucking mouth, I
So
just
you-
have one. I just have one question for you,
Christianity-
Eli. I just have one question
So
for you, Eli. You're not gonna run your mouth. I'm gonna keep you muted until you shut your fucking hole. Because I have one question for you. One question alone. Are you able to demonstrate that your God entity exists as a concrete entity without first begging the question?
I cannot beg the question in my first premise. Sure.
That's not an answer to my question.
Yeah, I
Can
think
you
so.
demonstrate? I didn't say an argument. I said, can you demonstrate that your
Oh,
God
an
entity
argument.
exists as a concrete entity without first begging the question?
How else would I give a demonstration without an argument, JL?
You would present like a predictive model that would
Uh,
utilize the
it's-
God information to make a
Oh,
better.
so that-
to make. I'm going to finish the deal without you talking. You'd
But
be
you
able to
have
pre-
no
That would be something.
for
An,
your
an example would be
you
an
have
example
predictive
would be a-
model
an example.
axiom.
An example would be a predictive model that would be able to make better and more accurate predictions about reality utilizing the God information. And he ran away. Of course he did.
Yeah. Now he also said he wouldn't beg the question in his first premise.
Yeah,
Look
I
at the
didn't ask
argument.
him. I didn't ask him for a fucking argument.
Yeah. No, but that we had a target shift because he moved from premise, and we allowed a shift to argument, unfortunately, in there. Out of all of that, it was a question about what actually undergirds reality.
Fucking hell, that dude is trash.
Yeah, that is true. So, yeah. How you doing, man? What's up?
Yeah, hi. I just have a quick question today. I'm gonna have a discussion with my friend who's ex priest, ex pastor from Belarusia, and I kind of go around and asking different people who engage in like debates with specifically Christians. The question is, what is your favorite thing that Christians are mistaken about Christianity or the Bible? For example, some of them say that like Adam and Eve eat the apple, but we know in the Bible it's not an apple specifically, it's just a fruit from the tree of good and evil. So something along these lines, or maybe something else like.
Well, we're on a favorites list, so JL, he's asking for favorite misconceptions by Christians.
I apologize.
About Christianity.
I was distracted by something. Trying to. Okay, that's not.
Well, if he's distracted, maybe.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just distracted by the fact that Eli was over on T-jumps. Well, no, because apparently that was a while ago. So, wow, he T-jump engaged that asshole for like almost 8 hours, or like at least he was in there. Yeah, precept debate: T-jump versus Eli Nix. It's freaking ridiculous. Is atheism possible? Atheism is not. So he's got a straw man atheism, is what that is. What the shit? This dude is unhinged.
Well, I mean, words aren't going to mean words in a moment there. See, like that's where truth went out the door.
That can be an 8-hour discussion. They probably talked about something.
If atheism
else.
is impossible, if he thinks that atheism is possible, please show me the P, not P. That's what I should have asked him. Give me the P, not P, and give me the P, not P. Give me the logical contradiction that is entailed in me not being convinced of a God existing, and that. I mean, it's ultimately going to go to like his knowledge, like where he came up with that idea that nominalism results in epistemic collapse is fucking insane. That's like nonsense, like complete nonsense. I don't even know why he got that. Shit, dude. I mean, I think ultimately to sum that up, I think PhD Tony cited it best. Wow, the audience dipped. PhD Tony summed it up best. When you have specific axioms that you start with and you argue from those axioms, if I don't hold the same axioms, then we're just ultimately going to be talking past one another. But there is no logical contradiction in non-theism being true and no gods existing. So it just doesn't get him to the emotionally satisfactory positions that he requires. So it's kind of pointless. Sorry about that. I was just distracted. I was trying to. He implied that he was live at the moment, and so I was kind of curious, where his channel was, but I'm not seeing a channel anywhere.
Maybe he's on Rumble or something.
I wanted to hit him with my with the omniscience is impossible argument. I wanted to hit him with that. Mike, if you have something you'd like to defend, come up on stage. The stage is open. Feel free to come up here. Okay?
So what about your favorite mistake that the Christians make about Bible or Christianity?
Well, I mean, predominantly it's simply not being critical, not doing a critical analysis of the text and operating with a specific set of assumptions about the nature of the text before going in and reading it. So that would be that they're indoctrinated to
meta thing. it's not specifically in Christianity or Bible. Like it's something outside. Like you need the skills to engage fairly with the text. Probably. I'm asking more about like something along the lines of, as example I gave. People usually say that Adam and Eve eat apple from the tree of good and evil, but it actually was just fruit. It's not specified as apple.
I think in the Hebrew it was a quince. Is what it actually was.
I believe it's generically.
It's either a quince or a pomegranate.
Hold on. What it sounds like you're asking for is functionally like a Mandela effect.
Is it quince a pomegranate?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Is that accurately what you're looking for?
Maybe, yeah, but not necessarily. Maybe it's just a mistake, or maybe it's something that like tradition kind of forced them to believe in, but it's not actually in the Bible.
So at that point, we're talking about data versus the text itself. Dogma versus text.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe like this.
At that point, I'll put two of them forward. One is implicit univocality. Basically, the idea that the collection of texts carry a unified message. That's probably one.
That's an interesting one. Yeah.
Yeah, because at that point, they're trying to use one text to justify another, and they're creating an external framework and imposing it upon the collection, where the collection itself only got assembled by committee. So it's inventing a narrative where the individual texts taken at face value don't necessarily say that. As a secondary at that point, I would take just the dogma of the implied fulfillment of prophecy, where none has justifiably taken place. Justin from Deconstruction Zone is quite famous for his breakdown of the litany of supposed fulfillments of prophecy that Jesus didn't end up doing. So those would be like the top two I would go to quickest. Like it's an easy stop for me. Univocality.
That's some good ones.
Yeah, assume univocality and not actual fulfillment of prophecy, which is something that pastors constantly push, supposedly happen. Oh, Jesus fulfilled thousands of them. And Justin brings that number
or
to
at least 300.
0.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. Well, what about you, Jael? Do you have any favorites?
Unfortunately, none that are springing to mind at the moment. Maybe I'm just tired. So, and I was kind of like dealing with the live chat, and I was trying to see if somebody got muted. Yes, Mike did get muted. Okay, so Mike got timed out. Probably just because he's running his mouth. Just trying to pay attention to the stuff that's going on in the background. Sorry.
And you were live for 6 hours. It happens. It's okay.
Yeah. But Oniric Cypher.
Maybe
Oniric Cypher, just to clarify on this one. Yes, Eli Nix has debated Kurt. He's debated Monkey Boy, T-Jump, and he had an upcoming debate with Leophilius. And apparently, he ended up going with Catholic Thinker, whatever. He's debated Planet Peterson too. I've seen those videos, and he was dog walked by all of them. All of them have dog walked him. So Eli is not impressive. I'm familiar with Eli when he started appearing over on Taco's channel and hearing his nonsense over there. So I knew exactly where he was going to go because he never changes tack. It's always the fucking tag every single time. And we've already explained why that fails. Okay? Flat out. He gave away the game. Eli gave away the game when he invoked vicious circularity and virtuous circularity, which legitimately, linguistically, is a distinction without a difference. Okay? Like, there's no differentiation within it. And I don't care what horn of the dilemma he falls on. The horn of the dilemma that you fall on in his worldview is going to be when it comes to God, not when it comes to how you justify a certain assumption that you're making about the ontology of knowledge. Okay, I simply don't hold to the same axiom. I don't hold that transcendentals exist. He can't demonstrate that transcendentals exist beyond the fact that they are abstractions. It's an abstract term that doesn't hold anything. It's a term that we invent that we then apply to something, that we invoke and then we apply it to something in order to categorize it for the purposes of language. Abstracts do not exist. Okay, these are not things that exist in some sort of metaphysical space or in some platonic realm. That's not what they are. They are when you get to like knowledge and justice and truth. Truth is a property of propositions. It's an abstract term that we use to refer to a proposition that has the property of being of corresponding with reality. That's what truth is. Beauty is completely and totally stance dependent. Okay, based upon a number of different factors of that which is aesthetically pleasing, that which is aesthetically distasteful, completely stance dependent. Justice is completely stance dependent as to what form it takes and how it ought to be applied. These are all stance dependent terms because I'm a moral anti-realist when we're getting into value judgments. And then something like knowledge. Knowledge is just the term that we apply to the set of propositions that we know to be the case. The things that we know to be true, not the things that we are convinced are true, which are beliefs, which are doxastic positions or doxastic attitudes, but epistemically confirmed, okay? That we know them to be the case. That's what knowledge is, which is different from a belief, okay? He can argue all fucking day long, but he can't, there's no logic, he can't defeat logically, he can't defeat Descartes' demon in that. He can't do that.
Oh, it's far worse than that, because see, where I cornered him on, you know all those transcendentals? They all die with a Glock.
Yeah, it just goes to show that they're abstracts that exist in the mind.
Yes, and apparently the rock doesn't need you to have its ontology. And go beg the question all you want that there has to be something else, and find the nearest off. And
I wanted him to ask. Does a rock cease to be a rock if all humans on the planet are dead? Like if all humans disappeared tomorrow, does a rock continue to be a rock? And the answer is no. So,
well, whatever it is, it doesn't need your propositions.
Right. It doesn't need a proposition that it is a rock as opposed to my vape. It does. These are things that are invented and imposed. So,
regardless of the sense of identity, ontology is ontology. Whatever it is, in whatever sense even needs to be said, which I don't think needs to be said. The ability for there to be propositions is unimportant to ontology. It is incidental. You know, like Lego. Hey, look, you can have thoughts. That's cute. I wonder how transitory that's going to be. Oops, short-lived. And apparently we're back to just matter that doesn't need propositions.
Yeah, Tony, exactly what I was saying. When humanity is gone, it won't be called a rock, because a rock is something that the term is something we invented to refer to a specific object in space. So a specific object in space-time. So we identify that one. We say that is what we're with. It's kind of like the whale. It's like, oh, look, I will call it ground, or call it Earth or whatever it is. Hello, Earth. Wonder if it wants to be friends. Boom. It's like we invent terms and we describe things to quantify them. We invent terms to describe things and quantify them for the purposes of language and for the purposes of communication. There's nothing greater above that. For them, they have a problem with truth not being undergirded by something ultimate that's going to ensure that things will be true forever. But the problem is, under their own worldview, truth is technically not even possible, because the God can make anything true that it wants to be true. So truth hinges solely upon the God saying, this is what is true, because there's nothing that tells God what ought be true. So God just makes whatever is true, and it's true by virtue of God happening to make it. But God could alter it at any time with a snap of its fingers. We'd never be aware, and we would say that those things are true. So these things are situationally true. The truth of them is dependent upon whatever the God is saying, which technically means that there is no absolute truth in that, because they're only saying it's absolute truth because the God is saying that this is what is true. Because they can't address things like logic is descriptive in nature, mathematics is descriptive in nature, that these things have to be universal and prescriptive, which leads them to necessitarianism, which leads to modal collapse. Notice how we never addressed that either, the modal collapse of necessitarianism. So he didn't want to go there.
Yeah, well, synthetic truth alone tells you where it's going. The second it's synthetic, then you have to ask yourself about what metric you're going to use at that point, and that's perception at some level. So I say X is so, well, what am I using? at this point? Are we starting? Oh wow, I'm forgetting entire branches of philosophy right now, which is not cool. Oh wow. Empiricism. Empiricism as a basis. The idea that we gain sensory information about the thing that we call an outside world, that we accept presuppositionally is exterior to our minds, and then we compare against that. So you have to actually have that trust in your senses, for instance. We also know that that's not 100% all the time. So yeah, probabilistic is exactly where you go, very well justified. But you still have to have all of those things. Doesn't matter where you want to start. You're going to go down the same filter. So, but anyhow, that's us kind of continuously recapping our poor last interaction there. But so Ank had the question as to whether or not you had some favorites with regards to misconceptions by believers about dogma they're fed or about the texts themselves.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. And I understand sometimes the conversation is so bad that you kind of need to reflect on it, maybe for like a little bit more. And sometimes it's requires more time to actually explain why it's bad than interaction itself. So like
it's okay to call it trauma dumping. We're accepting around here. Dealing with that kind of guy. Yeah, it's.
I should have
just, doesn't it?
Oh, I should have just asked him what's the P not P in his statement that atheism is impossible. I should have asked him what the P not P was.
He might come back.
He never had that. The reason I had to put him down is because he wouldn't shut up. So.
See, that's why I start conversations with the Glock, because if you want to start putting people down, let me unload first.
I'm gonna go, but I hope you will get some other people at the end of your stream, because 1 Peter 3:15, they should come because you're asking for it. So yeah, bye.
Thank you, Caligon Chick. Have a great rest of your night. Or it's actually, I know where he is. It's actually pretty early over there, I think.
Good morning, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's morning. Yeah, have a Ank, have a good rest of your day. So have a good rest of your day. So, damn.
Which is, by the way, a whole lot less menacing than I hope you enjoy the next 24 hours.
Yeah. Dude, like, what? Did he honestly think that he was going to get the autonomous epistemology past us?
Well, the funny thing is, like, I looked at the term, and it doesn't sound inherently bad by itself. Now, you may have more background about where he wants to go with it, but like the raw description says, it's the study of how independent agents like humans or artificial intelligence acquire, justify, or evaluate their own knowledge without outside control. Well, I guess there's kind of a question. Without outside control. Now, do you know what that runs foul of immediately? Law of identity. See, outside control. See, at that point, you're granting identity. At this point, you have to say that something is both not causally influenced by outside, and you have to differentiate outside from inside. This is like trying to say free will, for instance. Free will, under determinism, for instance, we would say that causal factors affect us all the time, right?
Yeah.
We are subject to our programming, as best it is right now, is the product of the everything, right?
Okay.
So at that point, how are you ever outside of outside control? That's not even possible.
Okay, I'm following.
You get bombarded with sensory data and you get an impression. Did you control that data arriving at you?
No. Well, to a degree, not all of it. Yeah, not all.
No,
of it.
you fucking don't.
No, I mean, well, some I do. So the stimulus, the sensory data that I myself elicit, because there's external stimulus and there's internal stimulus. So,
but
some I do, but the vast majority I don't, because predominantly it's my body that's interacting with the external world. There's so much more data points out here than there is what's going on in here.
So at that point, you're still saying that your body is what's being manipulated, and that's generating your mind anyway. So transitively, the answer is yes, no matter what.
I would say foundationally, it all starts from the external stimuli. When you start formulating ideas about the external world,
it's more to the sense where the I is an artificial boundary itself, because you're trying to fence off external at that point. That's the challenge. You have to fence off the fact that your whole foundation is external. You have to go, oh, well, enough of me is built now. Now I'm going to count some stuff as internal. It only got there because of external in the first place.
True.
See, it's like that invisible boundary you cross. So this is the same sort of thing as saying, like, for instance, free will. So autonomous is presumptive. And of course, completely dissolves in my worldview. But the idea of asking how we evaluate knowledge, the conversation about synthetic truth versus analytic truth is a very great point to go on, because it's the basic function we do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So at that point, we understand that, I guess, our tool sets have to be at least somewhat similar. In order for something to be true, what's the tool set? Synthetic, naturally. If it's definitional, well, a concept has to be held. That's fine. But synthetic, because that's the challenging one, right?
Determining what is true about external reality?
Yeah. That's the one that requires more work, because when it's definitional,
right.
It's just definitional.
Okay.
Yeah. Because if you just say, hey, this is that, and here's the rules, well, fucking I gotta follow the rules, right? Versus, is that rock green? Flip it over. You know? So yeah. But again, is any of this necessary?
I would say
that's my challenge. That's my challenge with the Glock.
I would say no. Yeah, I would say no. So
propositions aren't necessary.
Right.
The mere fact that we make an evaluation, that we come up with whether or not, oh, somebody says something that I should be able to compare the same way, is unimportant. Ultimately, no statement describing a thing changes the thing. It only changes our mental states. That's where
understanding where he was going with the autonomous is there's a biblical connection to the way he's using that term, in that the adherence to one's own autonomy, it's meant to impose the idea that one is putting themselves above God. And so relying upon one's own autonomy instead of the understanding of God, rely not on your own understanding, but the understanding of God. So that's where that's the connotation of the term that he was. That's why he brought that in. So
it's kind of contrary to the caller that we took while he was blipping out. We talked about the idea of certain things being beyond us. So the idea that God's actually grounding that for us, there's not going to be a mechanism to show that God doing anything. Like saying God grounds this, yeah, how? What did it do to your evaluation? Short of the fact that you're still just as fallible. It didn't change anything, did it? What's the function attached to that? Anyone in the audience got a clue for that? How can God ground truth when we're still the fallible thing making the evaluation? Curious if any of our viewers.
This scroll up to here, good, and I got a couple. Tennessee governor candidate says he'll ban mosques and wow. Tennessee governor candidate says he'll ban mosques. Just a complete. It claims Islam is incongruent with both our U.S. and Tennessee Constitution. Bullshit. So he's just gonna he just wants to violate the First Amendment right there. And I'm not sure why Juggernaut Jared Reed sent me a link to Taco's channel. I'm familiar with Taco's channel. Not sure why. I guess Oniric Cypher is the only one who's still in the chat making claims. Like I said, you're always welcome to come up, Oniric, if you have the stones. And it looks like the other guy, Mike, has moved on.
Now, in similar but not entirely identical news, hold on. Here we are.
It's okay. It's okay, Jared Reed. It's all good.
Yeah.
Oh,
so apparently, in a freak mistake, Dearborn, Michigan, has declared Shakira law instead of Sharia law.
Shakira law.
But as a bonus, we do know that her hips don't lie.
Those hips don't lie. They do not. Oh, you found a point to agree with Oniric Cypher on. Jordan Peterson is an odd duck. He certainly is. Anyone who in a debate where he's intended to defend Christianity and is not going to and will not even commit to his purported position is just ridiculous. That dude has lost his mind. Jordan Peterson has lost the plot.
Hold on, you're referring to like that last big Jubilee one?
Yeah.
Actually, well, they really did highlight that the fact that Jubilee tried rebranding it.
Oh, I remember that they changed the title of it. That's right.
Yeah, they changed the title afterwards, and it's like I can't remember. Who was it?
It was Parker's. Parker Get a Job. Parker called.
Oh yeah, it's like
yeah.
It's like hey, that wasn't even the title for this thing here. What are you doing?
It's like what are you doing here? William Graves is good. Why scientists need a theories than Bible and book. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there, William. But yeah, if we have another believer, someone in this age, I don't think we need to go back to the Joe Schmidt thing. I think we have enough information off of that. Something to show you mediating. I'm not sure what you're meaning there. There might be something lost in translation, William. I don't think we need to go back to the Joe Schmidt video. I don't plan on doing a review of it on my channel. I think Brandon over at Mindshift did it just fine. I think he did a solid, comprehensive take on it. He was a lot more charitable than I was. Yeah, he was basically just repeating himself. So there's no point going over that. I think that Tony's assessment of that was spot on. That if he's reasoning that way, then it's deeply problematic. So I wish that we hadn't gone out. I wanted to continue the conversation with the second dude. What was his name?
Oh, bit of a blur.
I wanted to continue the conversation with that guy. That looked like it was going to be a good conversation. I wanted to get his take on what we said, get his response on that. So I hope he comes back. But Eli can go fuck himself for all I'm concerned, because that dude's not interested in having a conversation. He just wants to be up on other people's platforms preaching.
Yeah, let's see if hold on. So that was Steelborn.
Steelborn, yes. I hope Steelborn comes back.
Yeah, we could have a place to finish there. We didn't quite get to finish. I was hoping for an opportunity for us to go through the bite model there, just so I could in about 30 seconds highlight 2 items off of each of those categories.
In response to the mysteries thing, I really wanted to get his response. I wanted to hear what he thought about that and the existence of things and how these things are ultimately ad hoc in order to compensate for the fact that there is no answers for them. So I was hoping he had a response to that once I gave him the explanation. Well, if there are no believers in the chat, we don't have anybody in the Discord at the moment either, and it seems that we have dwindled off. We're back up to 30. We were at 18 there for a second. Apparently, people were not impressed with Eli. So if people don't dig having Eli up here, then I'll get that. Maybe there's is that person a believer? Let me see. No, probably just a troll. We had somebody pop into the Discord, so.
Yeah,
Right, Osiris.
Agnostic from the looks of it.
Oh, okay. So yeah, but yeah. So until we have somebody, So, Oniric Cypher, if you want to come up, the stage is open. We're not going to go back to the review of Joe Schmid because I think we've covered that enough. I think we're done on that one. I've got until more comes out. I don't plan on doing a review of his 7-hour video. It just seems excessive and obnoxious. If he has to go to that extreme lengths in order to prove a god exists, then he's not proving a god exists. It's just not going to happen.
I'll definitely wait to see what the rest of the major players who would go through that kind of material will have to say. Like, I'm sure I'll get like a summary version within a week. Within a week, I'm betting that they'll have something out for it to kind of go, we went through the deal. Here's the themes that were covered. And here's like I said, it's the presentation and the format that'll describe whether or not it looks like, it's in good faith in a way, or because that the more you study those things at the same time, considering those are also some of the points that he argued against the most, it does put you in the best position to LARP it.
Hey, yes, well, from Brittany, good to see you. Good to see you, Brittany. Thanks so much for being here. Scott Muscle says, I still don't get how evolution, an unconscious process, is able to create consciousness and write DNA code, something creating what it can't be. So, Scott, first and foremost, consciousness, as far as consciousness is just the set of mental phenomena. So the things that the brain does that are all lumped under that umbrella term of consciousness. So like emotional expression, awareness, cognizance, anything the brain does is lumped under that. Consciousness is just a brain being active. And when you're talking about DNA code, you've made a fundamental error. DNA is not a code. Code is substrate dependent. DNA is not substrate dependent. So it's a category error in trying to analogize it like that. It was a bad analogy when it was first formulated, and it shouldn't be repeated. But I get why the analogy was made. But DNA is not a code. It's organic chemical interactions, and so you trying to equate it to a code is something that is linguistic designed to convey information in a specific way for a desired outcome. No, that's substrate dependent, but DNA is not substrate dependent. It's substrate independent, as a matter of fact. So these things are well understood. So I hope that explained it for you, Scott Muscle. Well, if we don't have anybody, any believers coming up, which is a damn shame. God, I hate to go out on fucking Eli. Eli aggravated the shit out of me. I hate when they behave that way. So I will say this. I'll kind of drag it out a little bit. So I would simply say a huge thank you to everybody who's been here and who's been hanging out for the length of the stream. I do appreciate you being here. A huge giant thank you to all of the super chats that came through, you, and of course all the channel members and the new channel members. I appreciate you, and all that support is amazing stuff. Give me 1 second. Scott Muscle says, pretty sure the Bible says truth is grounded in faith. That would, well, I mean, if you're talking about an ancient book written by ancient people who, didn't think who already had preconceived notions of a God and like this, the Bible, the Bible can make all the claims it wants, but they can say it's grounded in faith. I'd hold that it's not, because there is no position that a person cannot hold on faith alone. So, and obviously, faith is not a good tool for epistemology, for how you know things. So I'll say that.
And we're talking about people who use communal butt sponges. You can only take them so seriously.
That's true. Yeah, faith is not an appropriate tool for epistemology. So come on. The link is pinned right there in the side chat. Come on, y'all. It's pinned right there. Well, Mezzo is live, and he's got like 500 people over on his live stream. So,
who?
Mezzo is does the same kind of stuff that I do. He just does it a little bit differently than I do. I don't say he farms clips, but he's definitely more of a more glib approach. I'll say that, but nonetheless. I like Mezzo. I kind of like what he does. He's entertaining. It's kind of like Planet Peterson. I kind of dig that stretch. So, anyway, So a huge thank you to all of you. I appreciate you hanging out. I don't want to drag this out if we're not going to get any people up on stage. We did a huge long review of Joe Schmidt's stuff. And of course, we had Eli come up and a couple others. So hopefully we get to continue that on next Sunday when we come back with another Stage of Reason at 6 p.m. Central Time here at Bridge the Divide. And be sure to hit that like button if you like the stream, hit the dislike if you did not, and of course leave a comment, because those interactions help to drive us on the algorithm. It really, really helps. Oh yeah, and also on a personal note, a huge giant thank you to each and every one of you for checking out the video that I dropped on Tuesday. That video kind of blew up by comparison to the previous stuff I've dropped the past month or so, and I'm really, really pleased with that. That kind of exploded, and I'm really, really happy. The way that I didn't expect it to I thought it was going to be kind of lackluster. It's almost at 10,000 views. So I'm really, really pleased in how that's doing right now. And it's still popping off. So thank you all very, very much for watching that. I know it was a short one. I didn't expect it to go off like that. So you guys rock. I appreciate all that support. I couldn't do it without y'all. So other than that, Andrew, you got anything for us?
Same old, same old. Once again, my online presence in this kind of format has a very restricted modal scope.
And a huge thank you to Leophilius and to Leophilius and Kalagonchik, to PhD Tony, to everybody that came up onto the stage. I hope we'll see him again, hopefully on Sunday, and hope to see all of you as well. So that's pretty much all I've got. So new content coming up. Just keep your eyes on the channel and be sure to tick that bell so you get the notifications. And we unfortunately didn't see one last thing. So a bit of housekeeping. 1 second. So I want to share this again one more time. I want to share it again. I'm going to copy the link here real quick to I Killed Earl's GoFundMe. So putting it right in there. Thank you, Eric Cyphers, to talk about the Dinosaurs Require Faith video. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I linked it in the chat. I want to make sure we link that again for anybody who's able to assist I Killed Earl with her GoFundMe, or if you can share it to somebody who can, just make sure it gets out there so we can get her to her goal. She is really, really close. Over 80%, over 80% of the way to her goal. So if you can help out, or if you know someone who can, be sure to share that out. I Killed Earl does an amazing amount of work for our community. She supports pretty much so many of us, and she's always there to assist and to help out and to take part. So as much as she does for all of us, I know that we can come together. We can help her out in this time of the difficulties that she's having. So we'll get her there. So I appreciate you guys all supporting that. And of course, rest in peace to Dolly Parton and Tim Curry. I'm probably going to go watch Legend because I'm in the mood to watch that because I loved him as Darkness. Darkness. I absolutely love that. So thank you all so much. Again, I am JL. This has been the Stage of Reason here at Bridge the Divide. Hope to see you all in the next one on Sunday at 6 p.m. Central Time. And as always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide. See y'all.
Gotcha. Free stuff is such a cope.
Oh, it's such trash.